In this new sequel to Solo Leveling, we dive into the existence of gods, these absolute entities who've been creating countless universes since ancient times. They're known as the Supreme Beings, and their job was to keep creating universes while chasing eternal life. In this endless cycle, they gave birth to tons of substances, like souls and laws of universe. But even with all this creation going on, some of these Supreme Beings got bored and decided to spice things up by watching their creations fight each other. To them, the chaos and destruction were pretty entertaining. Sure, this meant that their creations had to keep fighting in never-ending wars, dying, and being reborn over and over. But it was all part of the deal to keep the Supreme Beings amused. However, things took a turn when one of these Supreme Beings was actually killed by one of his own creations. When the Supreme Beings from other dimensions found out, they all gathered to observe this world that had lost its master. They were intrigued by the death of a fellow Supreme Being, especially since it was at the hands of his own creation. While they didn't really care about the death itself, they all shared a single greedy thought. Whoever claims this newly ownerless power first will become its master. The story starts in a high school classroom, where Sung Soo-ho is excitedly bragging to his friends about getting a spot into prestigious Korea National University of Arts. His friends are shocked to hear this, having a hard time believing it. While Soo-ho is laughing and soaking up the moment, one friend starts tearing up because he has to repeat a year, and another friend is flabbergasted, wondering how Soo-ho got into such a top-notch art school with his lousy skills. But Soo-ho's joy takes a dive when he hears a familiar, unpleasant voice offering him a sarcastic congratulations. Well, he's your average school bully, and Soo-ho isn't thrilled to see him again. Instead of using the bully's real name, Soo-ho just addresses him with some random name, which really ticks the bully off. His face twists with anger as he snaps at our boy, letting him know his real name is Yoonchul. The bully then brings up that Soo-ho messed up his plans to take over the high school. But my guy shoots back that it's also thanks to him that this low-life bully even managed to graduate in the first place. Meanwhile, the rest of the students are feeling restless to see this bully acting up again. They're really frustrated that Yoonchul hasn't changed one bit and is still acting all cocky, even though they are just about to graduate. What's bothering them even more is that Yoonchul is trying to bully a poor kid who's lost his parents but still manages to put on a brave face. Finally, the patience of the bully wears thin, and he is about to land a punch over our boy's face. But instead, my guy delivers a knee smash right to the bully's filthy face, then annoyingly tells him to at least try acting like a decent human until graduation. Soo-ho then notices something weird about the redhead and quickly delivers a knee smash right to his face. Even though his knee breaks the bully's nose, the guy, however, remains cocky and nonchalantly claims that it did not even tickle. He then balls up his fist, and it starts burning with a strange energy. With a devilish glint in his eyes, he charges his fist to the max and swings a devastating punch right at Soo-ho's face. Soo-ho barely manages to step back, and the punch hits the nearby lockers instead. The single punch rattles Soo-ho's nerves, and the other students in the classroom are completely bewildered as well. It seems like the redhead himself doesn't even know how he just made a dent in the steel lockers. He's staring at himself in confusion while this strange aura radiates from his body. Even Soo-ho has no idea how to handle this situation. 2 years have passed since that day, and our boy, Sung Soo-ho, is now a second-year university student. As he walks across campus, he notices a commotion nearby. Workers are surrounding a strange portal, and an instructor is telling everyone that all lessons in the main building have been moved to the annex building. The reason? Hunters are going in to deal with the monsters coming through the portal. A guy in a suit asks one of the workers how long the hunters have been inside. The worker replies that it's been just over 8 hours. Since the gate is rated D rank, there's a good chance the hunters will be out soon. While Soo-ho stands quietly, the announcement keeps blaring, and students are talking about whether the school might get destroyed. Some reassure others that the hunters will handle it. It seems that the appearance of a gate isn't that unusual, which is why Soo-ho isn't too freaked out about it. You see, about 3 years ago, these portals called gates started showing up everywhere, and the world went through some major changes. The gates are basically shortcuts to dungeons, and once they are opened, monsters from these dungeons would spill out and start causing trouble. But it wasn't just the monsters that shook things up. People started developing special abilities too. These folks, known as the Awakened, could use mana and had all sorts of cool powers. The world was in chaos, and everyone thought it would last forever. Then, an Awakened named Jinchul came along. He set up the Hunter Association, brought together other Awakened, and created a job called Hunters. Thanks to them, the chaos got sorted out way faster than anyone expected. Now people are split into Awakened and non-Awakened. Since the non-Awakened folks don't have the same perks as the Awakened, they have to work like crazy just to make a name for themselves. Meanwhile, the Awakened can pretty much get whatever they want with their powers. It didn't take long for the non-Awakened, who sometimes feel like they're just ants in comparison, to see their own limits. No matter how hard they work, they can't bridge the gap between themselves and even a lowly E-rank awakened. Even though hunters can fight off the monsters from the gates and prevent the world from falling apart, it's clear that without the awakened, the non-awakened wouldn't survive. Conversely, the awakened can manage just fine without the non-awakened. Because of this, everyone is grateful to the hunters, and it's thanks to them that non-awakened people like Suho can live a relatively peaceful life and go about their daily routines. But for Suho, there's also a sense of unease. He feels insecure about himself and wonders if he's becoming too accustomed to not being able to get what he wants. He reflects on the loss of his parents and how his survival depends on others. Even though he once felt he could achieve anything, that confidence has faded, leaving him with a sense of powerlessness. He remembers his mother's voice telling him he resembles his father and wonders how his father would have handled this feeling of helplessness. Suddenly, Suho is jolted by what sounds like his father calling him. When he snaps out of his thoughts, he sees his teacher standing behind him. The teacher compliments Suho on his drawing, which is pretty impressive. Suho just shrugs and says he drew it based on how he felt. But the teacher is intrigued by the creative drawing of an ant that has a human-like stature. To all of us, it's clear what the drawing represents, but Suho has no clue why he ended up drawing such a creepy thing. Meanwhile, outside the campus, hunters have started emerging from the portal. They all look pretty confident, which is a dead giveaway that their raid was a total success. The site worker gives a shout out to Hunter Kim for his great work, and Kim replies that everything went smoothly without a hitch. He further mentions they've got some new info for the Hunter Association. Apparently, they came across a new type of monster they'd never seen before. Basically a humanoid creature that spits blue flames from its eyes and mouth and attacks with claws and fangs. He admits that the creature managed to graze his body, but it was nothing serious. Well, it seems like Hunter Kim might have been underestimating things a little, because the wound from that humanoid monster starts reacting badly. He suddenly feels a stinging pain spreading all over his body, making him writhe in agony. His sword drops from his hands, and even the site worker notices something seriously off with Kim. Right on cue, this muscular hunter transforms into a grotesque goblin, spewing the same blue flames. He lunges at the worker, tearing off his chest with a single bite, creating a gruesome mess that sends a chill down everyone's spine. The other hunters and bystanders are horrified. One of the hunters quickly points out that these blue flames are identical to those used by the monsters in the dungeon. Kim, now a horrific creature himself, lunges at his fellow hunter and bites off his head as if it's no big deal. Panic erupts as people start fleeing in all directions, desperately trying to save their lives. Unfortunately, the people bitten by Kim also transform into blue flame monsters and begin attacking others, spreading chaos even further. The screams are so loud they can be heard inside the building, and people quickly gather around the windows, trying to see what's going on. When Suho looks outside, he sees a bloody mess where people are attacking each other, their minds apparently taken over by the same blue energy. It doesn't take long for the students to realize that these people have turned into monsters. Seeing the dungeon break out, the students start panicking and urge their instructor to step up, since he's an awakened too. But the teacher quickly reminds them that he's only an E-rank hunter. Suddenly, Suho spots the same blue flame monster right above the campus floor. The monster takes its stance, and before it can leap inside through the window where all the students are gathered, Suho shouts for everyone to run away quickly. Before anyone can react, the monster leaps inside through the window and knocks one of the students out immediately, and Suho quickly ducks down to save himself. The monster opens its mouth, spewing blue flames as it starts devouring the student it just took down. The sight is so gruesome that other students are practically crapping their pants. Suho bolts for the exit but then notices a fellow student, injured with busted legs from the monster's crash, and she is unable to move. He freezes at her desperate pleas for help, but after a moment, he closes his eyes and starts running out, reassuring her he'll get the hunters here to help. Deep down, Suho knows he's just lying to her. Leaving her behind means certain death, and he's painfully aware of his own limitations as a non-awakened. But he takes a deep breath, decides not to blame his powerlessness, and tells himself he needs to find something he can do. Suho wonders what his father would have done in this situation. As he imagines his father in his mind, we see that the monster is done chomping down on the student it had taken out. Now, it's eyeing the injured girl on the floor, who's basically lying there, helpless and ready to be slaughtered like a lamb. Tears flow down her face as she takes a final look at the death looming over her. In the next moment, the monster goes wild and sprints toward her like a rabid dog. Just as it's about to take a bite with its filthy face, Suho grabs a fire extinguisher and smashes it into the monster face. And by the look in his eyes, it's like he's figured out what his father would have done, and he's doing exactly just that. Just as Suho's resolve sparks inside him, the system begins to boot up. The first notification is an alert saying he's met all the requirements to complete a secret quest titled Courage of the Weak. Before we dive into what's happening, let's rewind a bit. Suho narrates that he had a dream a long time ago that felt like a game. In the dream, he had to level up and keep fighting monsters that got stronger with each floor. As the monsters became tougher, he had to get stronger too. After tons of challenges, he finally faced the final boss on the highest floor. The boss was super powerful, and Suho felt a mix of envy and awe at its strength. Strangely, he felt a connection to the boss, even though it was his enemy. Later, he realized that the boss was actually his father. As Suho has this realization, he understands that his dream was basically a reflection of his father's life. He was just living out a part of his father's experiences in his dream. He spots the fire extinguisher nearby, grabs it quickly, and rushes back into the room. He lands a solid hit on the monster's face, sending it tumbling backward. Even though he hit the monster right in the face, he doesn't have any mana, so his attack isn't very effective against a magic beast, and he has no idea what to do next. But then, Suho's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the monster and the terrified girl frozen in place, as if time itself has stopped. Just then, a system window pops up with a notification saying he's met the requirements to complete the secret quest, Courage of the Weak, and is now eligible to become a player. The system asks if he wants to accept. His mind flashes back to his dream, and he realizes that if he can fight this monster like his father did, it's a no-brainer to press the accept button. With that settled, he confirms his choice, and a bright light fills the room as he evolves into an awakened. The next moment, the system announces that he's officially become a player. Notifications start popping up everywhere, highlighting current quests, rewards, and more. We also notice some extra effects from the system, one of which is called longevity. This perk can fight off all diseases, poisons, and status effects, and sleeping will significantly boost his regeneration abilities. Suho's status window appears before his eyes, and seeing this game-like status makes him smile. It's clear that he's finally awakened. His current quest is to defeat the Mistburn, and he'll level up if he succeeds. Once Suho is awakened, time resumes, and he sees clearly that this monster is a D-rank awakened Mistburn. He quickly tells the girl to run away while the monster starts advancing towards him. The two other students who were bitten have also turned into Mistburn monsters. As the monsters lunge at him, Suho's eyes burn bright with determination. He smashes one of them right in the face with the fire extinguisher, but it's clear that a simple hit isn't going to cut it. So he balls up his fist, gathers his energy, and apologizes to the girl before delivering a brutal blow. She flies into the nearby wall and demolishes it on impact. Looks like Suho didn't expect his punch to send the monster flying like that, but he's not complaining. In fact, he's pretty blown away to see he squashed that monster with a single hit. Another monster lunges at him, but Suho responds with a solid kick right into its belly, sending it crashing down. The system announces that the unawakened Mistburner has been defeated, and with that kill, Suho levels up. A new quest pops up, telling him to take down the remaining Mistburners. Soon enough, Suho takes out the other unawakened Mistburners. With all those monsters biting the dust, he's convinced he's finally awakened. He then delivers a devastating punch to an awakened Mistburner. However, this monster doesn't even flinch from the blow, and Suho starts feeling anxious as he realizes this beast might be tougher than he thought. The monster quickly retaliates with its fierce claws, slashing across Suho's chest like it's no big deal. After taking the hit, Suho quickly distances himself by pressing his foot against the monster's chest. As he looks at the fatal wound on his chest, he realizes he's at risk of turning into one of these magic beasts. Right on cue, the system announces a harmful status effect has been detected in his spirit, but it's lifted due to the effects of longevity. At that moment, his injuries start to heal, and he remembers that his longevity skill was activated. The monster lunges at him again, pinning him to the ground. It starts to open its disgusting mouth while Suho struggles to push the beast away. Just when Suho thinks he's about to be overpowered, he remembers the stat points he earned from defeating the other unawakened monsters. He quickly dumps all 3 points into his strength, giving him the boost he needs to push the monster away like a ragdoll. The monster quickly regains its footing but is met with a solid punch to the face from Suho. Even with the extra strength, Suho realizes it's still not enough to take down the monster. The beast keeps slashing at his chest, leaving him no choice but to dump all his remaining points into strength. His fists are soon surrounded by a fiery aura as he delivers a brutal punch that turns the monster's face into a complete mess. It looks like Suho has found the ultimate cheat system in this world. While most awakened have their ranks set upon awakening and can't get stronger, Suho can keep grinding for more points and become indefinitely powerful. Once he turns the monster's chest into smithereens with his relentless punches, he winds up for one last swing, putting every ounce of power into it. That final punch sends the monster crashing into the wall behind it, and the wall crumbles from the impact. The beast is literally torn to bits, like a tattered cloth. With a final push, the monster hits the ground, while Suho is left huffing and puffing after all the action. The system quickly announces that he has defeated the D-rank awakened Mistburn, and also has leveled up several times. Suho collapses to the ground due to exhaustion, and looks at his hand, savoring his hard-earned victory. He clenches his fist with newfound confidence, reminding himself that he's finally become an awakened. A smile spreads across his face as he declares that he's no longer powerless, and is now ready to save the people of this world, and tackle the crisis head-on. Just as he's pumped up and ready to take on more monsters, another mist beast charges toward the building. With a mighty leap, it comes flying toward the top floor, aiming straight for Suho. The monster, wielding a giant sword, is revealed to be a C-rank awakened Mistburn. Before Suho can react, the beast crashes its sword down, causing a massive explosion that fills the area with dust, smoke, and debris. Meanwhile, the emergency horns are blaring all over the city, announcing the dungeon break at Korea University of Arts, and telling everyone to evacuate the area pronto. Back at the campus, more backup has shown up, but the platoon captain is feeling pretty frustrated. People are dying left and right, and all they can do is wait for the Hunter Association to send help. The soldier reports that the association is still trying to find a B-rank or higher hunter to send over, which is why it is taking time. The irritated captain asks, "Wasn't this gate labeled as D-rank from the start? So how come they need a B-rank hunter to clear up the mess?" The soldier explains that the association is factoring in that hunters, including C-rank hunter Kim Jong-soo, have been infected and are attacking the campus. They believe it's better to send a B-rank or higher hunter to handle this situation. Back in the building, Suho watches as the C-rank monster hunter casually strolls toward him. He's losing his mind, thinking about how this giant just leaped from the ground floor to the top floor like it was nothing. This monster is way fiercer and different from the ones he's faced before. Not only is it C-rank, but it's also wielding a massive weapon, leaving our boy unsure if he can handle it. The monster swings its giant sword, and Suho ducks to avoid the blow. The swing is so powerful that it slices through nearby reinforced walls like they're made of paper. Suho isn't exactly thrilled about witnessing such a raw display of power. Meanwhile, the monster grins from ear to ear as he prepares to swing his sword again. Just as he's about to crush Suho with the sword's weight, Suho kicks the fire extinguisher right at the monster's face. The monster slices through it with his sword, and the extinguisher bursts, filling the room with a thick haze. Suho quickly uses the confusion to his advantage and makes a run for it. He figures he'll wait for more hunters to show up and just hold out until help arrives. The monster is still hot on Suho's heels, but then he spots something that makes his grin even wider. Suho is startled to see that the beast has stopped chasing him down, and when he turns around, he sees the beast ogling at the terrified female students who are huddled up on the ceiling, shaking in their boots, waiting for more hunters to arrive. But the monster is not waiting for any hunters to arrive though. He leaps out of the window with his giant sword aimed at the girls, and Suho can only stand there in horror. With a single brutal swing, the monster obliterates the girls into a gruesome mess of blood. Frustration boils over in Suho, making him clench his jaw. He steels himself with determination, leaps up to the ceiling, and lands a kick right into the monster's back. But his kick turns out to be nothing more than annoyance to the beast, who just swings his sword in response, slicing through the floor in the process. Seeing that rift opening up in the ground, our guy's pretty sure he's in for a rough time. Even one hit could get him killed, and he definitely doesn't want to end up sliced up like those other girls. But he's not about to let this monster go wild, so he dives in headfirst, throwing punches so fast he's basically a blur. The beast isn't holding back either. It's swinging its sword like a maniac, but my guy is dodging left and right like a ninja on a caffeine high. He keeps up a relentless assault, and after a serious punching session, he lands a knee right in the monster's filthy face. But the monster quickly swings its sword with its other hand, slicing across our guy's belly and making him gush blood. Before he can recover, the monster kicks him hard in the gut, sending him crashing down and making him cough up blood again. It's safe to say he might have all his bones shattered by now, and his rapidly dropping HP makes it painfully obvious that he's in big trouble. But hey, he's still got that one last HP point, as if the system's not ready to let him fall just yet. On the other hand, the beast grins maniacally after seeing his prey struggle like this. Despite his last remaining point of HP, Suho tries to stand, blood dripping from his face. The stakes are high, and the monster charges straight at him. The system announces that his entire body is out of commission, and he starts to collapse from fatigue. With the monster's sword mere inches away from crushing him, it seems like the end is near. But then, the air shatters like fragile glass, and a shadowy figure emerges from the rift. As the monster's sword is about to strike, the dark entity slashes down the monster's hand, saving our guy from his death at the last second. If we have to guess, we can confidently claim that this is Baru coming to the rescue. While Suho's consciousness fades, he catches a glimpse of the monster who just saved him, and it does not take him long to realize that this is the same ant he had always known. Meanwhile, Baru is beating himself up for being late, but he quickly heals our boy, making his injuries fade away, as if he has never been injured. The monster tries to get back up, but Baru growls in frustration, clearly ticked off at the pest that dared to hurt his king. With zero mercy, Baru obliterates the C-rank beast like it's just a watermelon at a shooting range. Then, another monster appears on the ceiling, ready to attack a poor guy holding a broom, tears streaming down his face as he faces his doom. But, not surprisingly, this monster meets the same fate as its friend, getting obliterated into bits and pieces. Baru dispatches all the remaining monsters with his sharp claws, popping them like party balloons. Guts and heads are flying everywhere, and the remaining monsters have no idea where the attacks are coming from. In just a few seconds, the entire campus is cleared of monsters. A bright light ripples through the area as Baru collapses to his knees, finally able to greet his master again. But before we can see their reunion, the scene shifts to the past, where we find our junior Suho drawing ants, and not just one, but he already has several sketches already drawn. Suddenly Baru shows up, and while holding one of the drawings, he asks his young monarch if he's still drawing portraits of someone like him. Baru is absolutely on the brink of tears, overwhelmed by the sight of how much his young master adores him. Then, just as it's all getting emotional, our boy opens his eyes and realizes he's in an infirmary. Apparently it's not an infirmary but a hospital, and our boy's concerned uncle is laying into him, asking how on earth he ended up in such a mess. He insists that our boy should have a few guards with him because this world is beyond help. It turns out his uncle's worries are justified. By the time Suho opens his eyes, 2 days have passed since the incident. The event has been a hot topic worldwide due to the numerous casualties. What's even more shocking is the discovery of mist burns, the monsters that can infect even hunters and turn them into monsters themselves. The Hunter Association decided not to disclose this to the public, despite the incident happening in the middle of the city. When the hunters arrived at the scene, all the mistburn monsters in the university had already been chopped up like veggies by an unknown force. Some eyewitnesses even claimed that the monsters just suddenly burst and exploded right before their eyes. Suho turns off the TV, feeling relieved that his awakening wasn't just a dream. On top of that, he's now an awakener who grows stronger as he levels up. But he is still curious about one thing. He clearly remembers that he was cut by a C-rank mistburn, so how is he still alive? Just then, Baru sneaks up and greets the young monarch. But soon, Baru erupts into tears, overwhelmed with emotion after meeting his young master such a long time apart. He's deeply moved to see how his monarch has grown up so wonderfully, and he can't keep his emotions in check. The sight of his old friend brings back a flood of childhood memories for Suho. He vividly recalls how Baru cared for him like a loving parent and raised him pretty well, but he can't understand why he didn't remember Baru until now. As Baru wipes away his tears, he explains that he crossed dimensions to find our boy. Meanwhile, Suho is still trying to wrap his head around why this dark creature was around when he was younger. He also recalls that this ant wasn't always this small before. In response, Baru explains that he shrank because crossing dimensions used up a lot of his mana. The system window labels Baru as level 1 private grade, but the ant quickly gets agitated. He curses the trash system for downgrading him to private grade when he's actually a martial grade. Suho then stretches himself and thanks Baru for saving his life, which makes the ant blush. Baru then reminds him that even though he's tiny now, he's a skilled healer. He then reveals that his main goal for coming here was to release Suho's seal, but he's quite surprised to see that our boy managed to unseal his abilities by himself. Suho then asks if the seal is related to the dream he had. Baru confirms, saying that while Suho might think it was just a dream, everything he experienced was real. He also tells Suho he's much stronger now than when they last fought. He then further explains that the Great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin-woo, who is our boy's father of course, sealed Suho's powers, and as well as memories to give him a normal life. The mention of his father hits Suho hard. He grabs Baru and demands to know how he's connected to his dad, what he knows about him, and why he was left behind by his father. Baru then stammers out that our boy's father did not leave him behind or anything. He just merely went to outer space. Well, this just makes Suho even more curious, and asks what in the hell does this outer space thing even is. Baru scratches his head, trying to figure out how to explain. Then he uses his shadows to create a few illustrations and says that the Great Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin-woo, went to outer space to fight off invaders trying to take over the world. Basically, Suho's dad is still out there, keeping the world safe. Baru adds that Sung Jin-woo is up against the Atarim, who are known as outer space gods. He goes on to explain that the Atarim are sending their apostles to invade, and before coming to Earth, Baru claims he took down a bunch of enemies himself as well. Not to mention, the gates and monsters showing up on Earth are all the result of this ongoing war. Suho asks if his mom went with his dad and Baru says no. Suho then reveals that his mom went missing the same day his dad did, so he thought they might be together. Suddenly, Baru starts freaking out, running around frantically. He realizes with a jolt that Miss Hein is missing too, and mutters that the Itarim's apostles must have set a nasty trap for her. Suho then asks if these Itarim bastards are the reason his parents can't come back. Baru asks if Suho wants to meet them. Suho's hand shakes with frustration and determination as he makes it clear he definitely wants to meet them, because he has been alone for so many years already. Baru says there's only one way to make this happen. His dad might be stuck in outer space for a while because of the war, but Suho can find and rescue his mom once he gets stronger. So Baru says it's time to start grinding for some leveling up. As soon as Baru says this, a system window pops up with a quest called the Trial of the Shadow. The system goes on about how Suho is the son of the Great Shadow Monarch, but his innate talents are sealed. To unlock that power, he'll need to prove himself by entering the Shadow Dungeon and showing what he's made of. The key Suho is holding is known as the Shadow Dungeon Key, and its rarity is unknown. To activate it, he has to stick the key into his shadow. As soon as he pushes the key against his shadow on the wall, a portal pops open. Baru tells him to go ahead and enter, claiming it will help him unlock all the power that's rightfully his. Suho takes a moment to reflect. All this talk about outer space, the war with gods, and the Shadow Monarch feels like a bunch of tall tales right now. But if getting stronger is the only way to meet his parents, he's ready to level up as much as he can. The scene shifts to the past, where we see Suho's dad tells Baru to head to Earth and lift his son's seal because the Itarim's invasion might have influence on Earth as well. He tells Baru to restore Suho's powers and memories and keep Earth safe. And after that, Baru's got the freedom to handle things as he sees fit. Back in the present, Baru makes his final decision and decides to stick around with our boy and keep an eye on his progress. Once they step through the portal, they land on the other side, and Baru explains that this place is the land of the dead, where the living can't enter without permission from the master. This place is called the Shadow Dungeon. Suho's first impression of this place isn't great, as it looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But there's something oddly familiar about it. Just then, a system window pops up in front of him, saying the quest is to survive in the Shadow Dungeon. The denizens here won't accept anyone weak as the master of this land, so Suho gotta survive for the next 4 hours to prove his worth, and the timer starts now. Suho is kind of bummed that just staying here for 4 hours is the main goal. But Baru quickly warns him to keep his guard up because things are about to get rough. Well, it seems like the trouble has officially arrived. A monster tries to sneak up on our hero from behind, but Suho quickly delivers a powerful kick right into the monster's guts, and he seems really surprised by the sudden ambush by this monster. The kick seems to hurt quite a lot, but it's not enough to take the goblin down. Suho is intrigued by the sight of the goblin scout, and Baru quickly explains that seeing a scout likely means there are more of these creatures nearby. Hearing this, my guy jumps into action, knowing he needs to handle this critter before he calls his other allies for backup. Baru quickly tells him not to rush in recklessly, but Suho, however, charges anyway. Before the goblin can blow the horn, my guy appears right in front of him, like a reaper coming to collect souls. He slaps the goblin's hand, knocking the axe out of its grip, grabs the weapon, and then smashes the goblin's head with its own axe. Once the goblin's out for good, Suho explains that since the goblin's name tag was just white, which meant the monster was weaker than him, and stronger monsters always have colored name tags. While they're walking around, they spot another goblin who quickly blows the horn. My guy is pretty pissed, realizing he overlooked this scout. Right on cue, a bunch of furious goblins show up, and one even has a yellow name tag. Seeing the horde, Suho is about to crap his pants, and asks Baru if he's going to help. Baru, though it pains him to say it, explains that being so far from the monarch means his mana isn't coming back, so he can't risk losing any strength. Plus, if he jumps into the fight, the experience he'd get would drop a lot, which could ruin the whole dungeon clearing plan. The goblins close in on Suho, charging at him like wild green monsters. But my guy channels his aura, yanks the axe out of the dead goblin's skull, and starts swinging it with such speed and precision that the goblins are getting cut down left and right, like they're being thrown into a blender. Well, it looks like Suho is getting the hang of his undiscovered skills. Controlling things like this makes it seem like he's using an invisible hand, which is quite interesting to say the least. The system window pops up, showing that this skill is called Ruler's Authority, currently at level 1, and it doesn't require any mana to use, and he can physically control objects without touching them. Suddenly, a sneaky goblin tries to take him down with an arrow attack. Suho catches the arrow mid-air, surprised to see an archer-type goblin. Using his Ruler's Authority skill, he quickly makes a makeshift bow and shoots the arrow right back, nailing the goblin in the head with godly precision. Baru watches in fascination, clearly impressed by Suho's adaptability. He remembers that the young monarch's childhood was like the start of a legendary hero's tale. Even back then, Suho could use ruler's authority, a power he inherited from his father, but that power was meant to destroy everything, which was more of a hindrance in a peaceful world. But now, with the Itaram apostles invading Earth, Suho has no reason to hold back, and he can shine bright in the battlefields with his destructive skill. As Suho keeps slashing down monsters and racking up levels, he also learns that with his ruler's authority, he can only carry up to 10 kilograms. Just as he's thinking about this, a sneaky goblin takes its chance and stabs him in the back. The goblin laughs creepily after the cowardly attack from behind, but Suho quickly shuts it up with a punch that obliterates its teeth and facial features in one devastating blow. As more goblins start to swarm him, Beru can't help but feel a bit scared for his master. That's when one of the highest-ranking goblins shows up, and its colored name tag makes it clear this one is different from the rest. Suho quickly yanks the dagger from his back, losing 30 HP in the process. As soon as the dagger is out, the other goblins pounce on him like hungry hounds. Despite the pain, he swings the dagger and throws it with such godly speed that it pierces through every goblin in the area, nailing the most powerful one right in the center. Suho seems to be loving every second of the fight, feeling more alive than ever. He's attacked again, making his HP drop even more, but he uses his ruler's authority to slash down the goblins like they're nothing. As the battle goes on, he keeps piling up bodies, though his reckless fighting style causes his HP to plummet. But he doesn't back down. When he finally reaches the high-level goblin, he starts smashing away, and the system goes wild with notifications popping up everywhere, announcing the levels he's climbing. Once the bloodbath is over, all that's left are bodies scattered around like trash. Our boy finally takes a breather after so much fighting, and it looks like his 4-hour survival mark has ended, signaling the successful completion of the quest. Beru starts clapping for his young master, saying he never doubted him for a second and knew he would breeze through this trial. Another system notification arrives, giving him the choice to accept the reward for completing the quest. Without hesitation, he tells the system to show him what he's getting. The system quickly displays that he will receive a rune stone, which can be used to learn a skill called shadow extraction. Beru is quite excited at the prospect of Suho getting this new skill. Suho checks out his injuries and finds he's actually unharmed. He remembers picking up a new skill called resilience during the fight. It turns out he's been getting skills on top of the leveling system he got when he awakened. Our boy can't help but feel like he's a cheat character with this level-up mechanism and all the free skills he's getting. Beru then reveals that this level-up mechanism is based on the system the Monarch used in a past life. It's a support system designed to ensure Suho's safety as he grows. To put it simply, Beru reminds him that he's probably the only hunter in the world born with such an advantage. Suho isn't sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but he proceeds to accept the rune stone reward anyway. Once he has the stone in hand, he quickly absorbs it as instructed by the system. The system window pops up, showing that shadow extraction doesn't require any mana to use. It pulls mana from a recently deceased body and turns it into a shadow soldier. The failure rate goes up depending on the target's stats and how long they've been dead. Beru explains that this skill turns dead corpses into soldiers, just like himself. Shadow extraction is basically the essence of the authority that created the Shadow Monarch, Lord Sung Jinwoo. Suho's still unsure what this skill really is and wonders if it's some kind of necromancy. He extends his hand toward the dead goblin, and the system tells him he can use shadow extraction on this target. But before using it, he will have to pick a command to activate the skill. At first, Suho thinks it's a bit of a hassle to come up with a command just to use the skill. And while he's mulling it over, Beru suggests commands should always be something direct. So with that in mind, Suho quickly tells the dead goblin to arise. Suho summoned 3 normal rank shadow goblins, but the shadow extraction didn't impress him. Beru explained that freshly extracted monsters were weaker and smaller than when they were alive. Suho noted that the extraction would only last for 1 day, which made Beru depressed as he believed the shadow extraction skill would prove valuable later. Suho reassured Beru and urged him to leave the dungeon, feeling hungry after not eating for 2 days. Beru reminded him that he could use the shadow dungeon key to exit any time, having already passed the quest. Suho readily left the dungeon. Back at the hospital, Suho ate to his heart's content. As he ate, Beru outlined their 3 key responsibilities. First, they needed to protect Earth from the monsters emerging from dungeons, which would naturally boost Suho's level and make Earth safer under his protection. Second, they had to find Lord Hai-In, prompting Suho to ask if they could locate his mother. Beru assured him that they would find the answer while battling monsters. Lastly, the most crucial task was restoring Beru's lost powers, as he despised weakness. Beru explained that as an ant with the ability to consume magic and intelligence, he could regain his strength by absorbing magic from various entities, including a young monarch like Suho. Understanding the gravity of these responsibilities, Suho resolved to enter the dungeon. However, there was a problem. The Hunter Association didn't allow unapproved hunters to enter dungeons, so Suho needed to assess his rank. Given his increased stats after awakening, he wondered what rank he would achieve. Upon testing, a lady informed him that his magic level was 46, making him an E rank awakened. Disappointed, Suho returned, feeling hopeless. Beru explained that Suho had focused on increasing his stats, not his magic level, and the system rank was based on magic level. Despite Beru's words, Suho remained disheartened, doubting how an E rank could save the world, especially since even the Hunter Strike team didn't select E and F rank hunters. However, Beru proposed a plan. The dungeons had specific duties for different grade ranks. The higher rank strike team focused on clearing the dungeon by fighting the monsters, while the collecting team wrapped up the dead bodies. At the very back was the mining team, which gathered resources inside the dungeons. E-rank hunters could apply for the collecting and mining teams. Beru's plan worked, and Suho reached a dungeon full of resources. While working, Suho met his instructor, IM, who was also an awakened E-rank. Suho was thankful for the help getting work inside the dungeon as a resource collector. IM remained silent but suddenly bowed and apologetically told Suho that when monsters broke out in the university classroom, he was the only awakened one who ran out of fear and couldn't help. Suho encouraged him, saying that the Hunter Association had instructed E-rank hunters to run away from monsters, so he had acted accordingly. Hearing this, Instructor IM shouted at Suho, doubting if he had mistaken Suho for someone else fighting a C-rank monster. He started to brag that it would be more shocking to see Suho fighting monsters and surviving. Suddenly, Beru popped out of Suho's shadow, scaring Instructor IM by speaking near his ear about how incredible Suho was. Instructor IM, having never seen such an entity, started to cry in fear. Suho asked Beru why he had come, to which Beru replied that Suho was still weak and needed assistance. Watching them talk, Instructor IM told Suho he was lucky to awaken the powers of a summoner, despite his low rank. Trying to avoid Beru, IM attempted to run away, but Suho jolted him for running once again from a monster, which IM took seriously and became sad. Though it was Suho's first time entering the dungeon, he was curious to see the striking team hunting monsters. Deep down in the dungeon, the dragon team had killed all the monsters and encountered lichens. One striking team member said that the monsters' bodies contained magic stones, so they must keep searching for valuables. Another found a narrow pathway no one had discovered in the dungeon and told the captain to investigate. 3 of them went inside. Although the place was ruined, there seemed to be no monsters, and even the hunters' tracking skills sensed no presence of a monstrous entity. They were confused about how the place got ruined without any monsters. They found a sword pierced into the floor, which looked like high-tier equipment, and all of them wanted to see it because it could be worth a lot. One guy reminded them of traps around high-value weapons, so they must be careful. A hunter named Kim Young didn't listen and pulled the sword, saying a skilled hunter in a C-rank tank could handle any traps. As he pulled the sword, he unknowingly awakened one of the monarchs of the Fangs. When the whole sword was out, it seemed there was no trap. As they approached him, he turned into a humanoid monster, yelling at them for coveting the sword of the Fang monarch, known as the King of Beasts among the 9 monarchs. Rakan ordered the killing of all invaders in the domain of the Fang's monarch and savagely slaughtered the 3 hunters who couldn't face him. Meanwhile, Instructor IM and the other resource collectors were surprised to see Suho summon 3 goblins for resource collection. Instructor IM wondered how Suho could summon 4 entities, including a talking ghost, when most could only summon 2. Suho also found it unusual that he could summon 3 goblins and noted the inconvenience of needing corpses for shadow extraction. He used goblin corpses in the shadow dungeon, where they worked tirelessly. He told Beru that the shadow extraction technique was beneficial. However, Beru dismissed the praise, emphasizing that their goal was to level up, not focus on extraction. Suho mentioned that the Hunter Association's rules required E-rank hunters to avoid entering dungeons alone. He believed there might be errors in the ranking system and planned to reassess once he gained more mana. He also reminded Beru about recovering his lost powers. Hearing this, Beru became excited, and Suho instructed him to devour mana crumbs. When Instructor IM noticed, Suho changed the tone, saying Beru wasn't helpful in mining and should scavenge the crumbs. As Beru tried to feed on a crumb, he sensed a strong monarch's presence. Suho speculated it might be his father, but Beru explained that his father was not the only monarch. Others possessed similar powers. Beru's powers would recover instantly if his father were nearby, but he couldn't identify the approaching beast. Suddenly they heard a striking sound. The laborers became alert, and some asked about the attacking squad. They were shocked to see lichens at the mining site. Everyone panicked and started running, but one person tried to stop the lichens and was slammed away. Suho faced the lichens, giving the laborers time to escape. He noticed their orange names, indicating a higher level like the D-rank mist burns he had fought before. He decided to fight them, but hoped for backup. Instructor IM stayed, and Suho asked him to help if the situation became dangerous. Suho instructed the goblins to protect IM and pulled goblin weapons from his inventory, surprising Instructor IM with his ability to summon weapons. Suho moved with lightning speed, effortlessly vanishing the monstrous creatures and slicing through the steel-fanged lichen like a ripe fruit. As Instructor IM looked on in awe, Suho's powerful presence left him speechless. Facing two lichens attacking simultaneously, Suho skillfully handled the situation. While one lichen clamped down on his weapon, Baru marveled at Suho's mastery of combat using shadow powers as he devoured the fallen monster. Suho reflected on his ability to use extraction and summoning without depleting his mana, realizing the potential to amass an army of the dead by increasing his mana capacity. Deep in thought, he swiftly dispatched one lichen by piercing its skull with his weapon, before swiftly dealing with the other. Then, without hesitation, he summoned them back to life. The remaining goblin looked on sadly, realizing that after Suho will summon another lichen after extraction, he would disappear forever. Instructor IM was astonished at how effectively an E-rank like Suho could control the monsters, but Suho confidently affirmed his status as an E-rank awakened individual. Suddenly, a quest notification appears, instructing Suho to kill an enemy seeking to kill him. Suho initially thinks he has defeated all the lichens, but then he spots a figure approaching them in an attacking team's suit. Instructor IM warns that they are not safe from the lichens, but Suho senses something about the approaching figure and pulls IM behind him. The figure suddenly strikes at IM, missing him but shattering his glasses. Had Suho not intervened, IM would have been annihilated. The ground shatters where the figure's sword lands, revealing its immense power. Suho decides to flee, perplexed by hunters turning into monsters. He notices the figure's red aura, indicating its formidable strength. Flashbacks of his father bravely battling such a monarch flood Suho's mind. He asks Beru if this monarch is like his father. Beru replies that while Rakan has a powerful aura, he is not on the same level as Suho's father. Nevertheless, fighting Rakan would be unwise, given Suho's current level. Despite this, Suho opens his inventory and selects a weapon. Beru is stunned at Suho's determination to fight. Suho explains that the system considers his safety before issuing quests. Thus, if he could defeat the monster, the system would give him the quest. Suho shows his resolve to fight and increase his rank, motivated by the desire to see his parents. With his extracted lichens by his side, Suho steps fearlessly into the domain of the Fangs, determined to kill Rakan and grow stronger quickly. Beru is stunned as Suho faces off against the formidable monster, thinking Suho, despite his current weakness, embodies the shadow of a true monarch. He advises Suho that cutting off the monster's arm would sever its connection to the host. Once a mighty hunter, the beast has become even more formidable after infection. Suho initiates the attack, ordering his lichens to engage the monster. They manage to hold it off temporarily, and Suho is impressed by his ability to sustain his extractions as long as he has mana. While the lichens battle the monster, Beru asks if Suho is aware of the other powers of the Shadow Soldiers. Suho is surprised to learn they possess more abilities, but Beru explains that Suho's weak monarch mana prevents him from seeing them. The monster mocks Suho for wielding the Shadow Monarch's power, but Beru is enraged at the insult to his master. The beast is shocked to learn Suho is the descendant of the Shadow Monarch, the biggest rival of the Monarch of Fang. Seizing the moment, Suho throws a spear, which the monster easily breaks. Suho hurls multiple weapons using his authority, but the beast smashes them away. Suho then summons all the hunter's blades in the dungeon and attacks simultaneously. The monster dodges and grows more furious, breaking Suho's sword in a single blow. Realizing close combat is too dangerous, Suho avoids confrontation and keeps his distance, aiming to tire out the monster. The monster taunts Suho, calling him a coward hiding behind the Shadow Monarch's abilities. Suho understands the provocation, but sticks to his plan, dodging attacks and keeping his distance. In a brief moment of reflection, Suho recalls questioning Beru about his true abilities. Beru explained that the restrictions from his childhood were temporary, and that Suho should now consider himself as having regained his former talent. Beru revealed that those dreams about clearing the tower was a test to see if Suho could handle his talent. The enhancements to his body were temporary, but his experiences were valuable. Beru emphasized that Suho's fighting spirit and senses were his true strengths. Suho recalls the powers of his senses and desires a gauntlet. He devises a plan to reshape his extracted shadows into his desired form. Summoning them once more, he is met with the monster's taunts. declaring that no scheme has ever scarred him and warning Suho to give up or face death. As the lichens attack from all sides, the monster skillfully evades them and strikes Suho with his sword. However, Suho's steel-fanged lichen morphs to block the attack. This marks Suho's breakthrough. He can now reshape his extracted shadows, allowing him to form a gauntlet for close combat. He effectively counters the monster's strikes, dominating the fight. Impressed by Suho's ability to use shadow soldiers as weapons with increasing freedom, the monster acknowledges Suho's potential. With his aptitude for the Shadow Authority, Suho, though at the beginning stage, shows extraordinary skills. His increasing aura propels him to deliver powerful blows, eventually landing a crushing punch to the monster's belly. The beast collapses, creating a dust cloud, but rises again, now more enraged. Suho summons all his weapons and wields an axe as the monster, driven mad, attacks recklessly. The monster hits Suho in the back, but the steel lichen protects him. In a swift response, Suho unleashes a series of deadly strikes, ultimately defeating the monster and proving himself as a true prodigy. Standing aside from the core of monsters, Suho embarks on that. Though he got worried about the monster's rank, he never doubted himself to defeat him. Beru also tried to show that he believed in his master, but Suho hushed him. He feels better with his new shadow extraction ability. When he checks his reward, he is surprised to learn a new skill, a Storm Lash, and Rune Stone. It will enable him to strike multiple enemies in one strike. Suho will use the skill professionally, so he tried to test it. He looks for a sword to pursue the skill. The Fang Monarch is humiliated, even at the defeat of his host. The thought that he couldn't bear is that he could accept losing to the Shadow Monarch's descendant, Suho. However, the battle will persist until human greed will. Here, we come to know how Rakan hosts humans. The moment Suho tries to pick up his sword, his curse devours the whole body of the person grabbing it. But Suho picks it up. A blue aura dominates the red one. A system notification prompts that he has obtained an item, Fang of Rakan. Suho liked the sword as an excellent tool to test his skill. But the Fang Monarch is out of his mind because he, the inheritor of the Fang Monarch, couldn't take over him. Suho had the blessings of excellent spellcaster Kandiaru, and with the longevity effect, he is immune to all status effects. Suho tests his Storm/Slash skill with the Fang of Rakan. It shatters stones even far away into pieces. Beru observes him and says that he is reacting differently from the moment he saw Shadow Extraction. The Shadow Authority is thousands of times more incredible than such skill. Listening to this, he feels sad. Meanwhile, Instructor IM becomes conscious but freaks out when he sees the core of strikers before him. Suho said explaining things would take a while, so he shouldn't freak out. Outside the dungeon, there's a lot of activity and noise. Suho, with a serious demeanor, has already rescued several people and is now heading back in to look for any remaining survivors. Instructor IM is puzzled by how vital Suho is, considering he's an E rank with summoning skills, which are usually considered insignificant. However, Suho's actions speak otherwise as he saves multiple workers and ventures back into the dungeon. Once inside, he encounters many wolf monsters and dispatches them with his Shadow Extract concealment ability, which helps him level up. He then stands atop the pile of defeated monsters, while Beru mentions that it's suitable for her experience to increase by killing more of them. Suho notices something strange. The power of his sword suddenly weakens. The sword reveals that it can only work with the descendant of the Shadow Monarch, making Suho realize the significance of the Fang of Rakan. The vengeful spirit of Rakan resides within the sword, and Beru comments on the dubious nature of being more assertive when dealing with someone weaker. The sword defends its ability, suggesting that one always goes after something more substantial in hunting. But the truth remains that Suho is weaker than the sword's host. Despite his efforts, he is defeated. Suho is surprised to hear the sword speak but proceeds into Rakan's domain. There, he finds the bodies of the strikers, and the sword explains that it has killed every intruder as part of its duty to protect the sanctuary of the Fang Monarch. The system notifies him that he can also use shadow extraction in the human corpse. Beru told him as long as it was a corpse, he could turn any of them into his soldier. Suho thinks of it as a great idea, but eventually gives up and carries them away. Upon inquiry by Beru, he told them that if they have to fight for him even after death, then it's punishing them. He asked Beru if the sanctuary they were in was of monarchs. Then he asked about his father killing that monarch if it's related to Idarims. Beru briefs him that Idarism is the current enemy of the monarch. There were 9 monarchs, including his liege, the great Sung Jinwoo, and Ashbourne's successor. He is the current Shadow Monarch and King of the Dead. The Rakan, the Monarch of Fangs, and King of Beasts. Quaratia, Monarch of Plagues and Queen of Insects. Tarnak is the Monarch of the Iron Body and King of Monstrous Humanoids. Baran, Monarch of White Flames and King of Demons. Legia, Monarch of the Beginning and King of Giants. Silid, aka Frost Monarch, Monarch of Frost, and King of Snowfolk. Yogamont, Monarch of Transfiguration and King of Demonic Specters. The Antares, Monarch of Destruction and King of Dragons. The transcendent strength possessed by all 9 monarchs was beyond contemplation. Beru continues to tell him that when 8 of the monarchs invaded Earth, they all died at the hands of his lord. Suho was amazed to know his father killed them all. The sword also said that the Shadow Monarch is his lord's enemy who killed his master, the Fang Monarch. He dares Suho that if he had all of his strength intact, he couldn't wait to kill the descendant of the Shadow Monarch. Suho shares his viewpoint that his father killed the other monarch to protect Earth, and the Rakan is also trying to protect its place from the invaders. So both sides are right from their point of view. But the difference lies in the taking vengeance from the descendant. He further said that if Rakan must protect this place, it wouldn't be foolish to be hostile towards his father, whom the Fang Monarch couldn't defeat. But the sword doesn't seem to understand that. Suho comes straight to the point and proposes a deal to help him, so he will help him protect this place from the Itarims. The Shadow and the Fang fighting on the same battlefront do feel odd, but Suho proposes an excellent deal to him. Outside the dungeon, we see a group of people sitting with Instructor IM for the details of the incident happening at the dungeon. He starts to tell about what happened. He thought for a second that people would treat him better when they saw the results Suho received, even though he is an E rank. Therefore, this would be an excellent opportunity for him to repay his debt. That evening, an article got uploaded onto the internet, and an E rank hunter fearlessly ventured into a dungeon alone to save the higher rank strikers. There are more headlines about the many testimonies of whom he had saved by a hero residing within an E rank. One guy keenly observed the articles and planned to get more porters to cover more details. Black Tortoise Guild, in the second department, Lee Young-ho, feels Suho is an exciting candidate for his guild. He sent his profile of him to his workers, and they were even astonished by his news of clearing the dungeon all alone. He orders his workers to try to contact Suho immediately. After a while, Lee Young-ho asked if Hunter Sung Suho had replied. In his opinion, a beginner like him should have been very happy to receive an invitation from their big guild. But as it turned out, he had declined. Lee Young-ho had a look of shock on his face. He couldn't believe that an E-rank hunter could decline an invitation from a guild as large and powerful as theirs. He asked to double-check if it was a mistake. But no, it was true. Besides, it looked like Sung Suho wasn't planning to join at all. Lee Young-ho couldn't believe that the man who was doing the job of a hunter wasn't going to join a guild. Did he really think he was the S-rank elite? But according to his assistant, all was not lost. After all, clearing the dungeons alone wasn't just difficult, it was almost impossible. He was sure that after some time, he would come to them himself. In the meantime, Suho continued to reject endless offers from guilds. Once he returned from the dungeon, the messages didn't stop coming. In Beru's opinion, many people needed his strength. However, the reality was different. The guilds only offered Suho a job as a collector or a porter. The reason why he wasn't going to join a guild was because it would prevent him from advancing. Joining would mean slowing down his progress. In short, it was useless. Since he was finally done with all those annoying messages, Suho decided to have a conversation with Fang of Rakan. Back in the dungeon, he told Fang of Rakan that the Fang and Shadow aligned with each other. In Fang of Rakan's opinion, it sounded like some nonsense, and he was even surprised that Suho was talking about it so easily. However, there was still a possibility that they would become allies instead of enemies in the future. Fang of Rakan also had a condition. He wanted our hero to take him to another sanctuary of the Fang Monarch. Suho continued his conversation at home and asked Fang if he knew how to get there. He replied that when it came to the Fang Monarch's sanctuary, he could find out its location no matter how far away it was. Now he felt that the gate that led to the shrine had already disappeared. In his opinion, it was because of what people called the dungeon rupture. In simple terms, this place had become a field-type dungeon. That was the name of the dungeon where the abandoned gate had been breached, causing the monsters to break out. Now that everything was clear, Suho had no intention of delaying any longer. After sending his uncle a message asking him not to worry about him, he set off. After a while, he arrived at the protected area. After receiving confirmation from Fang of Rakan that this was indeed the right place, Suho noticed a sign. It said that only members of the Hyena Guild were allowed to enter. It looked like this place was now run by the Hunters Guild. This was a problem, because trespassing on private property was punishable by law. It was also the property of the Hyena Guild itself, which was mostly made up of criminals. Beru immediately disliked the idea. In his opinion, they shouldn't listen to Fang of Rakan, and should rather focus on leveling up. However, Suho seemed to think otherwise. When asked by Beru about what he was up to, our boy replied with anticipation in his voice that he was preparing to enter there. Even the Hyenas Guild wasn't a problem. After all, if they didn't have proof, they would never know who the culprit was. Beru couldn't help but notice that Suho was very reminiscent of his father with his reckless actions. After successfully sneaking into the territory, Suho wondered if the field-type dungeon was always so foggy. Nanny Beru began to explain that the fog was the magical power of outer space. It breaks through dimensional wall, causing ruptures in the worlds. This fog is the reason the sacred ground Fang of Rakan was on broke through the dimension and got linked to Earth. It was as if the otherworldly beings were about to send their army to Earth through a huge hole in the dimension. After all, the more magical power involved, the more it affects movement in space. Simply put, for someone strong to appear, Suho needed to wait. This was time he did not intend to waste. He intended to fully spend the time waiting to level up. Thanks to the local monsters, he had everything he needed to do so. His opponents were Daggerclaw Vriga and Black Shadow Rajan. Their names were orange-colored, which meant Suho would be able to have some fun. In addition, it looked like Fang of Rakan had no intention of staying on the sidelines and wanted to show his strength. To Suho, his words sounded promising. However, he didn't intend to use sword as his main weapon, as he had already figured out how he would fight. And to begin with, Suho planned to use the basic attacks used in the tutorials. Then he would accelerate those attacks with the ruler's power ability. Next, Suho used different weapons to be unpredictable. And finally, the Storm Slash skill left monsters no chance at all. But even that wasn't all. Get more equipment using Shadow Extraction. That was his new and strongest way of fighting. Beru couldn't find the words to express his admiration for our boy. Fang of Rakan remained silent, but he had something to think about. He had just been able to see the power that Suho had managed to inherit from the Shadow Monarch. The more opponents he had, and the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger he became as he picked up the Fallen. In a battle like this, no one had a chance of defeating him. After a while, Suho was facing his new undead army. Thanks to his level up, his intelligence level had also risen. Now the number of summoned creatures had increased to 5. But according to Beru, this was still negligible compared to the old monarch. After a while, Suho managed to get to the right place. At the place where the gate leading to the sanctuary should have been, there was a base. Even at this late hour, there were many people there. Suho thought it was strange, because the best time to fight monsters was during the day. Suddenly, a car came to the base and everything became clear. Our hero was shocked by what he saw. Bound and battered people started coming out of the car, who had clearly not been brought here voluntarily. The members of the Hyenas Guild were really scum. Suho found it hard to believe that such terrible things could still happen in the civilized world. Realizing how this scene might make our hero feel, Beru advised him not to get into a fight. After all, if they were caught trespassing on private property, his status as a hunter would be in danger. But as it turned out, Suho no longer heard him. He rushed towards the bandits without a second thought. Beru could understand his feelings. Suho's father was a police officer, and his grandfather was a legendary firefighter who had saved hundreds of lives. Suho had grown up under their influence since childhood, and now he just couldn't stay away when he saw injustice. Sensing something, the man turned around to check it out. And the first thing he saw was our boy's leg. It was time for justice to be served. His blatant act first, think later approach managed to stop the Hyena Guild member from approaching the bound lady with ill intentions. Sung Suho's feet were planted deeply into the face of the perv, leaving a shoe print on the bastard's cheek. Beru, the sword, and the other supporting cast were left hiding in the foliage while the young monarch wreaked havoc. The bastards of the Hyena Guild were caught off guard. They were not expecting any intrusion into their operation, and now there's a young man going sicko mode on them. Suho's initial strike was supremely effective. The momentum of his fist was top-notch, knocking the perv down to the ground, eating dirt and gravel. The young monarch slowly turned his head to assess the situation. His gaze was as cold as ice. Then came the realization that he had just blown his cover, effectively leaving himself exposed in the middle of a privately owned territory controlled by brutal criminals. His act first, think later approach only works if you have the power to back it up. These hyena bastards could easily turn the story against him, as illegal trespass on another guild's territory is a massive crime. Thankfully, he was quick enough to come up with a simple answer that would get him out of hot water against the law and retaliation. Manipulating some of his shadows, he transformed them into a mask that would effectively hide his identity. With his identity protected, Suho questioned the Hyena Guild for their blatant practice of kidnapping and endangering people. But the hyena punks didn't budge against his questioning. They returned the question instead. As if it wasn't enough to trespass, this masked man was openly attacking them too. One of the officers ordered his men to attack the intruder, to destroy and tear him limb from limb using blade and magic. With Suho's inherent skill and growing experience, he had no trouble evading the rough technique of a hoodlum. Moreover, he did his research against this Hyena Guild. Their average member rank is only D rank. Seeing that these people are bottom dwellers, Suho decided to tone his strength down to prevent any accidental deaths. But even with his suppressed level of strength, he had enough power to blast an enemy away with a well-timed counter. The impact was so forceful that it also took the man along the first victim's path. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Suho did not stop there. He took to the air to drop-kick 2 bastards up front. This absolutely mad lad performed a split in midair, taking out 2 punks at once. Beru watched from the sidelines, impressed with how well the young monarch was moving. He could see that Suho had grown stronger. Those that humans call D-rank awakeners can no longer cause him any trouble. Seeing this incredible pace of improvement deeply moved the shadow ant. Suho, on the other hand, felt that dispatching these enemies came a little too easily. At level 16, he primarily focused all his attribute points on strength while keeping the other ones evenly balanced. After dealing with the criminals in this crooked hyena guild, Suho promptly tied them up together. It was a little villain sleepover. As Suho dusted his hands from all the manual bondage work, Beru praised his clean execution. The kidnapped survivors also came up to Suho to thank him for setting them free from the guild's clutches. When asked if he was a hunter from the Hunter Association, he gave them a roundabout answer. He then told the survivors to escape to a safe place while he cleaned up the area. Luckily, they still had the vehicle used to send them inside the private compound. Suho wondered just why the Hyena Guild was kidnapping folks. Suddenly, the Sword started reacting with their primary goal, which is why they snuck into this place in the first place. They could feel it concealed within the lawless facility of the Hyena Guild. After walking around for a moment, the party reached a structure that looked like a massive warehouse from the outside. Upon seeing what was inside, Suho's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Inside were signs of horrific practices. It looked like a kennel or an inhumane prison, something straight out of a nightmare scenario. Looking to the side, there were remnants of medical paraphernalia. It looked a lot like they were imprisoning people in here and doing God knows what to them. The empty cages with loose chains showed the grim experiences of the people who were held here before. In the midst of all the bad vibes, Beru started sensing a vague energy that was pretty thin but familiar nonetheless. This feeling led them to a cage where a whimpering furry animal was cowering in fear. The poor guy was full of apparent signs of experimentation and unethical medical procedures. Suho looked at the imprisoned animal and became even more confused as to what the Hyena Guild was trying to do. The Sword interjected, correcting Suho that what was in front of them was not a dog. That young wolf behind bars was a descendant of the King of Beasts, the Fang Monarch. It turns out that after being defeated by the Shadow Monarch in war, the King of Beasts assigned a guard to escort his remaining descendants to safety. The king believed that another Fang Monarch would emerge from his bloodline one day. If the loyal Sword was being honest, they weren't even hoping for the birth of another Fang Monarch. They just wished for the descendants of their king to live on. Suho gently carried the puppy away from the enclosure. Beru could sense the vague energy of the Fang Monarch on the little pup. Its vitality had declined so much that if left alone, death would come. Whatever the young monarch wanted to do, Beru would roll with it. The next step was entirely up to Suho. Before they could come up with an answer, a heavy presence of oppression coated the atmosphere. The smell of bloodlust entered the warehouse as the silhouette of a beast headed inside. A gruff and playful voice noted the missing guards in the vicinity. He was expecting a group of intruders, but the culprit was just one guy. Suho hurriedly summoned his mask back up. But upon catching a glimpse of the surprise guest, his blood ran cold. The owner of the gruff voice speaking in perfect human tongue wasn't a human. It was a literal hyena monster. This beast scorned the Hyena Guild for being so useless, as expected of humans. The Sword recognized this guy as Brocky. They were somehow connected back in the day. This lunatic was supposed to be the guard assigned to protect the descendants of the Fang Monarch. Brocky also recognized Rakan's Fang in blade form. Rakan's Fang floated forward. He interrogated Brocky for behaving like a lunatic when he was supposed to be the protector of the king's bloodline. Just what was the Guardian doing for the last puppy to end up in such a miserable state of pain and neglect? Brocky seemed offended by the questioning of his job, and you don't want to see Brocky offended. Within a fraction of a second, he closed the distance between him and Suho. The beast even extended its sharp claws to touch and inspect the human just to intimidate. Brocky claimed that Suho was touching a pup that belonged to him. Overwhelmed by the tension and the monster's speed, Suho tried to lock in. The savage hyena was charging in again. This time he looked a lot more unhinged. Blocking the incoming attack might not be so simple. Still, with a massive speed disadvantage, Suho's reflexes were only fast enough to get a hastily put-together guard block. The initial contact did not hit any vital parts, but the momentum sent him flying into concrete walls, crumbling any unfortunate structures on the way into dust. His crash was so severe and apparent that Beru started panicking for the young monarch's well-being. Zooming out of the perimeter, you could see that a single attack from that hyena produced a wreck of Avengers-level destruction. Beru managed to find the young monarch under the rubble, and he was oddly fine. He was just a little shaken by the attack that hurt the most out of all the times he's been hit recently. He says that, but his head was bleeding quite heavily. He could hear some ringing inside his head too. Sustaining heavy damage was rewarded by the system though. It leveled up his endurance skill, increasing physical resistance from 20% to 40%. Beru shared that he's been sensing vague remnants of familiar energy in the area since earlier. Now he's realizing that he's picking up the signs of Iterim in this compound. More specifically, in that beast called Braki. Hearing that the mysterious Iterim is somehow involved, this just became personal for Suho. Braki was already in the process of retrieving the dying pup, still with the creepy look on his ugly face. Rakan's Fang tried to make sense of what Braki was doing, but the beast really was just batshit crazy. Then Braki explained that there's a reason why he's been able to maintain his high level of strength after losing his sanctuary. He simply chose to shift his perspective that life is all about the survival of the fittest. The fate of the weak is up to the whims of the strong. That's why it's natural for the weak puppies to sustain the strong. This brat they're calling the descendant of the Fang monarch was nothing but the best source of nutrition around for someone like Braki. If presented with the tastiest dish imaginable, you would eat it too. In Braki's case, he's been regularly consuming the puppy's blood, extracting the Fang monarch's essence through the bloodlines. Hearing this treasonous monster explain his crimes made Rakan's Fang furious, wanting to kill Braki if it was the last thing he'd do. But the hyena just laughed at his outrage. Braki asserted that Rakan died simply due to the fact that he was weak. As for himself, he has survived for so long because he's one of the strongest people. Just as he was proclaiming to be the only fitting candidate to be the next Fang monarch, a sneak attack loosened his grip on the puppy. Braki reacted fast. His reflexes were out of this world, his bloodlust even more so. But Beru was even faster in retrieving the weak wolf pup. He even snickered at the enemy's pathetic speed. After securing the pup, Beru got out of there in one quick movement. Suho then called the Fang of Rakan to his hand as he faced the real boss of the hyena guild. His synchronicity with the blade was a sight to behold. The hostage was safe. It was time to go all out. It's a good thing that the Fang was pissed to death with Braki. They could use that anger to settle some business with the beast. With a common enemy, they could finally show the world the first alliance between Shadow and Fang. Iterim better pay attention. This Braki fellow represented Suho's first clue regarding the mystery of his father. This battle-tested savage beast trusted by the Fang monarch wouldn't give up that clue so easily, for sure. As Braki's anger flared up with a murderous scream, one of his eyes lit up with a golden sigil. At the same time, Suho received the emergency quest to hunt the hyena. He must take down Braki and reach safety. Beru, stuck babysitting on the sidelines, was almost driven to tears as he couldn't do much but watch the fight from a safe distance to protect the pup. Speaking of the pup, all the chaotic sounds of fighting must have woken him up. Even the simple process of slowly opening his eyes made the puppy struggle. The sight he saw was the young monarch's back standing proud against Braki. Shadow and Fang casually dusted the damage sustained earlier, standing in front of the beast for the actual fight. Suho fixed his eyes on the hyena. He even tied a bandana on his forehead to look dope as hell. At least now it's clear where the hyena guild got their name, those uncreative bastards. But how did a monster make a guild that kidnaps people? Could it have something to do with Iterim? As Braki exited the warehouse, he saw the hyena guild members tied up neatly. They were respectfully pleading for Mr. Braki to set them free, the fear apparent in their voices. The goon up front warned Braki that Suho was not an average guy, and that they needed to work together against this unknown enemy. Hearing this imminent increase in troublesome enemies, Suho was prepared to charge in and stop that team from happening. He drew his blade fast, but the beast opened its jaw and showed its fangs even faster. Its target wasn't the young monarch, but his own guild members. In one swift motion of a brutal bite, Braki made the heads of his men lunch in one chomp. Blood spurted all over the place as the disembodied heads moved to the monster's stomach. Suho was flabbergasted, stunned even. He was not expecting to see such a severe case of friendly fire. Braki explained that he did not need a bunch of humans telling him that he needed help. Those who don't know their place are immediately executed. That's his law. Seeing just how ruthless this monster was, Suho knew that such evil could not be left to roam the world free. Braki must answer his sins under the blade. Unfortunately, Suho's blade and the raw power behind it were not quite enough to pierce through the monstrous hyena's hands. He gritted his teeth and drove the pressure down even harder, but it did not show any signs of budging. He was angry, extremely so. This bastard viewed humans like filth to the point of daring to kill multiple people without batting an eye. Braki just repeated that the right to live as a weakling is determined by those who hold power. With this reasoning, he could practically do whatever he wanted. He's so deep in his delusion that he would take everything he wanted. With one claw strike, he sent Suho flying to the steel containers once again. This time, the young monarch was prepared to bounce back after just a few moments. Against an enemy as experienced as Braki, letting his guard down for even just a moment could spell life or death. Thankfully, he was able to dodge the follow-up bite that went on to make a crater on the ground. Brocky was so fast that it almost felt like fighting two enemies at once. 1 minute he was on your right, the next he was already targeting your left. Impressively, Suho was managing the head-to-head battle of pure animalistic instincts quite well. Brocky was not a typical opponent though. Every move he made had the profound weight of destruction. While executing the complex moves of a hungry beast, he looked like he was making a mockery of his prey, with that insulting grimace permanently etched on his face. Then came the claw attack so powerful that it sliced the air and every structure that happened to be on the way. Brocky noticed that his over-the-top attack did not quite land on the target though. He tried to look around and regain clarity, but the young monarch had already enacted his plan to go from the monster's blind spot to the sky. From up above, he utilized his downward force to increase the velocity of the storm slash, pushing it to the limit to wound the troublesome hyena. Sure, he managed to make the beast bleed in multiple places, but the cuts were too shallow, failing to deal significant damage. Brocky laughed, teasing the Fang of Raycon for being such a disappointingly dull relic of the Fang monarch. Carelessly running his mouth without paying attention to the enemy opened Brocky to a painful stab in the back. Suho pretty much turned the tables completely at this point, but he was not finished yet. While lodged deep in the monster's flesh, he ordered the Fang of Raycon to spin and carve a way out of the monster's body. The Fang spun out, still thinking why the loyal Brocky would change so drastically like this. This crazed dog, filled with hate and greed, used to respect and pledge his allegiance to Lord Raycon. What made him transform into something so unsightly is still a mystery. If you directly asked Brocky, he would answer that he used to respect Raycon. But there's a particular group of entities that made his perception change. They're known by their golden sigil. That same golden sigil was etched into Brocky's left eye. With his principles being put into question, the monster's brain must have been plunged into turmoil, leading to an even more aggressive series of attacks. He swiped his claws with full motion, seemingly trying to shut down anyone in his path. Brocky's tone eventually devolved into an even crazier cadence. He claimed that he never respected the king of beasts. He merely had no choice but to yield in front of Raycon's strength. But now that he's awake, he won't go back to the life of a weakling, forced to kneel to higher powers. Demonstrating his resolve, Brocky broke Raycon's fang by force, shattering most of its blade into 1,000 little pieces. Suho made the grave mistake of trying to move towards a fallen comrade while the enemy was still in the vicinity. Brocky made him pay for this blunder. Fighting something as brutal as the hyena, Suho couldn't afford to worry about others. He should just focus on his own survival. The hyena's punch was a one-way ticket to untold agony. The damage made it feel like his bones were getting crushed. Any ordinary guy would have passed out and given in to the pain. But when Suho thought of his dad fighting literal gods by himself, he couldn't help but feel pumped. While Sung Jinwoo was busy with the bigger picture, his son couldn't fall into the hands of an insignificant monster. Suho called the power of shadows to coat his fists, bending the impressive power into the form of a gauntlet. A punch with this glove, he nearly rocked the hyena away by sheer force. Suho knew that this was one of those moments when he had to stand tall. Beru continued watching with the tense fear of the young monarch falling in battle, but it looked like he was keeping up with Brocky's intensity. To the side, Raycon's fang now looked like a sad piece of scrap equipment discarded on the ground. From the broken blade, the power of the Fang monarch started seeping away. Perhaps this was the end of the once illustrious family. The survival of the successor and the future of the Fang. Are they really leaving this all in the hands of Sung Suho? The Fang refused to go down so pathetically. He wanted to fight. He then saw the last descendant of the Fang monarch, a small puppy with horrific wounds, trying to stand up on his own. This was the successor of Lord Raycon. The blood of a monarch was not letting this proud beast go down without a fight. The sword finally realized what needed to be done all along. On the main field, Suho was still slugging it out with the hyena monster. He was at a disadvantage when it came to size, power, and everything else. But having his shadow armament was keeping him in contention. The sword and the descendant watched as a single human fought for their sakes. They couldn't help but feel inspired by Suho's fighting spirit. Raycon's Fang could now remember the last helpful thing he could do in such a poor and dying condition. He could just give his remaining power to the bloodline's successor, healing its past injuries and strengthening its small frame. The heir took in the power of Raycon's will smoothly, growing in size at an unreal pace. Back in the field, Brocky was still darting all around the place. He was equally accurate and unpredictable. Suho, even with his rapidly improving battle sense, could not come up with a better answer than blocking. After being depleted of his energy from the non-stop exchanges, Suho could barely keep his head upright from exhaustion. He felt the frustration of weakness seeping into his bones. With his remaining 21 HP, he would undoubtedly die if Brocky even grazed him with another heavy-duty attack. But the young monarch still managed to stand up, raising his fists to square up. He thought he was stronger than this. Braki increased the spiritual pressure, praising Suho for being better than a regular human pest. But the time for playing was done, and Braki wanted blood. Lunging in with his devious grin, his fangs aimed at Suho's head. Still reeling from his injuries that brought his HP to kill range, Suho couldn't possibly evade or block the incoming sharp attack. As he was cursing his luck, another entity literally jumped into the fray. It looked like a wolf wrapped with a golden aura. It had jaws and fangs strong enough to pierce through Braki's tough fur and skin, stopping the animal's attack. Suho was supposed to go down miserably, but this unknown beast just came in, clutched to save him at the last minute. Braki lifted his head, the golden sigil in his eye glowing brighter at the sight of the wolf. That bite wound looked nasty. Pools of dark blood flowing out of multiple wounds made it quite painful for the crazy hyena. After inflicting a troublesome injury on Braki, the golden wolf with a mark on its forehead landed beside Suho. The look of rage in the wolf's eyes when it looks at the hyena is thick and bloody. Suho's system informed him that the successor of the Fang had shown respect for his fighting spirit. As a result, the successor was now formally requesting to be a part of his party. This means that Baby Wolf somehow turned into a full-grown beast while he was fighting against Braki. The direct descendant of the Fang monarch wanted to form an alliance with him. Braki was surprised that Rakan's heir was able to absorb mana from Rakan's Fang. Suho was also surprised by the sword's action and his sacrifice. He sacrificed himself to save the heir and give him strength in battle. Rakan's heir was still waiting to see what Suho would decide and whether he would accept him as an ally. But there was no reason for him to worry. Our hero had planned to work together with Fang from the very beginning, so there was no difference. Suho accepted the offer and pressed the yes button. Now he was successfully recruited successor of the Fang as his ally. Suddenly things didn't go according to plan and Suho's mind was flooded with memories. They belonged to the heir of Rakan. It was the first days after they lost the war to the Shadow Monarch. Then he had been left alone with Braki, who had not yet become crazy. That Braki believed that in the end, this world was about survival of the fittest, and they as those who defeat will lose much. But for the prosperity of the Fang, Rakan's heir must become stronger. Braki protected and cared for the little wolf as best he could, until one day when everything changed abruptly. The little wolf was beaten and scared to death. They came, the Ataram messengers. Braki tried to protect Rakan's heir, but was defeated and forced to kneel. Defeated and humiliated, he asked only one question. Why hadn't they finished him off yet? The main figure among all these figures was the child, and it was because Braki seemed to be useful to him that he was still alive. This strange child chose him, and the woman brought the glowing stone to his eyes. As soon as the stone touched his eye, Braki experienced indescribable pain and his scream filled the cave. The little wolf wanted to help him, but there was nothing he could do. Now the hyena Braki had new masters and they gave him a new mission. From then on he had to capture humans alive and bring them to his new masters. The thing that the child planted in Braki's brain would increase his power and help him accomplish his mission. Though the ultimate effect of this power was up to the user, he was curious to see the result. Rakan's heir wept at the sight of the torment his protector had to endure. But even he realized that Braki was no longer the same as before. The power given by the child twisted Braki's desires, and he became a power-hungry, bloodthirsty monster. He remained that way until he met Suho. Coming to his senses after the flashback, our hero realized that he had seen the memories of Fang's heir. He was most interested in the bastards who had planted something in Braki's eye. Perhaps they are the ones who are connected to Itarim, and are carrying out his dirty plans in this world. Then it appears that Fang's heir is not trying to take revenge on Braki, but to save his friend who has gone mad. If Braki's mission is so closely tied to these bastards' plans, then Suho must defeat him right here and now to put an end to it all. There was only one small problem. Suho didn't have the power to do that right now. Luckily, there was a notification from the system about a new quest, thanks to the recruitment of the ally. The quest was called Monarch's Heirs, and to complete it, our hero needed to find all 8 heirs of the monarchs and recruit them as allies. As a bonus, thanks to the alliance with the Fang heir, Suho and the little wolf gained bond skill. Their combined power was simply explosive, and literally so. Braki was blinded. Baru too was barely holding on, and couldn't believe that the young monarch was experiencing something completely different from what the old monarch had faced. Braki wasn't sure what it really was either, but he wasn't going to just stand by and let Suho do what he was going to do. With all his might, he lunged forward, and he put all the power he had into that punch. The blow hit its target and the shockwave kicked up all the dust in the neighborhood. There was silence and the dust began to dissipate. Suho was more alive than ever, and now easily held the distraught hyena by the arm. Despite Braki's attempts, the bond skill was successfully applied. When combining the power with Fang's heir, Suho became much stronger. Thanks to this bond skill, our hero gained the power of the beast. Using this skill consumed 1 unit of mana every second. This skill can be combined with the skill successor of the Fang to become even stronger and get a sense of the beast. Brocky was surprised that the successor was consumed, but was not going to retreat. However, his chance to win was already gone. Suho easily dodged all of his attacks. He felt his body light and felt that his senses had become sharper. This allowed him to dodge with the slightest movements, and to clearly sense the moment when he could deliver one precise, devastating blow. The blow was so powerful that Brocky was lost in what was happening. He simply couldn't believe that it was the same kid as before. However, even so, with the power bestowed by those strange figures, he was sure he couldn't lose. If he lost, he would be deprived of everything. Fueled by rage, he rushed forward again, but Suho easily blocked his blow. Even Baru was surprised that the young monarch's mana had increased so quickly. Brocky didn't care about any of that. He didn't know what schemes our hero was cooking up, but he couldn't afford to lose to the human. He was sure that in the end, the difference in strength was determined by the difference in species. So he felt despair at the weakness of his opponent's flesh. Their counterblows met, and the force from the impact was incredible. But in the end, Brocky was wrong. His flesh and fist was weaker and was thrown aside, whereas Suho remained steadfast and even gained a new skill, martial arts. This is a passive skill that does not consume mana and allows the awakened to become more skilled at martial arts. Also, the damage dealt by bare hands is increased by 33%. Beru was furious that some pathetic dog dared to talk about species differences in front of the young monarch. There is no species higher than a shadow monarch who is a top apex predator. Brocky was shocked to hear this. It meant that this child was the son of the shadow monarch he hated so much and wanted revenge. But that was not destined to happen. Suho's foot strike had sealed him so deeply into the ground that all thoughts of revenge were gone. The ground around him could not withstand the impact either. Finally, silence fell over the forest. Suho deactivated the bond skill, returning to his normal appearance. Fang's air immediately separated from him. Even the dying Brocky was captivated by his obsession to become stronger, and repeated it over and over again. He had to become stronger. Rakan's air approached him and only whimpered softly. Brocky was dying, and it only a couple of seconds before he died that the stone planted in his eye began to dissipate, and he finally remembered. He remembered the reason he wanted to get stronger so badly, all to protect Rakan's air. And now he was angry at himself for not being able to do so. With a parting howl, the little wolf gave his old friend a goodbye, and Suho got the notification that the hyena Brocky had been defeated, thanks to which he raised the level twice. And the rest of the story you will see very soon. The main thing, do not forget to put a like below the video and subscribe to the channel. With Brocky the hyena defeated, lying lifeless on the floor, the Fang's heir cautiously approached the corpse of his guardian. Sung Suho and Baru watched quietly from afar as the young pup mourned for Brocky. The shadow praised the young monarch for surpassing his limits and dealing with the vicious problem at hand. Baru said that he had felt Ataram's energy from the hyena earlier. Coincidentally, Suho was able to take a quick look at the early memories of the Fang's heir after they fused together. He saw what looked like hunters who entered the dungeon that Brocky was guarding and put something inside the beast's eye. Those hunters could be linked to the big picture, but their objective for attacking Brocky in the first place was still unclear. Beru reckoned that those hunters weren't official members of Ataram, as the outer gods wouldn't do the dirty work themselves. They tend to use apostles to mess with the world's causality. But the hunters were undoubtedly related to the invasion. They may be the apostles planted on Earth. It would be great if they had more information, as losing the trail of Itarim at this dead end would not be ideal. Beru had a way of getting some more info out of this situation though. Since Brocky had memories of those apostles, the shadow ant could devour the hyena's corpse and parse through his memories. He'd also recover some mana in the process. That's killing two birds with one stone. Suho didn't know that Beru's devour had such an effect, but that would definitely be useful for information gathering. He turned back to the Fang's heir. He saw the mixture of grief and anger in the young pup's eyes. The young man sat beside the young pup and formally extended an invitation to come along with him to a place they could both benefit from. The Fang's heir seemed flighty and distrusting. He was not a stranger to betrayals after all, but the young man's words and smile beckoned trust. The pup accepted the invitation by showing his affection and playfully licked Suho's face. That place Suho was talking about was the place only accessible through his special key. He opened the portal to the domain of shadows and left Baru to do his job and take care of Brocky's remains. The ant still could not get used to the young monarch's kindness and trust. Suho and the Fang's heir entered the bleak domain, a ruined cityscape surrounded by unnaturally sharp earthen formations. Beru quickly dealt with his assignment and tagged along. He was curious why the young monarch would come to the dungeon after such an intense fight instead of going home. Suho reckoned that this place would be the perfect spot for the Fang's heir to live. Of course, no sane person would willingly stay and live in the shadow dungeon. But the young pup had lost his guardian, and his sanctuary was gone. But now that he had allied with Suho, he'd be taken care of. Wagging his tail, the Fang's heir turned to Suho and asked the young man to give him a name. Since his fur was as gray as can be, Suho thought that gray would be a fitting name. Beru could not help but feel like Suho's naming sense was too similar to his dad, Sung Jinwoo. Gray seemed to like his new name. He had fully accepted Suho as a teammate with trust and respect. The young monarch partitioned a decent portion of the Shadow Dungeon and designated the forested area as the Fang's territory to use as Gray sees fit. He turned to Beru to ask what the descendant of the Fang monarch would eat. Since the Fang's bloodline runs in Gray's veins, he could practically eat any living organism or monster. That should be easy to supply. Feeding the wolf pup should not be too hard. Since there were still a lot of monsters Suho hadn't gotten rid of yet in the area, Gray could help do some cleaning up in his new territory. As soon as the Fang's heir picked up the scent of the monsters in the area, his mouth watered at the thought of goblin meat. The first goblin he encountered suffered a terrible fate, bitten through the neck with its head chopped off cleanly. Gray seemed to be doing fine on his own, even against a basic goblin party, so Suho could just chill on top of the trees to watch the slaughter. This gave him time to sort out the things he obtained from the fight with the hyena. His quest rewards included 5 additional ability points and the title of Wolf Slaughterer. With this new title, his overall stats would increase by a whopping 40% when fighting against beast-type monsters. The young man scratched his head. He obtained the title of Wolf Slaughterer when Brocky was a hyena. The system must be drunk or something. There was also the matter of the new quest called the Monarch's Heirs. The system basically asked him to find the other heirs of the deceased monarchs and add them to the team. Even Sung Jinwoo did not receive anything like this. Beru heard that the level-up system granted to Suho was tailored and made for the young monarch. It had been revised to remove the ill intentions of the original system. Back then, the system's objective was to forcefully develop the human known as Sung Jinwoo. It was made by the architect to mold the perfect vessel for the Shadow Monarch. Sung Jinwoo's soul was supposed to be destroyed once that objective was achieved. But he was built different, and he managed to go against the system itself. He defied logic and ultimately became the Shadow Monarch himself. Suho's current system doesn't necessarily aim to create a new Shadow Monarch, as there could only be one in this universe. His system was built to adapt to the direction of his personal advancement, acting as a guide. If any new functions or quests appear, then they must have popped up to aid his growth. It would be up to Suho to identify what his system's endgame would look like. Opening the status window, he had finally reached level 16 with some decent stat spread and an arsenal of skills to back it up. After hearing Beru's take on his system, it finally made sense why his class was still indicated as none. Compared to the time when he was chased around by the vicious Mistborns at level 1, his stats and skill selection had already improved by leaps and bounds. However, this was not nearly enough. Looking at his fight against Brocky, if it weren't for Gray and the bond skill that bailed him out, he would have been torn to shreds by the hyena. If the quests given by the system were in line with his goals, then clearing them would undoubtedly lead him to find his parents eventually. Jumping back down to the ground, Suho asked Beru how the analysis of Brocky's memories went. Unfortunately, the ant did not find anything related to the Ataram apostles that brainwashed Brocky. But that does not mean that he did not find any clue. He saw some memories of the humans who created the Hyena Guild for Brocky. Visions of them kidnapping humans for some reason. Beru managed to dig up the name of another guild connected to this sprawling conspiracy. The Grim Reaper Guild. If they could dig into this guild's dealings, they could find out more about Itarim's activities. In the Grim Reaper Guild's skyscraper headquarters, a phone rang, and a man sitting in a massive corner office answered. On the other end of the line was a man named Im Taegyu, who was out in Southeast Asia helping with a high-profile raid. But Im Taegyu was more concerned about the news of the Hyena Guild's criminal activities that were directly connected to their guild. Lee Min-sung tried to change the topic, but Taegyu refused to drop the subject. Taegyu found out that Min-sung had been doing some kind of commission with the criminals in the Hyena Guild, a connection that the association would inevitably uncover in the investigation. Min-sung argued that he could just mobilize their army of lawyers and insulate the Grim Reaper Guild from the association's queries. Even so, Taegyu warned the arrogant Min-sung not to be overconfident. They might be able to skirt around the law, but the association's chairman is a different story. It would be up to Min-sung to clean up the mess before Taegyu comes back to Korea. As soon as the call ended, Lee Min-sung erupted in anger at how bossy Im Taegyu had become. That guy used to be just his driver, but he had since changed after awakening as an S-rank talent. With his superhuman strength and annoyance, Min-sung smashed his office desk into smithereens. Even with the information he got from the survivors of the incident, the only info he had regarding the man who defeated Brocky and the Hyena Guild was that it was a young hunter who wore a black mask. Min-sung does not have the time to deal with a problem he has no information on. Right now, Grim Reaper Guild's vice CEO, A-rank hunter, Lee Min-sung, would rather focus on his business centered around a little sphere of power. They called this a Hunter Awakening stimulant, a drug named Stardust. If this venture went well, Minsung believed that no one would be able to look down on him anymore. Gray continued to tear through the helpless goblins using his claws and fangs, making a bloody mess of the monsters. As he gained more experience, his fighting style continued to develop beautifully. Beru urged the young pup to grow stronger so he could protect Suho. The ant even assigned Gray his own nickname, Growl. Suho was just glad the young wolf was adapting faster than he thought. Suddenly, the young man was surprised to see a system prompt notifying him that he would get 50% of EXP from Gray's kills. He turned to Beru, wondering if this EXP share feature was also supposed to be included in the original system. The shadow ant wasn't sure either, but it was similar to Sung Jinwoo getting EXP when his shadow soldiers hunted. It was more like an in-game party system. Although it was only 50%, it was basically free automatic level ups. In that case, Gray should hunt even more monsters to farm more EXP. Hearing that made the young wolf shiver. Suho was suddenly alerted by another status window. After killing a certain number of Shadow Dungeon monsters, a quest requirement had been fulfilled. The daily cleanup quest has arrived. Within the day, he would need to kill 100 goblins, 10 goblin commanders, and 1 goblin centurion. True to its name, this was your run-of-the-mill cleanup quest. When there are quests, there are rewards to be harvested. With the daily tag, it must mean he could repeatedly grind this one out every day. The system is basically pushing Suho to take over the Shadow Dungeon permanently. Killing this many goblins should not be a problem, but the issue was finding 100 goblins in such a massive area. Fortunately, he had just the thing to solve that problem, chilling in his inventory. It was the E-rank horn flute that goblin centurions use to summon subordinates. Luckily, he got this equipment drop back in his first Shadow Dungeon run. Without hesitation, Suho blew on the horn as hard as he could to summon the goblins in the vicinity. It did not take too long for the hordes of green critters to march in the party's direction. Seeing a human, a shadow ant, and a wolf in their homeland, the monsters charged forward with murderous intent. The existence of the horn flute was a massive time saver. They wouldn't have to find goblins. The goblins would flock to them instead. Suho clenched his fist and met the charging goblins head-on. The force behind his raw punch was so powerful that it tore a hole through a poor goblin's body without resistance. Suho continued testing his raw strength with more brutal punches. He made one goblin's face cave in with a single strike. Alone in the midst of a goblin downpour, the young monarch showed them the difference between a literal god and a mere monster. Fighting goblins had already become boring with how easy it was. But since he was required to kill a lot of them, he could give himself a little handicap to make it more fun. He blew the horn flute once more, attracting the attention of a nearby goblin tribe. Then he did it again and riled up monsters from far and wide. After some more blowing, a fearsome army of goblins had gathered at their location, eager to attack with their lives on the line. Suho reckoned he would need at least these many enemies to make the fight more interesting. Using the corpses of the first ones he killed with his bare hands, he ordered his shadow army to arise. Gray fought alongside Suho, menacingly tearing through the paper-thin defense of the green bastards. The shadow goblins were also putting in work, mercilessly tearing through enemy lines without fear of death. As for Suho, he looked like a professional MMA fighter beating up a bunch of bloodthirsty kids. It didn't take long for the party to accomplish the daily quest for Shadow Dungeon cleanup. Gray had fought for 3 hours straight, and he was too exhausted from the intensity of trying to keep up with Suho. Surrounded by more than 100 goblin corpses in all directions, the system asked Suho if he would like to check his rewards. He stared at the system prompt for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating something. Suho believed the quest's numbers looked a little strange. The quest had been completed, but killing a surplus of goblins still increased the number past the 100 kills required. He smirked, thinking he had just stumbled upon something extra interesting. If the count continued to increase, then there could be a hidden reward or something. He wanted to use this chance to experiment with the quest counter even more. Gray's exhausted self didn't like the sound of that at all. By the end of the hunt, the party managed to kill 200 goblins, 20 goblin commanders, and 2 goblin centurions, precisely double the initial cap. Double the fatigue for the poor young wolf, too. He was basically a wiped-out ghost at this point. Suho was right to think there was a hidden reward for performing above the system's standard. Upon checking the rewards, he was granted an instant status recovery, 3 ability points, and an option between a random blessed box or a random cursed box. He accepted the first reward, and his body was filled with vitality, recovering to perfect condition as though he had just leveled up. He could also bank this instant recovery to use in a more dire situation, like in the middle of a fight. As for the second reward, it was just a few extra ability points, but he recognized that these points would get harder and harder to come by as he leveled up more, so free daily points were much appreciated. The last reward presented him with 2 intriguing choices. A random blessed box would provide the player with an item he wants. while the random cursed box would provide the player with an item he needs. If Suho got what he wanted, he wouldn't get what he might need, and vice versa. What he wanted was too vague, and he was in need of many different things. So he decided to choose the random cursed box. Inside was an item called Vulcan's Horn. It was a scaly, heavy gauntlet fit for his fighting style. It was made from the horn of the avaricious demon, Vulcan. It would increase physical damage by 30% and could devour demon souls to become stronger. Turning ordinary shadow soldiers into weapons would be impractical, so he needed a separate armament. This gauntlet was perfect for that. Suho immediately tried that badass weapon on, and the fit was practically perfect. He was excited by the ability to hunt demons and increase his new toy's damage output with every kill. It was a little heavy, so he decided to invest more points into strength. All he needed was some demons to hunt, and he could grow this thing to terrifying heights. Suddenly he noticed Gray's trust level in Suho had changed from respect to fear. Beru had to remind the young monarch that the Fang's heir wasn't a shadow soldier with infinite stamina. It was a good thing the hunt was finished, and Suho had to take care of a few things in the outside world. Upon exiting the Shadow Dungeon, Suho locked in on the Grim Reaper Guild, which was supposed to be connected with the Hyena Guild. Just as he was thinking about where to start his investigation, his phone started buzzing with messages. Instructor Im had been spamming him with requests for help. Not too long after that, Suho found himself in Soul Station Field, a notorious danger zone. Instructor Im was already suited up on site and waiting for Suho's arrival. He was supposed to go into a dungeon today, but the whole collecting team ghosted him at the last minute. None of his coworkers turned up for work. Those jerks probably went somewhere to drink together without including him. Seeing his instructor in need of help, Suho offered his assistance. If he was going in as a member of the collection team, he would have to wear protective clothing before entering. Working as a collector was a lot more dangerous than working as an excavator after all. While the excavation team only goes in after the hunt is done, the collecting team sticks closely behind the strike team to take care of the monster corpses. The protective clothing would shield them from sudden ambushes, thorns, scales, or any of the million things that could injure them inside. Fascinated, Suho went ahead and put on the protective equipment. Finally, the strike team arrived, and they were not happy to see only 2 people in the collection team. Im bowed his head and apologized profusely for the absence of the rest of the team. But they were supposed to be under contract, and the strike team had paid the Grim Reaper Guild a lot of cash for the entrance ticket to this dungeon. The leader of the strike team threatened to report them to the association if they lagged and slowed down the hunt. Im Dog-yoon was forced to take the threats. He wasn't even the collection team leader, but he was the one getting the heat. He could only rely on Suho from this point onwards. Suho eyed the strike team and counted 4 D-rank magic-type hunters, 5 D-rank combat-type hunters, and 1 C-rank healer. That angry guy who shouted at them must be the healer and strike team leader. Through the random cursed box, Suho got something he would need. Given that Vulcan's horn devours demon souls, it wouldn't be too absurd to expect it to come in handy in this dungeon. Instructor Im's timely call and a field-type dungeon owned by the Grim Reaper Guild. Everything might not be as simple as it seemed. Deep inside this dungeon's grimy walls, the agonized screams of the Mistborns echoed. In front of them stood full-fledged demons that didn't belong on Earth. There were 3 of them, each one uglier than the last, and they looked like bad news. Suho's intuition was already telling him that something dangerous was bound to happen. The strike team worked fast. They immediately went into hunting mode as soon as they had a clear view of the target. Melee fighters and tanks were at the front, while magic casters stayed at the back with the healer. They adopted a simple yet effective combat formation. Just a few meters ahead, some scaly lizard beasts crept and crawled on the floor. Since the collection team only consisted of 2 people, the strike team leader assigned them much closer to the action so they could collect quickly. Instructor Im was scared, but Suho didn't mind being closer to the fight. In fact, he was disappointed to see regular lizard monsters instead of demons to feed his Vulcan's horn. At least he would get the chance to see how hunter parties typically fought up close and personal. Through this, he could learn how different types of fighters use their specialties. He retrieved the key from his inventory and quietly opened the Shadow Dungeon to summon his new helpers. Through the daily cleanup quest, he had managed to store some goblin commanders and goblin centurion corpses in his domain. With the increase in his intelligence stat, his shadow soldier limit had increased to 7. After a few minutes, the strike team finally finished dealing with the first wave of monsters. The leader decided they needed to take a breather before pushing further. He reckoned that even if they wanted to hunt more, there was no way a 2-member collection team could keep up with their pace. Their logistic support was holding them back, but when he looked back, he saw 7 goblins working together seamlessly to load lizard monster corpses onto their carts. They had already finished the collection. Fascinated, the team leader asked Suho if he had summoned these little goblins. The young monarch did not bother denying it. Instead of picking another fight, the team leader grabbed Suho's hands and gripped them tightly. He desperately pleaded with Suho to become an exclusive collection team member of his strike team. But this was just an impromptu side gig for the young man. The team leader offered to pay him the highest possible salary based on the market, but his recruitment attempts were interrupted by a disturbance brewing ahead. The scouts had discovered a normal person's corpse along the way. The team leader quickly checked it out, and they arrived at the spot where the abnormal corpse had been spotted. Seeing that the body was wearing everyday accessories, it was highly likely this was just a normal person, not even a hunter. What was odd was the presence of burns around the lifeless body, even though they had never heard of any monster using fire in Seoul Station. But the two-man collection team was familiar with that fire, those burns, and that ghostly appearance. Suho told the team leader they were likely looking at a Mistborn. As far as every hunter knows now, Mistborns was a new type of monster that burned with an eerie blue flame. Instructor Im corroborated the identification. He had seen some up close after all. Then, the scouts ahead started finding even more dried-up Mistborn corpses. This spooked some of the hunters. They turned to the captain for their next move, with some considering stopping the hunt and reporting the incident to the association first. The team leader admitted that this was a strange phenomenon. Normal civilians had turned into deathly burning monsters, but he was confident the party was strong enough to handle what lay ahead without any issues. Finally, he decides to ignore the bad omen and orders his men to get ready to push even deeper, shocking Suho. This was not the time to take such risks. He tried to warn them that these Mistborns were very dangerous, but the strike captain asserted that he was the one calling the shots. The collection team should just shut up, follow behind, and do their jobs. Instructor Im was not ready to see Mistborns again. He already had enough trauma from before. Suho turned to him and warned him to be ready to use his running ability at any moment. If something went wrong, the anxiety-ridden instructor would have to run for his life. They had no idea what lay ahead of these abandoned train tracks after all. Deeper in the tunnels of Seoul Station, the blue flame of the Mistborns burned bright, except they weren't using it to attack. The blue fire was being used to burn their bodies instead. People had been captured, transformed, tied up in a formation, and burned in a hellish blaze while literal demons watched from the sidelines. Beastmass complained that their flames weren't nearly strong enough as they had a firewood supply problem that urgently needed fixing. Insect had just received news that there was a problem at their regular supply grounds and that the firewood wasn't moving smoothly. They might have to ask that human to come up with a new way to get supplies. Beastman concurred that they urgently needed replenishment. It seemed he had a hard time speaking human language. It was simply a pain in the ass that the pathetic Hyena Guild, their firewood supplier, had been taken down so easily. At this rate, their stardust production output would lag behind that of the other factories. Just then, Beastman started sensing the presence of a few people above. It seemed some foolish hunters had arrived just in time to solve their firewood problem. Beastman volunteered to take care of the hunters while the other two continued preparing the summoning ritual. They reminded him to capture the hunters alive. Taking his great blade, Beastman followed the scent of the foolish intruders. Meanwhile, the strike team pushed deeper and deeper into the abandoned tracks of Seoul Station, killing many lizard monsters along the way and slowly depleting their stamina. The strike captain healed some of his men's minor injuries while celebrating today's bountiful harvest. Everyone was glad they had continued hunting instead of retreating. It also helped that they had an outstanding collection team today. The strike captain was in such a good mood that he contemplated using something he had been saving for the right moment. He had a single sphere of stardust in his pocket. The other hunters knew this was a miracle mana amplification stimulant that was selling like hotcakes. It was hard to come by, even if the effects only lasted a week. Nevertheless, it could increase the rank of a lower-ranked hunter by 1. If the strike captain consumed it now, his mana would soar above C rank. Distracted by the stardust, no one saw the threat looming in the dark. The Beastman demon closed the distance between himself and the hunting party in the blink of an eye. His presence triggered everybody's fight-or-flight response instantly. He raised his massive great blade and slashed it down on the strike captain's shoulder, trying his hardest to hold back and keep the firewood alive. The poor captain didn't even get to taste the stardust he had splurged on as it scattered on the ground. Finally realizing that an enemy had reached their location, and seeing the captain knocked out cold and bleeding profusely, the rest of the party didn't know what to do. In front of them was a monster that could speak human language, albeit a little broken and awkward. Whatever the case, they needed to lock in, or they'd undoubtedly get wiped out. Beastman carefully counted his targets, pointing his great sword at the scared hunters one by one. There were a total of 10 people in this narrow railroad tunnel. It would be tough, but it was absolutely doable. To ensure he could capture everyone alive to use as firewood, the demon took out a stardust sphere from his pocket. Everyone instantly recognized that sphere in the beast's hand, but they were not expecting to see a monster consume this miracle drug. Beastman opened his maw and shoved his entire hand and arm deep into his throat, getting that ball of power deep inside. The remaining D and C ranked hunters charged forward, hoping to gang up on the enemy before the Stardust took effect. Unfortunately for them, Stardust was fast-acting, and its effects showed in the Beastman's attack. The demon quickly dispatched the first wave of hunters who dared to point their weapons at him. Magic users hurled their spells at the beast but missed by a wide margin. They were the next ones to fall victim to the blade. The demon was just too fast to touch with mediocre weapons and spells. Without the magic users lighting the way, the remaining hunters were plunged into the darkness of the tunnel. Running around like blind rats, they were quickly neutralized. By the end of the fight, Beastman was covered in human blood. He dragged the foolish hunters back to the deepest recesses of Soul Station. The firewood had been secured. The collection team was still working on transporting the lizard beast corpses when Suho received a new quest. He was tasked with rescuing 7 survivors captured by the demons. His reward would depend on the number of people he could rescue. Just as he anticipated, he would have to fight against demons in this god-forsaken dungeon. Beru noticed the shift in Suho's demeanor, and the young monarch gave him a rundown of the quest. Seeing that his rewards would depend on the number of people he could save, things could go south very soon. First, he warned Instructor Im to get the hell out of the dungeon, citing that his gut told him something had happened to the strike team. Suho even sent 2 goblins to escort the instructor back to the entrance. When Instructor Im heard that the young man would be trying to find the strike team, he felt his powerlessness yet again. But he knew he would just be a hindrance if he stayed. So, he would get out and ask the Hunter Association for help as soon as he could. With that taken care of, Suho called Gray out of the Shadow Dungeon. He immediately bonded and fused with the Fang's air and activated his white-haired Super Saiyan form with Vulcan's horn equipped. Time was of the essence. They needed to move swiftly. Pushing his feet off the ground, Suho darted deeper into the dark railroad tunnel. Along the way, he saw signs of struggle and slaughter as fresh blood painted the tracks and walls leading to a doorway. Each hunter was dragged into the room where the demons were doing their thing. Beastman worked fast, faster than his fellow demons expected. The gate would open soon, and more demons would be summoned to Earth. Beastman did all the work to secure firewood, and now he also had to arrange it. Since they had plenty of firewood to feed the fire, they should be able to produce a new batch of stardust without any issues. They were taught to make poison using secret demonic techniques, formulating a stimulant derived from this berserk poison. Stardust was formed. A normal berserk poison would enhance magic power, but would eat at the user's life force. However, they found that using mistborn flames from hell instead of demonic essence curbed the side effects. Beastmask credited this breakthrough to the apostles who taught them this method. In his eye was the same sigil that Brocky had. Even the mistborns, irrational monsters made by corrupting the souls of living beings, were brought to this world by the apostle. Thanks to that, low-ranking demons like this train station-dwelling trio now had the chance to become stronger. Just as they were about to continue synthesizing the miracle drug, the man of the hour finally arrived. The demon trio stood on guard as they felt a swift presence heading in their direction. They watched the sealed door with bated breath, expecting yet another dud of a hunter to come through. Sung Suho kicked the steel gates open with a single powerful kick. Beastman immediately leaped into action with his great sword in hand. The young monarch had finally arrived, and he looked fly as hell. He laid eyes on the grotesque monsters in front of him. There was no doubt about it. These were actual demons. As for the tied-up mistborns in the bizarre contraptions, he reckoned that they were being burned for some form of ritual. Fortunately, the 7 survivors identified by the system were still safe. His thoughts were interrupted by a swinging blade aiming to separate his head from his body. Suho calmly leaned back, and Matrix dodged that great sword like a beast. Beastman was alarmed that this human managed to evade his attack. The young monarch quickly assumed a combat pose and questioned the demons. He clapped back with a punch enhanced by Vulcan's horns, sending Beastman hurling back. That human just pushed their youngest back, even with Stardust enhancement. They quickly decided to join the fray. Suho continued raining down punches, not giving Beastman any space to retaliate. Unfortunately for the young monarch, these demons were smart enough to coordinate an attack if need be. Given the size and brute force difference, he was forced to flip away. He was not expecting these demons to be wily enough to trap him from behind, so he did not see the demonic spell being prepared on his rear. The insect's disgusting clawed hands produced electrifying energy aimed at the intruder. He injected that shocking power right into Suho's body, ripping through every cell of the young man. While he was being electrocuted, Beastman took advantage of the opportunity and charged with his great blade, ready to slice and dice the stunned target. Through the agony of being shocked to his core, the young monarch managed to make his shadow soldiers arise. The goblins that were just collecting monster corpses from earlier were good enough to be used as meat shields in this desperate situation. Seeing the shadow goblins, the demons seemed to recognize the technique. The momentary distraction gave Suho enough of a window to throw the spellcaster off his back and regain control. Insect tried to warn Beastmask, the big boss, of those shadows, but the perceptive demon had already noticed. It was the same power they saw on the day the demons were nearly exterminated. The authority of the Shadow Monarch, but it was utterly weak compared to the power of the real Shadow Monarch. Weak enough for Beastman to tear through the goblin encirclement with ease. Suho stood from afar menacingly, seemingly assessing his next move. The demon trio composed themselves. As long as they were not fighting the real Shadow Monarch, they reckoned there was no need to be scared of a single human. According to Suho's estimation, each individual demon was weaker than Braki. The problem was their flawless synergy when working together as a team. If he kept reviving his goblins, it would just be a waste of mana. He might have to use that method. Back when he defeated the hyena, he asked Baru to keep the corpse intact so he could store Braki's remains for future use. His sharp vision and senses made him think of something as Braki breathed his last breath. If Suho was right and the hyena died full of regrets for being controlled by Iterim, then his shadow might help and run rampant as a bloodthirsty warrior once more. To do that, the young monarch was respectful enough to ask for Gray's permission. The Fang's heir must have known that it would be for the best, so he gave Suho free rein to do what he needed. Using the key, he accessed the shadow dungeon once more. With the gate open, he made the strongest shadow in his arsenal rise from the dead. If Braki wanted to redeem himself after death, then Suho would gladly give the hyena a chance to fight again. He tried his hardest to reach into Braki's soul. Eventually, the beast's shadow started to burst out of the lifeless body and darted out of the portal in a rush. Out of the portal came the former guardian of the Fang's heir. He was a beast, powerful and clever enough to establish his own criminal guild. Braki, the giant hyena shadow, had joined the match. Seeing this hulking shadow beast made the demons recoil a little. Braki's insanely vicious howl filled the air. Now, it wasn't just an unfair 1 versus 3 anymore. It had become a competitive 3 versus 3. The demons were very familiar with Braki. They did business together after all. Seeing him in shadow form just confirmed that this young man was the one who caused problems for their production line. With Suho, Gray, and Braki teaming up on one side, this should be a good fight. Baru was starting to feel left out. If only he had his original strength. For now, all Suho could do was try and defeat these demons and banish them back to whatever hellhole they came from. While the fight raged on, the summoning portal started changing color. It turned crimson red as a fearsome aura began emanating from within. A woman emerged from the portal, a being summoned from the deepest depths of hell. She looked at the situation before her and saw destruction and conflict. She also felt a familiar presence. She wondered who in the world summoned her, believing that this was the work of the demons who wanted her dead. Looking at the action in front of her, that might not be the case. The appearance of a shadow soldier puzzled the demon. Meanwhile, Suho was too preoccupied exchanging blows with Beastman to pay attention to anything else. Anticipating a wide swing, Suho raised his gauntlet to meet the attack. This time, he managed to latch Vulcan's horn right into the demon's great sword. Pulling the enemy closer, Suho delivered a killer knee strike to the throat. It made the demon groan in agony as he spat out a handful of blood. With this, the momentum should be entirely on Suho's side. He just needs to land the last hit. Thankfully, he did not get greedy as he sensed something dangerous from the corner of his eyes. Suho reacted quickly, jumping away and making space as if a pesky lightning bolt had missed him entirely. It's practically impossible to finish off an enemy with one of the demons providing support using magic on the sidelines. With that interference, all the momentum Suho had built vanished. The combination of these three demons is way too tough to deal with. They fight like a unit, and if it continues, Suho will surely run out of mana because of Gray's possession. Even Braki is already reaching his limit just from holding one of the demons down. As a shadow soldier, he's weaker than his original self after all. Suho needs to split up the enemies so he can beat them up one by one. But how? At that moment, the summoned demon jumped to the battlefield with her spear in hand. She turned to Suho and angrily asked where the hell was Mr. Sung Jinwoo. The heir of the Shadow Monarch was stunned. A wounded female demon knight just appeared and started asking about his dad. Beru took a second to recognize the demon knight. When he finally did, he asked what she was doing in this world. The demon knight immediately recognized the Shadow Ant's voice. She jumped onto Beru and squeezed the poor guy out. She asked Beru about Sung Jinwoo and Suho, but that would be too long of a story to discuss in the middle of a demon fight. The demons noticed that their summoned sacrifice seemed to know the enemies. They knew it would be troublesome if she joined the humans. She was just relieved to see Beru alive and well, because that also means Sung Jinwoo's somewhere out there. She can finally rest easy. Beru tasked her with taking care of the demons while they postponed the reunion and story time for later. The enemies shifted their target to the wounded demon first. They only need her blood to make stardust, so they can afford to get rough. Suho was worried that the demon knight might not be fit for the job of fighting other demons with her injuries. But Beru assured him that low-ranking goons were no match for her. She is Ezel after all. When the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon world, her household, the Lader clan, was the only noble demon household spared. And in human metrics, her abilities are on par with an S-rank hunter. Suho was shocked. This means he can finally see how an S-rank expert fights. The battle started off with a literal bang as an explosion rang from the demon's side. Then came the pained screams of Essel as she lost grip of her weapon. Baru and Suho were perplexed. They were expecting a show, but not this kind of show. Essel was launched back to Baru's side as the shadow ant asked her how she became so weak. Now that he's looking at her closely, even the amount of mana in her body has become so much lower than before. That was because about half a year ago, most of the remaining demons in the demon world started a rebellion. House Ladir fought as best as they could but failed to quell the rebellion themselves. Essel was able to survive thanks to the sacrifice of her clan, but her blood and power were taken while she was on the run. She asked if Baru could lend her some power, but that would just be a waste of mana. Right now, Suho has 2 nerfed allies without their powers. Lucky him. Talking so loudly in front of the demons was a mistake. They heard that Essel was a weakened survivor of the Ladir household. This is their best chance to become stronger by consuming noble demon blood. Suho and Braki reset their positions for the second round. If Suho could isolate his opponent, he's confident of taking at least one down. Thankfully, Baru might have the answer to that problem. The time has come to show a bit of his strength after recovering some mana. Baru used his skill, Harsh Orders, and aimed his hand at Essel. A fiery power quickly filled her up. Harsh Orders increased Essel's stats by 50%, but has put the Curse of Insanity on her as a side effect. This was the perfect way to utilize the useless Esel effectively. Suho was a little disturbed, but he knew that he must take advantage of the situation and lock in. Braki reunited with the demon he was wrestling with. It was a full-on beast brawl. Under the buff and curse of Harsh Orders, Essel furiously charged forward without any regard for safety. The demon met her spear with a barrier. Beastman took advantage of her blind spot and attacked from behind. Fortunately, Suho was there to thwart the sneak attack as he locked Beastman's head with his arms. He landed and pivoted his position at the same time and held the demon's head as tightly as he could. Finally, he threw that son of a bitch far enough to be isolated from any kind of assistance. While Beastman is still up in the air, Suho's already making his next move. Suho caught up to his prey with his insane agility. He snuck behind the crazed demon and cut its whole body in half in the blink of an eye. Suho's blade cut through that demon's body like a hot knife through butter. Killing a low-ranked demon leveled him up. With his first demon kill, Vulcan's Horn finally devoured its first demon soul, increasing its bonus physical damage output to 31%. Meanwhile, the buffed and cursed Essel is still trying to break through the spellcaster's barrier. With one of them down, the pressure is on for the demons. Essel's enraged state continued to burn intensely. But Baru's harsh orders are limited by the target's energy, and Essel has finally used up her reserves, ending the effects. The spellcasting demon was stunned. 1 second, he was being hounded by a crazy Esel. The next, it was dead silent. But Essel played her role perfectly. She bought enough time for Suho to go sicko mode on these bastards. Using raw arm strength and Vulcan's Horn, the young monarch tore the demon's head away from its body. Another demon's soul was devoured by his gauntlet. With 2 down, there's only 1 demon left to deal with. Beastmask realized that he was the one with the numbers disadvantage now. He cursed his demon brothers for being useless bastards, but he refused to give in and give up. Braki has been playing some defense, but the demon's next move caught him off guard. Beastmask ignored the Shadow Soldier entirely and targeted the unconscious Esel instead. He reckoned that he could get stronger by directly consuming the blood of a noble demon. But before Beastmask can get even remotely close to her, Suho stops the beast with a stomp. This simple attack took out one of the demon's legs entirely. Beastmask looked at the young monarch, regretting making an enemy of such a wild card. Suho just smugly looks at the demon while he orders Braki to go crazy as long as the Shadow Soldier leaves enough of the demon's body intact to absorb. Like the good boy that he is, Braki did as he was ordered and tore the demon up with his sharp fangs. A few minutes later, Essel starts regaining her consciousness. Baru hesitantly asked if she was still alive. Right now, Essel's just curious about Suho's real identity. He's another human who can use Shadow Soldiers after all. The Shadow Ant jabbed that Essel's just not loyal enough, so she can't recognize the young monarch. He urged Essel to dig deep into her memory to see who Suho really is. Meanwhile, Suho and Gray separated as the battle against the demons concluded. He reached level 20, gaining access to the system's store feature. Essel finally recalled a memory of Sung Jinwoo holding Suho as an infant. Who would have thought that she would be summoned to the world of the young monarch? Meeting the young monarch after all these years came as quite a shock to Essel. She could not recognize him because of how different he looked now. However, upon closer inspection, she could see Suho's uncanny resemblance to Sung Jinwoo. The realization and the total exhaustion of her energy knocked Essel out once more. Baru examined Essel for any complications, but it seemed like she had just fainted. There was no need to be worried. The kidnapped D and C-ranked hunters were still unconscious, but they had been saved. Suho was even kind enough to heal them up. Finally, the quest to rescue the survivors ended in complete success. All 7 survivors were saved. With that success comes the rewards. Suho was bestowed with 3 ability points and 700 gold. This was the first time he encountered this gold currency in the system, so it was perplexing. He remembered that with his level up came the system store, so he quickly opened the store window. In there, he can use gold to buy all sorts of items. For some reason, completing quests and earning money reminded him of his younger days when his dad would give him pocket money after finishing errands. The sweet memory painted a nostalgic smile on his face. Come to think of it, his dad designed and gave him the system. The Shadow Monarch is basically just giving him pocket money for a job well done. Suho bought some low-grade healing potions from the shop and was surprised to find out that he could not share the consumables with other people. Still, he wanted to try to feed the potion to poor Essel. He poured the red liquid down her mouth, and the healing effect quickly kicked in. Beru does not approve of wasting precious gold on a useless demon, but he knew just how generous the young monarch was. Since they can't leave an unconscious demon behind inside a dungeon, bringing her to the Shadow Dungeon is the next best thing. While Suho opened his personal dungeon, Braki was left in charge of hauling the demon corpses scattered all over the floor. As for the young monarch himself, he still has something left to do before joining the others at the Shadow Dungeon. He picked up one of the demon's blades and went over to the contraption filled with chained-up people burning in hellfire. They have long since been turned into Mistborns. When Suho first saw Mistborns, he sensed a look of pain in them as they burned. He apologized to them as the only thing he can give them right now is a swift death. Using Storm Slash, he obliterated the stardust-making facility. Outside of the Soul Station dungeon, various hunters have gathered. According to their investigation, thorn lizards and mistborn corpses littered the dungeon. However, based on the injuries of the dead hunters, it did not look like they were killed by monsters. There's also a partially destroyed underground room filled with sword marks. Instructor Iem did as he promised, and brought back some help, leading to this investigation. The investigator in charge curiously asked Instructor Iem about Sung Suho. When asked where Suho is at the moment, Instructor Iem started bullshitting. He claimed that after Suho came out of the dungeon with him, the kid went to a safe place to hide. They were just weak E-rank hunters after all. The lead investigator seriously patted him on the shoulder and praised him for doing the right thing and asking for help, just as the Hunter Manual had instructed. With the questioning finally done and the investigation continuing further, Instructor Im finally sighed in relief. Based on the fragmented information from the investigation team, Instructor Im deduced that Suho probably saved the hunters who survived. He's aware that the kid's hiding his rank for an unknown reason, but he's certain that it's not for something nefarious. He'll just respect Suho's privacy and wait until the young man tells him what's going on. In the Shadow Dungeon, the ruined city looked as desolate as ever. The gang used one of the buildings as a temporary spot to gather, while Essel got the rundown of what happened with Sung Jinwoo. Beru valiantly recounted how the Shadow Monarch departed from Earth to stop the invasion of the Outer Gods' armies. Beru was initially tasked to release the young monarch's seal, but Suho did that on his own. Suho interjected and asked Essel if they had ever met before. She smiled and answered that they had been in the tutorial stage that Suho had gone through. For some reason, his memories from back then are still too hazy and vague. Suho tried to rack his brain for any useful tidbit of information and eventually remembered his time with Essel. He recalled that Essel surrendered as soon as she saw him. Beru scolded her for doing a half-assed job when she was supposed to test the young monarch. Now, it's Essel's turn to explain how she became so weak and what really happened in the demon realm. After Sung Jinwoo eradicated the Demon King and the other demon nobles, the Ladir household became the #1 powerhouse in the realm. They've waited for the Shadow Monarch's call. Decades have passed, and the Shadow Monarch's call never came. So, they continued living a peaceful and prosperous life until the problems arose half a year ago. A magic power amplification stimulant known as Stardust was distributed all across the demon realm. That was also the same thing that the demons Suho just killed were yapping about. Stardust doesn't have much effect on high-ranked demons with high latent magic power, but for low-ranked demons, it's a miracle drug that increases magic power without paying any price. With the absence of the Shadow Monarch, they seized the opportunity to rise up. The demons started to band together with one goal in mind, to rebel against the Ladir household. The rebellion quickly devolved into an all-out war of death and destruction. The Ladir household tried their hardest to protect the demon castle that Sung Jinwoo entrusted them, but they were too weak to defend against the rebellion of demons juiced up on Stardust. Essel and her clan ended up losing the war. The rebel demons did not stop there. They even drew blood from their prisoners of war. Eventually, they progressed to drinking the pure blood of demon nobles directly, hungry for more power. Essel's father and the rest of her clan were sacrificed. She herself has lost most of her strength from such evil practices. Until now, she still blames herself for being so pathetic and surviving alone while her entire bloodline gets erased. With the demon realm stolen, she doesn't even know what to tell Sung Jinwoo if they meet. Suho simply and genuinely told Essel that she did great. He often thinks of what his dad would do or say in his position. Essel and her household fought tooth and nail with their lives on the line. Suho is certain that his dad would praise the Ladir household for their sacrifice. Suho himself is also thankful to the Ladir household for staying true to their vow with his dad until the very end. From now on, he will help Essel revive the Ladir household together to the best of his abilities. She was speechless. All she could picture was Sung Jinwoo's reliable frame, casually claiming that he'd help her household become number one while mispronouncing Ladir. A single tear kissed Essel's cheek as she stared into Suho's eyes. Out of nowhere, the system alerted him that the last survivor of the pure-blood demon nobles, Essel, wished to express her thanks to him. Essel wiped her tears away and smiled for the first time in a while. Suho's system prompted him to decide whether he wished to recruit the descendant of White Flames as his teammate. He was stuck in his seat in shock. Essel is a descendant of one of the monarchs like him and Grey. Maybe the system took the fact that she's the only pure-blood demon noble left into consideration. Suho's answer was an easy yes. And so, the descendant of the White Flames is now his teammate. With their connection, the bond skill has also appeared. The skill is called Demon Blast. Currently, its charge is 0%. Essel freaked out as soon as the status window opened in front of her. Suho didn't know that the descendants shared windows since Grey couldn't talk, but it should make things easier. This is also the first time Essel has heard that she's a descendant of White Flames. The gang got out of the abandoned building and found a more fitting setting for what they were about to do. Suho wanted to test the new bond skill with Essel. She was a little nervous and jumpy, but she wanted to be of use to the young monarch. As soon as Demon Blast was activated, Essel's entire body was engulfed with pale white flames. When she turned into an avatar made entirely of white fire, a concentration of demonic energy coalesced in her hands. Suho instinctively became in tune with the demonic energy, siphoning and manifesting the power in his fists. Before they could proceed with more tests, Essel turned back to her normal appearance and fell to the ground. She grimly apologized for ruining the test. Her energy reserves were depleted after attempting the skill just once. Suho assured her not to worry and just rest. He could feel the demonic power surging through his arms, curious as to just how strong the bond skill really was. Essel was just pleased that there was a skill where she could send her power to the young monarch. Believing that it must be a powerful attack, Suho closed his fist and delivered his most brutal punch on the side of one of the abandoned structures. The punch left an underwhelming amount of destruction, almost as if he just punched normally. Suho and Beru were underwhelmingly amazed at how little the effects were. It's safe to say that Demon Blast is a lot different from Grey's bond skill. The mischievous wolf made sure to gloat that his bond skill was still on top. Maybe there was no discernible effect because of the 0% charge amount. Since the skill doesn't say how to charge the power, using Demon Blast is unusable for now. Suddenly, Beru turned to the young monarch for a request. He wanted permission to eat the demon corpses they stashed away. Suho stored the dead demons away to perform shadow extraction on them later, so Beru might not get his request granted. The young monarch beckoned his hand on top of the demon corpses and muttered, "Arise." But the system warned him that with the target's corrupted mana, shadow extraction was unavailable. Even Sung Jinwoo can't extract shadows from demons as their souls are far too corrupted. That's also why he just summoned demons through contracts, like the one he had with the Ladir household. Since he can't do anything about corrupted demon souls, the corpses might as well be Beru's lunch. The gang must have forgotten that Essel's a demon too. Seeing her weakly sit by the wall to support herself, Suho handed another potion to Essel. She felt a little awkward for inconveniencing the young monarch too much. Since she does not have any place to stay right now, Suho gave her free access to the Shadow City area. The system took care of it and assigned a portion of the Shadow Dungeon as the White Flames territory under the jurisdiction of Essel Ladir. Since they are teammates now, Suho encouraged her to be open and not fret about the details. Their sweet interaction was cut short by Beru's sudden screech. The Shadow Ant is still busy chewing on rancid demon meat while trying to tell the young monarch a detail he got in the demon's memories. He unexpectedly found a clue about Itarim's apostle. The gang quietly gathered once more, eagerly anticipating Beru's findings. Brocky, Grey, Suho, and Essel sat side by side as they diligently listened to Beru's story. But before he gets into the nitty-gritty of things, there are some things that everyone must know. Stardust is already being distributed on Earth, and Mistborns are monsters from the outer universe. Stardust has gotten out of the demon realm, and Mistborns are more mysterious than initially thought. Whether it's fate or just sheer coincidence, the demons Beru ate are related to Brocky and the Hyena Guild that Suho took down. The demons receive supplies of abducted humans from the Hyena Guild. They corrupt these humans until they turn into Mistborns to be used as materials to create Stardust. There are other places that manufacture the drug. They call them Stardust factories. To sum up what Beru learned, guilds would abduct humans, the Grim Reaper Guild would pass the supplies to the factories, and they would ultimately be used to synthesize the miracle drug. Beru is certain that Itarim is behind the entire operation in these 3 places. All evidence points to all of this being related to their invasion. But Beru added that a human created this Stardust manufacturing system. That human must be helping an Itarim's apostle hidden somewhere in the world. That human is none other than the vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung. If they look into this guy, they should be able to get to Itarim's hidden apostle. Speaking of Lee Min-sung, an army of press and media representatives eagerly awaited his exit from a grandiose skyscraper. Finally, the man of the hour came out, and camera flashes started going wild. Lee Min-sung finally showed his face in public. A serious expression was plastered on his mug. Interview requests from random reporters came in left and right. All of them wanted to know the same thing. How did the Hunter Association's investigation go? Lee Min-sung curtly answered that the investigators found him innocent of any crime, as expected. But the people found it hard to believe that he did not know about Hyena Guild's criminal practices. Additionally, too many hunters have been dying in the Soul Field, a place managed by the Grim Reaper Guild. The scumbag put on his most devastated expression and started his performance. Lee Min-sung asserted that his guild had only done its best for a world that had plunged into chaos 2 years since the Great Cataclysm. They sponsored the Hyena Guild in hopes of nurturing their hunters to become a stronger helping force in the world. They even opened the Soul Field to hunters outside of the Grim Reaper Guild because he thought it would be a good place for new hunters to gain experience. He doubled down, insisting that their good intentions just happened to produce such horrid results. Lee Min-sung started crying and breaking down, blaming himself for not being careful enough to manage everything. He shivered at the thought of the deaths that resulted from his lack of foresight. With a final apology, the media made way for Min-sung and his security team. His flawless acting performance swayed everyone present to believe that the Grim Reaper Guild is just a victim too. They've only been doing good deeds up until now, and even the association found them innocent. With some fake tears and shakes, Lee Min-sung turned public opinion back in his favor, even being called a hero. Pulling off such simple acting is a piece of cake for someone like him. He used to be the top star of Asia after all. That aside, he was not expecting the old weasel of the Hunter Association to send him back without much interrogation. It must mean that they still don't know that Min-sung's the one supplying the market with Stardust. The scumbag had everyone absolutely fooled with his cunning, except for one person. Sung Soo-ho has taken it upon himself to investigate and tail Lee Min-sung from the shadows. Surprisingly, Beru does not feel the nauseating energy of Itarim coming from Min-sung, which means he's not being controlled. The bastard's just being a scum for the love of the game. Soo-ho reckoned that they could make sure of that right here and right now. Before he could take another step, Beru hurriedly stopped the young monarch from exposing himself. While it's true that they have defeated a few strong enemies, this time is different. Beru would gladly risk his life to stop Soo-ho from doing something stupid. The mana Beru felt from Lee Min-sung was unusual and horrific, and it seemed like the scumbag sensed someone sneaking around nearby. His security team asked if there was a problem, and Min-sung just ignored the faint presence as he entered his car. Beru is certain that Soo-ho is not at the level where he can defeat someone as strong as the A-rank hunter, Lee Min-sung. A fancy chandelier hangs on the ceiling. Expensive bottles of alcohol and fresh fruit were served on the table. This is Lee Min-sung's everyday life. Right now he's gloating about how easy manipulating people was. He changed public perceptions of his guild and himself with just a little acting. Articles about his innocence on all counts flooded the internet. All records of the Grim Reaper Guild were made public. Their noble intentions with the Soul Station Field Dungeon and the Hyena Guild were echoed by every publication. Lee Min-sung was in a celebratory mood until a woman called Madam came in carrying beaten-up bodyguards. Madam sure knows how to make an entrance. She ordered everyone else in the room to get out while Lee Min-sung barely paid attention to the Madam. She hates him, and he hates her. Madam hates the brat who was born with a silver spoon and became a Korean star in his teenage years. It's no wonder his ego is enormous. But even his ego and pride were trampled upon after the Great Cataclysm. There was a great commotion over a celebrity like him becoming an A-rank hunter, but his driver became one of the rare S-rank hunters in the world. All news outlets put the spotlight on the driver. It was the first time that the hierarchy that had always held Lee Min-sung at the top turned upside down. Somehow, that driver ended up joining the Grim Reaper Guild created by Im Taegyu. Feelings aside, the madam came all the way to the club to talk business. The business is the miracle drug Stardust. Madam would like to buy some in bulk, but that's not possible right now. The distribution method in one of the factories were destroyed, and there was not enough supply for bulk orders. She trusts that the great Lee Min-sung would have his way, though. Not one to turn down a good deal, Lee Min-sung promised to try to talk to his business partner even if he's reluctant to. That strange kid had stopped listening to his orders after all. Back in the Shadow Dungeon, it's the daily goblin cleanup time. Gray has progressed as a fighter in his own right. His fangs are a death sentence to measly goblins. Essel also got the chance to show that she is not useless. Her spear can still mow down low-rank beasts. As for Suho, he's just doing young monarch things. Equipped with Vulcan's horn, he was like a meteor, killing everything along the way. His speed broke the goblins' ankles, and his attacks broke their souls. This is Sung Suho on Demon Time, an unstoppable freak of nature. After the first wave, he maintained his focus. The dust from the first round has not even settled yet, and Suho wants to summon the next round of goblins right away. Beru worries that the young monarch must be feeling impatient because of their talk about Lee Min-sung. Before the goblin cleanup, Beru was nice enough to do a little presentation regarding every piece of information they had at hand. The battle with Lee Min-sung is inevitable. To get the information on the Iterim Apostle out of the scumbag, they could either do some hardcore interrogation, or Beru could just eat the guy. Suho allowed him to eat humans as long as they were identified as evil after all. However, that plan would only work if they could defeat Lee Min-sung. Based on Beru's ability to detect the strength of others, he found the ranks of the gang accurate. In base form, the young monarch is currently at C rank. Gray is a little weaker on his own at D rank. And just like Suho, Essel is also a C rank. If she had not lost her strength, she would have been a powerhouse. When Suho and Gray use their bond skill, they barely surpass B rank in power. While there are differences in strength in the same rank, usually 10 D ranks are needed to defeat 1 C rank. Going up against a whole guild and the A rank Lee Min-sung is still an impossibility. Essel asked what Beru's rank was, and he simply answered that he was a general, even though he's more like a foot soldier right now. Back to the present, the daily Shadow Dungeon cleanup quest has been completed. Suho was rewarded with status recovery, 3 stat points, and 1 random box. This time the numbers aren't going up even after he killed more than required. The hidden reward must be a one-time thing. Immediately opening the random box, he obtained an item called Ash Ring. It's a rank D accessory that simply increases the sense stat by 5. After equipping the ring, Suho could feel the enhancement to his senses. It's an excellent pickup, but it doesn't really change his situation right now. Eventually, he'll no longer be able to level up by killing goblins. Hunting 3 demons only increased Vulcan's horn's damage by 3%. Suho desperately wanted to grow stronger as fast as possible, but there aren't many methods to do that right now. If he wants to level up, he needs to enter dungeons and grind like a madman. Unfortunately, hunters and guilds contacting Suho only wanted him for excavations and collections. No one in their right mind would put an E rank in a strike team, and trespassing into a gate is illegal. Beru suggested getting his rank reevaluated, but a reawakening would be announced far and wide. It's safer to avoid that kind of publicity. Now that they're sure that Iterim's apostle is on Earth, Suho wants to hide his existence to avoid being used as his father's weakness. Lee Min-sung is trouble enough. The apostle would have a whole different level of headache. But Beru believes that they should not be that worried about the apostle. If they arrived here faster than Beru, they're probably not very strong due to the influence of dimensional transfer. Outer universe beings must possess the dimension crack to use dimensional transfer. This crack is very narrow, which makes it hard for mana to pass through, as it would create a lot of resistance. Expanding the outer walls is incredibly exhausting. Basically, the stronger the being, the longer it takes to perform a dimensional transfer. That's why the large army of Itarim and even Sung Jinwoo cannot come to Suho's universe so easily. To sum it up, the apostle on Earth is weak enough to undergo dimensional transfer quickly. That must be why they only made use of Brockie and the demons thus far. If the Itarim invasion progresses, right now would be the best chance for Suho to get stronger. Beru wondered if it was finally time to fulfill his next mission. Sung Jinwoo personally left the required decisions and processes up to his loyal general's discretion before heading to Earth. In case he needs help, Jinwoo simply asks Beru to give the key to a certain someone. Jinwoo believes that that person will definitely be of great help to his son in many ways. Beru can finally use the key that his lord has given him. Just as he was about to propose the idea to Suho, the young monarch remembered something very important. There is another method to legally go into a gate without drawing attention. This method brought Suho to a grandiose modern skyscraper in the middle of the city. In front of him was a person he hadn't seen in a while. The young monarch actually brought a business proposal with him. A proposal where neither party can lose. Beru was amazed that the young monarch would find the person his lord had mentioned without any help. The business proposal basically boils down to Uncle Yu Jinho, the CEO of Ajin Soft, assisting Suho in entering a gate. Beautiful World is a virtual reality game released 4 years ago. It has maintained its place at the top ever since. No one would have imagined that it was created by the immature youngest son of a certain conglomerate family. A few minutes before his meeting with the CEO of Ajin Soft, Suho was personally welcomed by one of the employees. It was his first time visiting his uncle's company, so it was a little nerve-wracking. He also noticed that there were an awful lot of awakened in the building. The employee noticed his puzzled look and explained that Ajin Soft hires a lot of awakened as not everyone is cut out for the riskiness of being a hunter going into dungeons. With the proper pay, they take on missions or work as guards. Ajin Soft is working on a new project after all. Based on the sound of it, they might be making a game related to hunters. As soon as they arrived at the penthouse, Yu Jinho gave Suho a warm and energetic welcome. It's been a while since they've last talked, as Suho's been busy trying to save the damn universe. Even so, he certainly grew up a lot since they'd last seen each other. Without wasting another second, Suho took the binder out of his bag and got right down to business. As established, it was a proposal where Ajin Soft would not suffer any losses at all. All they have to do is assist Suho in entering the gates. Uncle Jinho will help with purchasing gate rights and recruiting strike team members, and Suho will surrender all the magic essence crystal drops. He can solo a D and C rank dungeon easily after all. His boast doesn't really hold any water as he's official registered as an E rank hunter, Suho tried to explain. But Uncle Jinho was dead set on lecturing him about the dangers of hunting in a gate. The worrywart uncle considered that the young man might be doing this to investigate his father and mother's disappearance during the Great Cataclysm. He assured Suho that he was on the case and was still hiring more hunters to investigate. Beru quietly asked the young monarch if he intended to spill the truth. Suho came into this room with that idea in mind. With utmost sincerity and seriousness, he confessed that he's an awakened that can level up. He continued on about the invaders from the outer universe hiding on Earth. In order to stop the invasion, he needs to grind and level up. To do just that, he'll need access to dungeons to become stronger. Uncle Jinho simply replied with a question asking Suho if he heard about the solo leveling project. Jinho laughed and reckoned that he must be in a secret camera prank show. What Suho just described is the plot of a single-player game that Ajin Soft is working on right now. You play as an awakened who can level up alone. He starts as the weakest E rank, and then he surpasses even S ranks. Eventually, he becomes the strongest as the protector of the world. Suho believes that the story seemed awfully close to his father's life. In any case, Jinho proudly believes that he can never be tricked by such a simple prank. Beru finally came out of hiding and asked Jinho if he had vague memories from the previous world. It took a second to click, but Jinho eventually started freaking out at the ant face floating around his office. Beru finally offered to help. He referred to Jinho as a minion who followed behind the king in the forgotten time. Among all humans, Jinho had seen most of the Shadow Monarch's battles. Those powerful moments must be engraved in his soul. The ant shadow busted out the key as it would be faster just to use it rather than wasting time with another story time. As a gift from Sung Jinwoo, Beru plunged the key right into Yu Jinho's heart. His mind went blank, making way for the memories embedded in his soul. He opened his eyes in the middle of a room filled with infinite light. Jinho saw an armored silhouette walking closer and closer. When the knight came close enough, Jinho recognized the knight as his own mirror image. He started remembering how he met Sung Jinwoo, promising to protect the newbie. At that time, the Shadow Monarch worked as a porter, carrying the party's equipment. While Jinwoo is quiet as a church mouse, Jinho is a professional yapper. By the end of their first dungeon run together, Jinho valiantly stood beside Sung Jinwoo as a friend and an ally. After seeing how strong the Shadow Monarch really was, Jinho desperately begged for them to do regular dungeon runs together. There was a day when he got a full set of armor delivered from Italy in preparation for a raid. Sung Jinwoo, in his tracksuit, simply ordered him to take the ridiculous armor off. One drunken night, Jinho recognized Jinwoo as his benefactor who saved his life and helped him with raids. The Shadow Monarch was more like a brother than his actual brother. Jinwoo offered a toast to that sentiment. As long as Jinho thinks of him as a brother, he'll also think of him as his. Chunks of memories he cherished flooded back into his mind as Jinho's tears overflowed. In this world, he might be able to meet Jinwoo again. Suho had no idea what was happening, but there's no need for concern. The key simply made Jinho recover his previous world memories. By sundown, Suho had finished giving his uncle the rundown of the current situation. Since Jinwoo's limitless power has been inherited by his son to some extent, the answer is clear. Jinho can picture Jinwoo as the god of the outer universe, protecting everyone from Itarim. Even before, that guy had always been in a completely different league. Uncle Jinho scolded Suho for still bringing some business proposal when the fate of the world was on the line. Just like his father, he's a stickler for the rules. With a renewed understanding of the situation, Jinho figured that he should not treat Suho like a kid anymore, and accepted the proposal. Jinho could not imagine how Jinwoo endured such a tough trial all alone. But the monarch must have given Jinho this chance to tag in and help. From now on, Jinho made it his personal mission to assist Suho. Wearing his signature black mask, the young monarch arrived at his first stop, a dungeon in the middle of the woods. Some hunters gathered at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. These are the strike team members Uncle Jinho hired to fill out the required numbers. An injured hunter is still skeptical as he was promised 4 million to be on the strike team without entering a gate while Suho enters alone. He does not know how confident the masked man is in his skills, but underestimating a gate is a death sentence waiting to happen. The injured hunter simply told Suho to call for help anytime. His legs might not be in the best shape, but he might still be able to help a little. Suho smiled and thanked the man for the fair warning. Finally, he entered the gate all by himself. His father took on numerous things on his own and continued to do so. But Suho is different. He always has Essel and Gray by his side. He reckoned that this team system that his father designed must be Sung Jin-woo's expression of warmth through hidden intentions. Right now, it's time for the son to act like the father and slaughter a whole dungeon. Suho is done letting his dad take on everything by himself. To be of help, he needs to start leveling up. Lee Min-sung's car pulled up to a building, and he instructed his driver to be on standby at close proximity. It's been 3 months since he last met his business partner. He entered the building with a face mask on, but was still recognized by one of the custodians. Thinking that it's important to maintain a good image, he smiled and thanked the old custodian for recognizing him. Even the public is cheering on him as the hero of hunters. Lee Min-sung loved the envy in the eyes of people when they looked at him. As a super elite born as the son of Yujin Construction's vice CEO, he made his debut as a child star, sweeping the world of advertisements. On a fast track within the celebrity world, he became known as the Prince of Asia. And after the Great Cataclysm, he became an A-rank awakened. He thought he could continue living as the apex predator, until his driver, Taegyu, awakened as a rare S-rank powerhouse. Since Taegyu is getting old, he's thinking of becoming a hunter as soon as he can. The Hunter Association suggested that he create a guild, and the first one he invited was Lee Min-sung. The scumbag's ginormous ego could not handle the disparity between him and his driver. Starting from that day, he was sure that the world was going to come crumbling down inevitably. Society's pyramid structure was flipped upside down, and his mission is to restore the balance to how it originally was. He will pursue this calling even if it means joining hands with the demon. Speaking of demons, lots of them have lined up with their disgusting smiles to welcome Lee Min-sung inside. He asked the bizarre demon guards where their boss was, and he heard a childish voice calling his name. Chills run down the scumbag's spine. Lee Min-sung saw the unique hair color and the piercing eyes and stopped in his tracks. Golden-eyed Kid Gojo is the freaking outer worlder and Itaram's apostle. The kid was just a baby the last time they saw each other. He had grown far too fast since then. Even his mana had increased by leaps and bounds. But the apostle cleared up that he was not growing up. He is simply recovering his original strength bit by bit. In order to undergo dimensional transfer, he had to split his body up. His strength and personality were fragmented, and he was sent to Earth. Among the fragments, his baby form was the weakest and was the first to arrive. The current version of the Apostle has fused with the second fragment already. While his memories remain, his personality is different. To put it simply, Kid Gojo does not like it when mere humans get too friendly with him. Well, Lee Min-sung doesn't care either way. He just needs assurance that their initial promise will be fulfilled. He wished for wealth, fame, and the head of the S-rank hunter, Taegyu. Min-sung was glad that his business partner remembered his end game. As for his reason for visiting, he gave the Apostle the rundown of the damage their facilities have incurred recently. He came here to get some reinforcements for the dwindling Stardust supplies. The Apostle was more curious about the attacks in their facilities, though. Lee Min-sung promised that the distribution system wouldn't have any issues, but that's precisely what they are having right now. Kid Gojo outrightly called out the scumbag's incompetence. He considered that his previous personality must have been wrong when choosing a pawn. If there's one thing Lee Min-sung doesn't like, it's being trash-talked. He quickly drew a hidden dagger from his leg and dashed behind the Apostle, his blade ready to slice Kid Gojo's throat. Min-sung asserted that he's not a brainwashed empty shell. He's an A-rank hunter who could kill the Apostle before being fully formed. In this position, he's not the pawn, but the Apostle himself is pawn instead. Kid Gojo explained that human hunters determine ranks based on the quantity of mana as a symbol of strength. Such methods are simply uncivilized for his taste. Suddenly, the custodian from earlier was possessed by a mysterious energy spawning an Itaram halo above his head. Min-sung paused as horrifying amounts of mana started surging in all directions. Families and people who were just minding their own business were afflicted with the same halo as the custodian. Kid Gojo brainwashed every human in the entire building without lifting a single finger. He made it clear to Min-sung that he was picked for the sake of survival. But now that the Apostle has the strength to survive, it's a different story. The relationship between them will change depending on how competent Min-sung is. Awakened hunters under the influence of Itaram steadily flooded the room with their weapons drawn. They all had their eyes on Min-sung. One wrong move and an entire battalion of mindless soldiers would mow him down. Min-sung threw the dagger away and insisted that he was just testing if the kid could really kill an S-rank. Kid Gojo retracted the skill and released everyone under his influence. One of his loyal subordinates brought out a briefcase of stimulants made by condensing stardust 100 times. If Min-sung dilutes the stimulants, he can produce a large amount of stardust quickly. However, these concentrated stimulants are different. If used as it is, it would have an effect even on an A-rank hunter. Kid Gojo urged Minsung to give it a try. Surprisingly, the scumbag refused to get high on his own supply. He is smart enough to not use something he knows nothing about. He's fully aware that he might have unleashed an unimaginable monster onto Earth. But as long as he gets his end of the deal, that's none of his business. As soon as Minsung left, Kid Gojo started feeling the presence of another one of his fragments arriving soon. If he can fuse with the fragment of strength, he will no longer need to stay in hiding when that time comes. Back in the scam dungeon, the gang is up against the boss monster, a giant serpent. Essel and Gray were no match on their own. Their attacks barely tickled the snake. While the two held aggro, Suho was already preparing for his assault. He jumped into the air and grabbed onto the serpent's body. His sudden mounting made the snake furious. The gang worried that the young monarch might be in danger. But if there's someone they should worry about, it should be the damned serpent. Suho continuously tightened his bear hug on the snake's body. Its scales shattered from the pressure. With one final compression, Sung Suho killed the boss monster by literally hugging that beast into two. As the enemy fell, Suho made his superhero landing flawlessly. Unbeknownst to the gang, Itarim's Apostle is about to start the real invasion very soon. Posted up outside the dungeon, the hired hunters continued getting paid with every raid that Suho cleared. All they have to do is wait for the client to come out of the gate, and they'll get paid millions of won. All they have to do is keep their lips shut. This is the fourth time, and they've been getting the money without fail. Conquering a gate is an act of public service, but something doesn't sit right with this arrangement. But the hunters can't afford to quit. The gig was far too lucrative and easy to throw away. Well, it's definitely suspicious. The masked man enters by himself, so how is he earning anything without an excavation or collection team? They started at D-rank gates but have since then graduated to C-rank ones. Inside the dungeon, Baru is supervising the mining operations with the Goblin Shadows as workers. Essel and Gray were assigned to the collection team, dressing monster corpses. As for the young monarch, he's deep in the cavern, fighting a C-rank boss monster all by his lonesome. Suho dodged a triple strike from the boss's sharp limbs with ease. The enraged boss made a mistake and showed its disgusting insect abdomen. With a looted blade in his hand, Suho activated Storm Slash to desecrate the beast. His weapon's effect activated and paralyzed the monster, but due to its high resistance, the paralysis was weakened. Suho was just testing if his dagger's effect would work on spiders. Kasaka's Venom Fang is a C-rank dagger with a chance to inflict paralysis and bleed to the target. With Suho's experiment done, he resorted to his tried and tested method of fighting against bugs. He heaved the dagger right into the boss's face, enraging it even further. Up in the air, the young monarch was already charging up his fist for the next attack. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, he delivered a punch with insane amounts of force. As he expected, squashing a bug is best done using bare hands. He activated the ruler's authority to catch and manipulate the dagger. It moved with precision and brutality, slashing at the bug. Chaining endless combos one after another, he juggled the C-rank boss monster in the air. He can finally go into a B-rank gate next. Suho's getting more adept at using ruler's authority in the middle of the fight too. He's rising both in levels and combat proficiency. Come to think of it, he only uses ruler's authority to move objects. But what if he uses this invisible hand in conjunction with his attacks? To test out the theory, he started wrapping the authority around his bare fists. As he reached the zenith of accumulated power, his eyes never left his target. He shot down like a falling comet, wrecking the bug's tough exoskeleton all the way to its insides. And with that, the defeat of the giant arachne is official. Suho leveled up once more, and even ruler's authority got an upgrade. He lay down on his prey and rested after accumulating a lot of fatigue. Since ruler's authority requires a lot of concentration, using that final move consecutively would be hard. He returned to the dungeon entrance while thinking of endless ways to utilize ruler's authority as a weapon. Beru was pleased to see the young monarch getting stronger. The shadow ant is also in charge of eating magic essence crystals. As for Essel and Gray, they did an excellent job collecting and dressing all the monster materials. Suho also discovered that he could sell the materials collected through the system window store. It was really convenient. Beru reckoned that by human hunter metrics, Suho's base form is close to becoming a B rank now. It's not a surprise, considering that he hit level 28 with a reasonably balanced spread of stats and skills. Also, the stronger Suho becomes, the stronger his companions become too. Essel could even feel her strength recovering bit by bit. That should not be possible without consuming blood. Aside from that, the two monarchs' heirs also gained a numerical level. Essel is level 19 and Gray is at 17. They're not players like Suho or the Shadow Monarch, so they don't see the levels and the standard system windows. While they can't invest their stat points freely, they should still get stronger with every level, right? The heirs and the teammate system are still a giant puzzle box that Suho needs to solve. Eager to experiment even more, Suho invited the gang to check out if Essel and Gray could level up too. They can always just do more raids after all. The thing is, they've already finished 2 raids today, and going on another would just be psychotic. Suho backed down and settled for just doing the daily cleanup quest in the Shadow Dungeon. Beru warned him not to get addicted to leveling. As soon as they stepped foot in the shadowy domain, a crimson-colored rift in space started sucking everyone in. The gang managed to hold on, but the mysterious gate inside the Shadow Dungeon emitting immense heat is an entirely unknown variable. Even Beru wasn't too sure if gates could appear in the Shadow Dungeon too. Suddenly the system pinged Suho for an urgent quest named the Dimensional Crack. He must enter the connected gate and remove the cause of the dimensional crack and fast. As soon as his eyes glazed over the urgent quest, an excited smile appeared on Suho's face. He quickly bought a few 10 gold heat-resistant robes from the system store and handed them to his comrades. This is perfect for Suho, as he's been itching to go on more raids anyway. Entering the gate brought them all the way to Egypt in a field-type dungeon called Pyramid Field. Lu Xing, a B-rank hunter from Asura Guild, is currently in a deadlock with another party. He complained that the newcomers should not order the Asura Guild around to leave the dungeon. But the villain with green and black eyes does not care about who came first. From now on, the dungeon belongs to his guild. If the Asura Guild continues to complain, the villain will take it as an outright declaration of war. Lu Heng is in a tough spot. Now, of all time, they actually ran into the infamous Scavenger Guild. To A-rank hunter Randolph and the Scavenger Guild, everything is meaningless in front of overwhelming strength. Aware that they would have to stand their ground, Lu Xing ordered his men to get ready for combat. Randolph remained calm, scoffing at the Asura Guild's foolish move. Just as the 2 opposing parties were about to clash against one another, a confused voice called their attention. Lu Xing and Randolph turned around to see a masked young man. Suho and his comrades have touched down in Egypt for some reason, and they didn't even know how, why, or where they were. 30 minutes ago, the gang came out of the gate expecting a hellish landscape, but they ended up in a sandy desert. None of them had ever been to a dungeon in the form of a barren desert. Beru instantly felt a strong magic power emitting from the pyramid. But there were some modern vehicles that seemed awfully out of place inside a dungeon. Cars and wire fences were parked and set up nearby. Machines don't work in dungeons, so why would there be human machinery here? Maybe they did not enter a dungeon but rather a gate that has crossed some sort of world boundary. As long as the previous gate remains in the Shadow Dungeon, there shouldn't be any issues, so Suho decided to investigate. He re-entered the Shadow Dungeon to check really quick. When he came back out a few seconds later, he grimly informed everyone that the gate had vanished. Not only that, but the C-rank dungeon they entered also started disappearing. This means the boss monster has been killed, but the hunters worry that the masked man hasn't come out yet. Not knowing what to do next, they hurriedly got in touch with the emergency contact. Back to the present, Suho and the gang have found themselves in the middle of a guild quarrel. They entered the pyramid and were just glad to find people inside. The vehicles parked outside probably belong to these guys. They're talking in English, so they might not be locals. Thankfully, Suho learned English for his university admission. So, he asked the stranger where they were. Lu Xing clicked his tongue at the sight of another hunter. After the Scavenger Guild, even Asian guilds are dipping in for the rights of the pyramid dungeon. Randolph dismissively looked at the young man, viewing him as nothing but another bug gathering in his territory. He recalled talking about an old woman's prophecy to an executive of the Scavenger Guild. The divination stated that a being born of death who broke the seal, the one who possesses the power to raise the dead, will appear in the grave. Right after the prophecy was given, the pyramid field-type dungeon appeared in Egypt. With pyramids being the most famous graves, the prophecy fits to the T. The executive ordered Randolph to secure the dungeon rights to raid it himself. If other guilds try to interfere, the way of the Scavenger Guild shall take over. Randolph gave Suho a last warning to leave while he was still being generous. But if this pyramid is a dungeon, the young monarch needs to clear it to complete the urgent quest. He asked what Randolph would do if he refused, and the mountain of muscle quickly drew his weapon. A massive hammer fit for an enormous frame came dangerously close to striking Suho. Essel, Gray, and even Lu Xing could only watch with bated breath. Unfortunately for Randolph, he might be strong and fast, but not strong and fast enough. Since he was attacked first, Suho should have the right to defend himself, right? Equipped with Vulcan's horn, he delivered a deadly haymaker straight to the beefcake's chest. Suho can't even tell how much damage he dealt after the increase in his strength. He even worried that he might accidentally kill the guy. But it looks like he is worrying about the wrong things. His attack only served to enrage Randolph as the brute retaliated with a punch of his own. Without any special gauntlets or anything, he sent the young man flying and crashing to the pyramid's walls. Randolph thought that the young man was going easy on him, so he took it personally. Big Bad Randolph finally ordered his men to cut everyone down. Essel and Gray rushed forward, ready to stand on business for the young monarch. Lu Xing gritted his teeth. At this point the fight is inevitable. Suho dug himself out of the rubble and tried to catch his breath. In front of him are hunters fighting among themselves. To clear the urgent quest, he'll have to come out of this scuffle on top. Suho already marked the armored brute who attacked him as an enemy. He skillfully leapt back into the fray, keen on rejoining the fight. As soon as he landed, one of the Scavenger Guild soldiers immediately locked in on him. Anticipating the attack, Suho landed a disrespectful kick right into the soldier's face as a greeting. The disrespect was high, but the damage was low. The soldier reckoned that Suho was just a weak hunter who ended up being under the crosshairs of the Scavenger Guild. Suho's in a pinch. He tried to knock the enemy out with that kick, but it did not do nearly enough damage. These assholes are tough, so his only answer might be using the new combat method he's theorizing with ruler's authority. Which brings up a moral question. Can he really land such a devastating blow that can tear boss monsters apart on a human? What would he do if he killed another person by mistake? Those useless thoughts almost got him skewered if it was not for Liu Xing coming in clutch with the perfectly timed kill on the scavenger soldier. The soldier hit the sandy ground, stiff, bloodied, and lifeless. Suho extended his awkward gratitude. Liu Xing had seen his skills in the brief exchange against Randolph. He instantly knew that the kid was the real deal. But that hesitation Suho had a moment ago telegraphed that he's reluctant or even afraid of killing another person. Liu Xing advised that monsters aren't the only danger hunters face. If push comes to shove, Suho needs to have the resolve to protect himself against nefarious people like unofficial hunters. The young monarch thought that fighting with his life on the line would be enough. But that might not be the case. Up until now, he had never encountered a situation where he needed to kill a person. Against the Hyena Guild, he easily dominated those noobs with the overwhelming difference in strength. But Suho won't always be in a situation where he has the upper hand. Situations where not killing could result in death. Or worse, not being able to protect what you want. In the chaotic world of post-cataclysm, situations like this will continue to occur. The young monarch had been so tunnel-visioned on leveling up that he forgot that he had to throw away the feelings and values he had from before the world turned to shit. Only then will he be able to fight Li Minsung. Liu Xing introduced himself and his guild to the young man. Since they're in a bit of trouble because of the tyrannical Scavenger Guild, Liu Xing proposes an alliance. Poor Liu Xing relaxed for 1 second and almost died from a sneak attack if it wasn't for Suho's quick reaction time. Equipped with Vulcan's horn, Suho planted his fist deep into another scavenger soldier's skull. He made sure to utilize the ruler's authority to bolster his destructive power. With renewed clarity, Sung Suho vowed to never hesitate in a life-and-death battle anymore. The first victim of his new outlook had his face broken and battered beyond recognition. Randolph took note of Suho beating a B-rank tanker half-dead with just one hit. He smiled in amusement as he looked at the young man once more. Suho properly introduced himself to Liu Xing and accepted the proposal for an alliance with the Asura Guild.
The battlefield exploded in chaos as blades clanged, screams echoed, and scavenger hunters got increasingly unhinged. They had the numbers, they had the cockiness, but Suho had a cheat code. Reaching into his inventory of nightmares, he pulled out the Shadow Dungeon key. Then he dropped the command that sent shivers down the desert's spine. Arise. Darkness cracked the ground open as shadow soldiers clawed into existence. The most terrifying of them, the recently slain giant Arcane, is now stomping back to life like a pissed-off horror movie boss. Rio, already impressed, was straight up dumbfounded. Suho wasn't just a martial arts prodigy, this dude was a one-man raid party with summons for days. But Randolph wasn't impressed. The giant Arcane charged at him like a freight train, and this psycho met it head-on, grinning and with one swing of his axe, and boom, the arcane shadow got deleted from existence. Just like that. Randolph was smiling now, thrilled that Suho had been hiding real power. But that only lit a fire in Suho. He cracked his knuckles, eyes locked on Randolph, and called out his name with full-on murder vibes. From the sidelines, even watchful Mr. Calm Analysis had to admit that while shadow versions were weaker, Randolph wiping out something that big in one shot? Yeah, that was a problem. A big, armored, unhinged problem. By now, Suho had realized out that this motherfucker is going to be the biggest headache in the room, so Suho tried to step it up, calling his giant wolf Gray for a bond skill backup. Gray growled like he was ready to commit war crimes, but before they could team up, Mommy Essel slid in, trying to tag herself into the combo like she had been waiting her whole life for this moment. She claimed she'd figured out a better charging method while poking around the dungeon and was dead serious about helping Suho out. But Suho hesitated. He was unsure about syncing up with her in the middle of chaos, and the rejection hit Essel like a brick to the soul. Before either of them could even emotionally process the tension, the ground decided to start shaking. Suddenly, an army of crusty mummy rejects came stomping out of the pyramids. They came from every direction, turning the place place into a death trap with no exits. The noise from earlier clearly woke up the whole squad, and now the hunters were buried under an avalanche of undead violence. While everyone fought for their lives, Randolph had a light bulb moment, realizing the prophecy his guildmaster ranted about was actually happening. A being born from death breaking seals and raising corpses. Yeah, that was ringing a few alarm bells, and Randolph, being the power-hungry gremlin he is, decided, screw the orders about controlling the dungeon. The real bag was Necromancer hacks. While the other guilds were busy getting smacked by mummies, Randolph grabbed his scavenger guild goons and made a break for the boss room. Man didn't even blink at the chaos, just bulldozed through every obstacle. Rio saw them making moves and screamed for his team to stop them, but the mummies were the perfect meat shield. The scavenger guild was playing dirty, and it was working. Now the boss room was locked behind a tidal wave of undead, and Rio was left stuck raging in place. Meanwhile, Suho clocked everything in 2 seconds, and realized if Randolph got to that boss first, it was game over. So he called Gray again, lit up a bond skill, and went into turbo mode. Gray merged with Suho, and suddenly this man was slicing through mummies like he had DLC powers. And Rio just stood there, jaw on the floor, trying to figure out if Suho was still human or some hybrid summon fusion. From the carnage to the way he moved, Suho was a whole one-man apocalypse, and while Rio tried to wrap his head around it, Suho told everyone to finish this fight fast, because the real race was to catch up with Randolph. Ezel, meanwhile, was off to the side crying her eyes out because Suho picked the dog over her for the bond skill, and honestly, same girl, that pain hits different. Deeper in the pyramid, Randolph kept storming ahead, eyes locked on the prize and still thinking about Suho, wondering just how dangerous this kid really was, and secretly hoping they'd go head-to-head after he snagged that corpse-reviving cheat code. The journey brought them to a door so massive it looked like it was holding back Satan's older, meaner cousin, with ancient carvings all over it, glowing. The squad pushed it open, dust flying everywhere, and what they found inside instantly killed the vibe. Chained up in the middle of the room was a magic beast the size of a goddamn building, and even while shackled, it radiated pure power. The hunters froze like NPCs in a cutscene, their bravado gone. Randolph's brain immediately went into full prophecy mode, connecting this thing to the death-born monster mentioned by his guildmaster. Then the thing twitched, which should have been their cue to dip, but no, they stayed, and the beast started growling in a demonic language. No one understood a word, but it sure didn't sound friendly. The beast growled again, this time pissed, and those giant arms yanked at the chains until they cracked. A second later, the room exploded into chaos. The beast broke free with a roar and stood up like a final boss waking from a nap. It didn't waste a second whipping a chunk of broken chain straight at the hunters. Randolph managed to block it barely, but everyone else got folded like lawn chairs, bodies flying across the room like rag dolls. Now the beast was stomping forward, locked onto Randolph like it had beef with his entire existence. The rest of the guild was out cold, and Randolph stood there sweating through his armor, remembering how easily the monster took out their tankiest members. He activated his giant's armor skill, glowing, and threw himself at the beast, swinging his axe with everything he had. The hit landed and made a big sound, but the monster didn't even blink. Randolph looked up in horror, realizing his strongest move didn't even do jack shit. The beast mumbled something again in that demonic tongue, but this time it made Randolph's soul shiver like his spine knew it was over before his brain did. Before he could even react, the beast pulled back its massive fist and sent Randolph flying like a human meteor straight into the wall. The impact cracked stone and probably every bone in his body, his vision fading out as pain drowned him. In that last moment, the beast casually muttered that some living thing had already broken under its power, and this whole fight had just been for fun. The monster's attention now shifted, realizing there were still more playthings nearby. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Suho was still busy chasing those scavenger guild rejects. Completely unaware, he was marching headfirst into nightmare fuel. The deeper he got into the pyramid, the more the place started feeling. Mummies were coming at him like they had a personal vendetta, and sure, Suho was slicing them up like a pro, but they just wouldn't stop. Realizing this wasn't going to end with just pure skill, Suho pulled his usual power move and tried to summon reinforcements with that classic Arise command. But nah, the system basically slapped him with a pop-up that said, Old souls not available. Try again never. Turns out, ancient dusty corpses have anti-shadow summon insurance. Suho just stared at the message, annoyed but not surprised. This wasn't the first time the system had blue-balled him. Baru, the silent flying bug bro, stayed close, watching Suho cut his way forward while chaos brewed around them. Then out of nowhere, the ground started doing its best earthquake cosplay. Cracks split open beneath their feet, shaking everyone. Hunters started tripping, and before anyone could even curse properly, giant centipedes exploded out of the earth. These ugly, oversized bugs had the audacity to show up mid-mission, and panic hit the group like a truck. Already getting bullied by an army of mummies, this new wave of boss-tier pests sent everyone's hope levels into the gutter. Essel didn't hesitate, though. She went full acrobat, jumped on one centipede's back, and tried to stab it into submission. Except the thing was built like a tank, and her spear barely scratched it. She was giving it her all, but the bug just shrugged it off. Frustrated and exposed, she looked one step away from rage quitting. Meanwhile, Rio yelled for Suho to retreat, trying to be the only voice of reason in this hellhole. Shit was getting too real, and Rio knew they were 5 seconds away from getting turned into centipede snacks. But Suho was stuck in overthink mode. The quest wanted him to fix the dimensional crack, but the scavenger guild was already speeding to the boss like they were trying to beat him to the loot. If they killed the boss first, he'd lose his chance to complete the mission. Suho hesitated, and right then the pyramid decided to level up its nightmare difficulty. A heavy stomping sound echoed through the entire place, and Rio's face turned to straight-up horror. From the direction the scavenger guild went, a new monster walked. This one had been shackled up. Suho's instincts kicked in and screamed danger. This wasn't just any monster. Its name glowed in red like a giant middle finger to everyone still alive. The prisoner of the tomb, Ammit. The moment this beast let out a roar, the entire dungeon flinched. Even the mummies paused, looked at Ammit, and dipped out immediately. That's how you know it's serious when the undead run for their lives. The hunters just stood there, shell-shocked and useless, except for Essel, who, for some reason, decided now was the time to go full berserker and planted herself right in Ammit's path. Suho's heart dropped. He shouted for her, but his voice got swallowed by Ammit's overwhelming presence. This oversized murder lizard from hell locked eyes on Essel. Essel, calm as ever despite standing in front of a creature that could punt her into next week, explained her demonic lineage. Turns out Speaking Monster wasn't on Duolingo, but her bloodline had the right translation perks. Ammit let out a thunderous laugh, the kind that made you question your life choices. The big guy started venting like he was on a therapist's couch, talking about how painfully boring eternity was just corpses, dust, and brain-dead insects for company. This was the first real convo he'd had in eons, and he was clearly vibing with it. But before Essel could start trauma dumping back, one of the leftover centipedes decided to third wheel and came lunging at her. Essel, for a second, thought Ammit might actually be chill. Meanwhile, the centipede was about to snap her in half, but before it even got close, Ammit went full rage mode. One strike, and that's all it took. The centipede didn't just die, it got deleted. Essel stood frozen, mouth probably hanging open like a stunned goldfish. Ammit casually mentioned that anything dumb enough not to obey him didn't deserve to exist. Then he just snapped. The beast tore through the dungeon after he was finished. The place looked like a bloody blender went off, limbs flying, bones crunching, the ground painted with monster guts. When he finally stopped, it was dead silent. The hunters were standing there wondering, did we just watch a god go apeshit? Rio was visibly shaken, trying to understand what the fuck just happened. This dungeon, originally marked as a nice mid-tier C- or B rank stroll, had turned into an S-class disaster with a monster that could one-shot their strongest threats. As if to drive the point home, Ammit scanned the field like he was looking for the next fool to squash. He spotted Rio, poor bastard, and charged in faster than anyone could blink. Rio, panicking, crossed his sword to defend, probably preparing for death. But Suho wasn't about to let that happen. He appeared just in time and landed a solid punch to Ammit's jaw. Yeah, the man really just punched a boss monster in the face. Suho's hit didn't do much damage, but it did make a statement. He wasn't going to let this oversized freak go around clapping people just for not talking. Ammit, surprised, paused. He seemed intrigued by this whole values thing Suho brought up, then immediately threw that curiosity in the trash. In typical ancient monster fashion, he decided he was done talking and launched a kick strong enough to send Suho flying like a rag doll on launch day. The dude slammed into a wall so hard it cracked the floor and left him groaning in a heap of regret. Lesson of the day: don't try to lecture a tomb monster on morals unless your bones are insured. Essel lost it. Watching Suho get yeeted into a wall lit a fire under her ass. She screamed, not just pissed, but full on, ready to throw hands with a monster that could erase her in half a second. Her voice cracked with rage and desperation, and Amit, calm, smug, and still dripping with menace, turned to her. He acknowledged Suho as her companion, and even tossed out a fake-ass apology like, "Oops, didn't mean to snap your boy in half." But it wasn't empathy, it was because she was a demon, and he figured that made her potentially useful. So now he wanted answers. The ancient beast suddenly started asking questions about the Monarch War. Who won? Was it over? Did the Shadow Monarch come out on top? And Essel? She froze. Her brain hit the panic button, because how the hell did this prehistoric monster even know about that war? Amit's patience didn't last. When Essel didn't answer fast enough, he switched from interrogation to execution real quick. This dude didn't care if it was a mute beast or a scared demon girl. If they weren't talking, they weren't worth keeping around. His presence grew heavier. Just as he was about to end Essel like a side quest gone wrong, Suho, broken and bleeding on the floor, started moving. Through sheer plot armor and pure stubbornness, he activated his status recovery. A soft glow wrapped around him as bones popped back into place and his insides stopped screaming. Still spitting blood and clearly in pain, Suho stood up like the main character he was and called out to Amit. That stopped the monster mid-kill. Suho told Amit the truth, or at least what he hoped sounded true. The Shadow Monarch won. He killed every other monarch. That caught Amit off guard. For something that acted like it didn't give a shit about anything, this one clearly did. His voice boomed across the battlefield as he demanded Suho confirm it. The fact that the war had ended while he was trapped in this pyramid clearly messed with his ancient pride. Suho, now in mental chess mode, chose every word carefully. He could tell this wasn't just some brute. This thing had history knowledge and power on par with S-rank nightmares. Amit stepped closer, suddenly asking about Tarnak, the Monarch of the Iron Body. The name hit Suho like a red flag. This wasn't just curiosity. Amit had ties to Tarnak. Maybe a brother-in-arms, maybe a simp, who knows? But it made everything worse. If Tarnak was his guy, and Suho confirmed he got clapped in the war, things were going to escalate. Without waiting for an answer, Amit slammed the ground near Suho, sending shockwaves across the dungeon. Suho barely dodged it, instinct saving him more than skill. Landing a few steps back, he glared at Amit and snapped, demanding to know what the hell this monster even wanted. Amit was throwing the tantrum of a lifetime. His roar shook the whole damn place, and he was clearly done playing 20 questions with Suho. The beast was straight up hissed, accusing Suho of stalling and lying through his teeth. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Suho's hesitation was about to get him turned into pavement. The more Suho waited, the more murdery Amit got. That massive ball of rage wasn't just unpredictable. He was a walking red flag with muscles. When he demanded a final answer about the fate of the Monarch of the Iron Body, Suho finally gave it to him. One word, and suddenly Amit changed gears like a drunk philosopher, smirking, laughing, and thanking the Shadow Monarch for doing him a favor. Dude went from boss fight to weirdly grateful in 2 seconds flat, and Suho just stood there, confused as hell. Trying to make sense of the emotional whiplash, Suho asked the one question that probably shouldn't have left his mouth if Amit was somehow related to the Iron Body Monarch. That was all it took. Amit's ego shattered and the dude exploded. Not metaphorically, literally exploded into a rage charge, fists cocked like he was about to knock Suho's soul into next week. Suho braced for impact, probably already saying goodbye to his teeth. But plot armor said, not today. Out of nowhere, the same ancient chains that once held Amit came back with a vengeance. They wrapped around his beefy ass and yanked him back mid-attack like the world's angriest dog on a leash. Amit lost it, cursing Tarnak and every spellcaster involved. The chains didn't care, though they dragged him back into the shadows like he was grounded by the universe itself. Once the monster was sealed back into his dungeon of depression, silence hit hard. Suho just stood there blinking, trying to understand what the fuck just happened. Chains with a grudge had saved his life, and all he could do was stand there looking like he forgot how breathing worked. Essel sprinted over, eyes wide, asking if he was okay. Suho nodded. Shaking off the shock, He finally pulled it together. Amit was exposed now, so every move from here on out had to be tight. Then, just as he tried to focus on healing Gray and the half-dead Asura Guild squad, the system hit him with a surprise update. The quest changed, and now it wanted Suho to stroll right back into the gate and save the heir of the Iron Body. Confusion hit the group when Suho dropped the bomb about what he'd learned. Everyone looked rattled, and Essel was already side-eyeing Suho like he just volunteered them for a group suicide mission. His face said everything dude was clearly not okay but pretending to be functional, which has basically become his whole personality at this point. Still, with zero chill and even less self-preservation, Suho led them into the ancient pyramid. They kept moving deeper until they found the main event. Amut was just chilling in the shadows, still wrapped in the same chains that had yoinked him earlier. He wasn't happy to see them either. The moment he spotted Suho, he went into full sarcastic mode, mocking him for having the balls or the stupidity to come back. But Suho stayed calm and said he just wanted to talk. That confused Amut, because to him, conversation usually meant yelling and violence thanks to his fun childhood memories with Tarnak. And yet, beneath all the murdery vibes, Suho noticed something off. There was a weird raw honesty in the way Amit talked that made Suho wonder what kind of dumpster fire of a life made someone like this. Curious and a little reckless, Suho asked why Amit hated the Iron Body Monarch so much, and surprisingly, Amit answered without trying to crush him. Turns out, he used to be just a regular guy until the Monarch and some spellcaster decided to turn him into the ultimate muscle puppet. Then, like the assholes they were, they dumped him in a tomb and dipped. The chains weren't just magical, they were personal. A reminder that his creators didn't even have the decency to finish the job. Amit had been stuck down there ever since, literally and emotionally chained to a betrayal that never let him breathe. Suho took it all in, staring at the chains that seemed too cursed to break. He started thinking if Amit could have ripped them apart, he would have done it centuries ago. So clearly something else was going on. The system wanted Suho to free this beast, but it wasn't going to be as simple as snapping some shackles. His attention shifted to the stakes anchoring the chains. Maybe they weren't just decoration. Maybe the key to ending this pyramid-sized trauma. Suho turned to Amit and started hitting him with more questions. First, he asked if the monsters already existed in the tomb when Amit got sealed in. Amit's answer was short and sharp yes, and he sounded one dumb question away from smacking Suho with sarcasm. Suho kept going anyway, asking if Amit was the dungeon's boss, but Amit quickly shut that down, saying he'd never left that room thanks to his magical leash. That part made Suho pause. If Amit wasn't in charge and wasn't allowed to wander, why the hell did the spellcaster put so much effort into keeping him contained? The chains weren't just there for decoration. Whoever made this setup clearly had something to hide, and Suho was determined to peel back the layers. With a half-baked plan brewing in his head, Suho hit Amit with a bold offer. If Suho figured out how to break the spell, would Amit owe him a favor? That caught the beast off guard. For a second, Amit looked genuinely surprised, but the moment passed and he started laughing. He straight up mocked Suho, pointing out that the kid probably didn't even know who the spellcaster was, let alone how to undo the curse. He warned Suho not to throw around promises unless he could actually deliver. But Suho stood his ground. He laid out his theory. The chains were designed to keep Amit from reaching the dungeon's boss. So if Suho wiped the dungeon master off the map and collapsed the dungeon in the process, maybe the stakes holding the chains would become useless, and the whole enchantment would break. Suho's logic was crazy and risky, and sounded like something he came up with after 2 hours of sleep, but damn if it didn't kinda make sense. Amit didn't know whether to laugh harder or respect the hell out of the kid. The plan was reckless as hell, but for the first time, he looked almost impressed. Then chaos broke out. Baru watching Suho make deals with what he called a reptilian meathead was too much. The ant started whining that Suho picked a lizard over him. Amit, still chained but full of smoke, called Baru a fruit fly and told him to buzz off. That was enough to push Baru over the edge. The ant flexed his pride and pulled out the original father card. Despite the verbal WWE match, Amit turned back to Suho, now actually curious about him. He finally realized the kid wasn't just anyone, he was the Shadow Monarch's heir. That little detail softened Amit's usual murder face into something more thoughtful. He admitted this was as far as he could go, stuck behind the magic chains, and everything from here depended on whether Suho could pull off the impossible. If Suho failed to kill the dungeon boss, the whole plan would fall apart. And even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee the chains would vanish. But something in Suho's voice, probably some insane level of confidence, made it hard for Amit to dismiss him. So, Suho did what Suho does best, jumped headfirst into chaos. He opened a portal to the shadow dungeon right there, hoping Amit could just step through and bounce. The moment Amit even thought about leaving, they tightened. The dude couldn't take one step without getting yoinked back like the tomb had abandonment issues. Suho expected that much, though. He didn't come in blind. Annoyed, but still focused, he laid out the plan like it was a military operation. Step 1, he and Essel would wipe out the dungeon boss, which should break the magic holding the stakes. Once the dungeon collapsed, the chains should have no reason to exist anymore. Step 2, everyone runs like hell. Suho, Beru, and newly freed Amit yeet themselves through the shadow dungeon portal before the tomb crumbles on their heads. Suho had a plan B, but Amit didn't care. Dude was done waiting. Even if the plan failed, it was better than sitting in magical timeout for the rest of eternity. As they dove deeper into the tomb, a horde of giant monsters decided to play gatekeeper, but Suho wasn't in the mood. He launched into them. One poor bastard caught a full-force uppercut and went night-night instantly. The rest dropped just as fast under Suho's relentless beatdown. Finally, they reached the main stage where the real problem sat waiting. Warden Sheikah, dripped in sand and sitting on a massive throne. The sand swirled around him like an armored tornado, making sure no one got close. He stared at them with cold eyes. Sheikah didn't waste time with speeches. He launched a huge sand projectile, which exploded mid-air and dropped a reptilian nightmare into the arena. This thing looked like it ate dragons for breakfast. Suho didn't flinch. He charged, daggers out, and carved through the beast in one clean, savage strike. But the second it dropped, the heat hit. Waves of boiling air blasted out, forcing Suho to pull back. The sand shield around Sheikah was still up, and that glowing red aura screamed at least A rank, probably worse. Suho didn't have the mana or the time for a drawn-out fight. Just when the pressure peaked, Essel leapt in like a goddess of violence, her spear slicing through the air. Sheikah deflected it with ease, but it gave Suho the window he needed. While the warden's focus shifted, Suho dashed in, and right then, he shouted the order they'd both been saving for the final blow, calling on Essel to activate their bond skill. As Suho said, Essel lit up when Suho gave her the signal. She nodded, and the air around them exploded with magic as their bond skill kicked in. Suho and Essel's energies merged in a flash of light. Essel had spent what felt like a lifetime grinding for this moment, slaughtering goblins in the shadow dungeon and farming their souls, and now all that training paid off. As the transformation finished, Suho's power hit an entirely new level, and without missing a beat, he launched himself straight at the warden. Meanwhile, Essel collapsed, drained and low-key, hoping this badass moment made up for all the times she fumbled in the past. Sheikah, already vibing with the tension, braced himself as Suho charged. The clash wasn't just a fight, it was two walking nukes smashing into each other. Suho activated Demon Blast and fused it with the flames of the Descendant of White Flames. That attack didn't just hit, it erased Sheikah. The warden got shredded, his sand shield crumbled like it was made of tissue paper, and the tomb itself started throwing a tantrum. With the dungeon master gone, the whole place began to collapse. From a distance, Beru watched the whole thing like a bug-shaped battle analyst, and realized this mess meant victory. Amit, chained and seething, could feel the power holding him weaken. The chains Tarnak had locked him in were finally losing grip, and he started pulling against them with everything he had. Beru didn't waste a second. He told Amit to follow him and get to Suho's side. Amit, though still cautious, could feel hope creeping back in. For the first time in forever, those cursed chains weren't holding him back. His mind drifted to the nightmare that had brought him here, how Tarnak and that mystery spellcaster broke him down day after day. They turned him into a weapon through endless pain, regenerating his body just to torture it again. It got so bad the man clawed his own eyes out just to stop seeing the horror. And yet, deep inside, there was still that one memory, something beautiful, something pure. A vision of the world outside, untouched and peaceful. That dream had kept him going, and now he was close to chasing it. But the moment he moved, the past came for him. Those cursed stakes, symbols of everything that ruined him, came flying back, ready to pin him down again. Amit's face twisted in panic, realizing this wasn't over. The bastards who created him would rather see him dead than free. His roar shook the dungeon, a scream of betrayal and fury. Those chains weren't just physical, they were years of torment, a prison carved into his soul. But before they could lock him down again, Suho shot in like divine intervention. Out of nowhere, this madman leaped into the chaos and drop-kicked one of the stakes with enough force to launch it. It didn't break, but it sure as hell didn't land where it wanted to. The stakes spun like they were programmed to kill with style, sharp edges catching the light as they turned their aim towards Suho and Amut. These weren't done yet, if anything. They looked even more pissed. But Suho stood there, dead-ass ready to fight flying murder weapons with nothing but kicks and raw spite. His eyes burned with that classic protagonist stubbornness, and he made one thing very clear. If these cursed chains weren't letting Amut go, then he was going to throw hands with the damn stakes himself. And throw hands he did. He launched the stakes back with powerful kicks, sending them crashing toward the Shadow Dungeon portal. The chains, still coiled around Amut like cursed vines, were yanked along behind them and dragged into the portal's swirling mess. Suho's speed didn't slow, but his body was clearly falling apart. Every move was a gamble, bones cracking, muscles begging him to stop, but he refused. Amut, watching this madness unfold, was caught between awe and confusion. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a full-on meltdown of logic. Why was this bloody, barely standing monarch doing all this for him? And still, Suho kept swinging, kept fighting, pushing back chains that multiplied. Then it happened, one of the stakes slipped through and stabbed Amut in the back. The pain was brutal, but it snapped something inside him, something primal. In that moment, he understood. He finally got why Tarnak and the Monarchs lost. It wasn't power, it wasn't magic. It was the sickening, stubborn will to keep moving, even when your body's already in the gutter. That's what made Suho different. Bleeding, barely upright, Amma turned to Suho. They were doing this together, even if it killed them both. Elsewhere, Essel finally started to wake up, eyes fluttering open. Everything hurt. Her body was weak, her mind foggy, but the memories returned fast. Baru was already there, watching like the bug version of a mom who'd seen too much. When she locked eyes with him, he quietly motioned for her to chill out and not get dramatic. He told her Suho and Amut were okay for now. They were resting. Their bodies had taken a beating that would have killed anyone else, but they were alive. Essel turned her gaze towards Suho, lying unconscious but calm, scars and bruises still fresh. Essel stared at the unconscious dumbass who somehow pulled off a win. Essel didn't throw a parade or anything, but the way her face relaxed said it all. This idiot had actually done it, and apparently, he'd also recruited Amut the Iron Body Heir. As if that wasn't enough, the system pinged him with a level up like a proud parent handing out gold stars. Meanwhile, miles away and in a whole different vibe, Wu Jinchul sat in his office. The world was finally calming down after my glorious king disappeared. But peace wasn't exactly in fashion. Gates started popping up again, and the hunter scene was buzzing with more activity. Thankfully, Jinwoo's leftover memories gave Jimchul a cheat code for running the new Hunter Association, and that little data dump pretty much saved everyone's ass after the Great Cataclysm tried to turn the world into an apocalypse-themed escape room. But the peace wasn't lasting, because now Stardust had entered the chat. Jinchul was suspicious, and rightfully so, because nothing that useful ever shows up without someone being shady as hell behind the scenes. The trail led to Lee Min-sung, the vice leader of the Grim Reaper Guild. With Lim Taigyu out of the country, Min-sung was clearly doing whatever he wanted, which made Jimchul side-eye the whole situation. His thoughts got interrupted by the rarest event of all, a phone call. The fact that someone actually rang him up instead of texting meant it was serious. When he picked up and heard Jinho's voice, his brain went on high alert. Jinho never called unless shit was burning down, and it was. His nephew had awakened as a hunter and was now stuck inside a gate. Jinchul was ready to brush it off until Jinho dropped the name Sung Suho. The convoy dragged its tired ass across the Egyptian desert, hauling a bunch of hunters who looked. Inside one of the trucks, Ryo Singh and his squad were doing the classic post-dungeon slump, heads bobbing like broken bobbleheads. Meanwhile, Suho, the only one still functioning like a human, poked Ryo awake. The dude barely twitched. Suho chuckled and hit him with another nudge until Ryo blinked awake, looking around like he forgot what planet he was on. Suho dropped the news dungeons done, game over, and asked for his phone. It took Ryo a second, but once his brain booted up, the realization smacked him. They'd survived that cursed pyramid. By the time they rolled up to the airport, the desert was behind them, and Ryo finally had enough energy to speak like a real person. He turned to Suho, eyes full of that cheesy post-battle gratitude, thanking him for the save back in the pyramid field. They were heading in different directions now, but Ryo wanted to stay in touch. Suho, being the polite menace he is, thanked Ryo right back for the plane hookup and for helping him get in contact with his uncle. While waiting for his flight, Suho replayed the conversation with Jinho in his head. The man had basically gone full panic mode when he found out Suho flew to Egypt for a gate run, probably imagining worst-case scenarios the whole time. Suho assured him he was alive and well for now, but of course things couldn't stay calm. Ryo, clearly still stewing over the weirdness of the mission, brought up the demon retreating at the last second. An S-rank level freak just giving up and letting the dungeon collapse? That wasn't just strange, it was downright sketchy. Suho played it cool, said he got lucky, but inside, he knew damn well that wasn't the truth. He remembered it all too clearly standing face to face with Amit deep in that creepy-ass shadow dungeon. The guy looked like a whole ancient nightmare, wrapped in chains and radiating menace. Suho knew the chains couldn't be undone, which meant Amit wasn't going anywhere. Still, Suho had doubts. Was the promise still valid if the dude was still locked up? Amit didn't even flinch. He basically told Suho to chill, saying the deal still stood. Apparently, the stakes had changed. The dungeon gave him more space to stretch his limbs compared to his old crypt, and for now, that was good enough. But Suho noticed something different in him. Amit wasn't just some ancient prisoner anymore. His whole vibe had shifted. The aura, the attitude, the sheer weight of his presence, it all felt more alive. Then, just to keep things uncomfortably weird, Amit reached out and pinched Suho like he was a snack, lifting him into the air. Essel screamed from below like she just watched her friend get snatched by a horror movie villain, which, to be fair, kind of happened. Amit scaled a skyscraper casually holding Suho like luggage. Once he hit the top, Amit stretched his arms and just stood there, soaking in the breeze. After spending who knows how long chained up in shadow hell, just feeling wind again, probably hit like a drug. Then he looked at Suho, serious as ever, and reminded him that he still planned to follow the young monarch. Suho just smiled back, like, yeah, no big deal. I've got a chained-up demon warlord as my follower now. Back in the real world, Suho stood at the airport with his brain somewhere in the shadow dungeon. A gate had popped open in there, and an urgent quest dropped right on his metaphorical lap. Looking at it all now, the mission was clearly meant to lead him to Amut. The chaos, the monster retreat, the weird vibe, it all added up. Before leaving, he exchanged a final goodbye with Ryo, who watched him leave like he was trying to figure out if Suho was even human. The guy could summon creatures, transform his body, and solo a dungeon, yet people still labeled him B-rank. Ryo wasn't buying it. He decided then and there he had to tell his guild about this walking contradiction and scout him before someone else did. From inside the shadows, Baru popped up with his usual dramatic flair, reminiscing about his last plane ride. Suho didn't argue. With no gate open to Korea, they had to fly like normal people. Lame, but necessary. As they settled in, Suho reflected on his progress. Beating the boss and clearing that urgent quest didn't just get him some clout, it leveled him up 7 times. Curious, he asked Beru what rank he was now. Beru guessed he was probably A rank by now. That hit Suho like a wake-up slap. A rank meant he was nearly ready. With everything lining up, it was finally time to clap back at the bastards who made the first move Lee Min-sung and that creepy Itarim Apostle. Their turn was over. Meanwhile, over in Incheon, the Chivalry Guild was living its best life. What used to be a weak-ass C-rank squad had somehow scored the rights to a B-rank gate, and the office vibe was full-on celebration. They'd leveled up fast, expanded their reach, and they knew exactly why Stardust, that sketchy little mana booster, had turned them into a real force, even if nobody had a damn clue where it came from. One of the staff even bragged that Stardust was cheaper now and flooding the black market. People were thankful, cheering whoever created it, but not everyone was buying the hype. Kim Sung-soo, one of their actual B-rank hunters, sat there side-eyeing the whole situation. Something about Stardust just didn't sit right with him, even if he couldn't explain why, and that gut feeling was the only smart thing in the whole room. The Hunter Association was thinking about banning Stardust. The room went dead silent. Confusion turned into chaos. Why ban something that gave power without drawbacks? Especially when small-time guilds were finally getting a seat at the table. Then things went from tense to straight-up horror movie. A group entered the guild hall led by a child, but not the Lost at the Mall kind of kid. This one had the aura of a final boss in preschool disguise. He walked in and demanded to know if this was the guild guild holding rights to the Incheon Gate. Sung Soo, already on edge, confirmed it and asked what the hell this kid wanted. With no hesitation, the boy said he wanted the gate. Sung Soo blinked, confused, until the kid repeated himself with that same dead serious tone. Then it happened. A wave of pressure exploded from the child like a spiritual nuke. The air thickened. Hunters dropped to their knees. One by one, everyone bowed, their voices echoing in perfect sync, pledging loyalty. All except Sung Soo. He just stood there, frozen, watching his entire guild get mentally hijacked. His heart pounded. Something unnatural was taking control. The kid watched the scene, noting which ones hadn't taken Stardust. That seemed to amuse him. Then, just because he could, he yanked away their sight and hearing like it was a party trick. And still, no one fought back. Sung Soo's patience snapped. He unsheathed his weapon, hands shaking, eyes locked on the monster wearing a child's skin. His voice cracked as he demanded answers. The boy didn't flinch. Instead, he explained, almost curious, not even hostile. He was a creation, sent by his maker to claim a place called the world without a master. Earth was just one stop on the map, but the kid's face went dead serious. Dude didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed a weapon from one of his loyal followers. Sung Soo immediately felt the pressure coming off the blade. It wasn't just some overhyped toy. That thing was humming with energy, and not the good kind. The kid's eyes locked onto him like Sung Soo had just slapped his imaginary god. With one finger, the child boosted the weapon's power. Sung Soo, still thinking he was the main character, took that moment to scream and charge. But this wasn't an underdog story. Before Sung Soo could even finish the swing, the child moved fast, clean, and lethal. One slash. That's all it took. Sung Soo's chest exploded open. The kid looked over his work, calm like he just took out the trash. With a snap of his fingers or whatever magic crap he used, the mind control spell lifted. The guild members blinked back to reality, their heads spinning. Chaos, blood, confusion, probably wondering who the hell died this time. And then the kid just walked past them like he hadn't just murdered a man in front of everyone. His last order? Forget everything. Beyond the gate was no better. That place looked like a graveyard for nightmares. Lying still was a massive beast, cut up and clinging to whatever life it had left. It wasn't just hurt, it was grieving, mad, furious. And standing in front of it was that same kid again, still tiny, still terrifying. He didn't pity the creature, he just understood it, so he gave it a deal. Go destroy another world, go absolutely feral and burn it all down. While the beast got ready to ruin someone else's day, the child stayed behind, eyes locked on a different target, still following the so-called will of his imaginary god. Meanwhile, the airport was one heartbeat away from becoming a disaster movie. The gate was unstable, mana pouring out. The Chivalry Guild's hunters stood nearby, sweating bullets. The guild decided to follow the child's order and lie to the association, claim everything was fine. Seconds later, reality slapped them. A crack split the air and monsters came bursting out. Panic? Oh yeah. Screaming? Absolutely. But the child? He just stood there, cool and silent. To him, none of this mattered. Monsters, humans, chaos, it was all noise. He and his squad were built for one job: obey the creator. If that meant war, so be it. If that meant lying, killing, or letting the world burn, that was just part of the gig. But everything flipped the moment their so-called god opened his divine mouth and dropped a truth bomb that broke their collective brains. One of their own had died. That wasn't supposed to happen. They were supposed to be immortal chosen ones, not walking corpses waiting to be deleted. But God didn't want grief. He wanted action. So he gave them a holy hit list. The apostle rallied his fellow fanatics, gathered a cult-level army, and launched a crusade to take over a world left without its boss. The mission was blessed, brutal, and batshit insane. Getting there wasn't a simple road trip either. No portals, no shortcuts, just raw suffering. Crossing dimensions sucked the life out of them. The stronger they were, the harder it was to squeeze through that cosmic tunnel. Time turned into a joke. Minutes, days, centuries, no one knew. They just kept marching through the void like pissed-off ants on a mission. And when they finally arrived, expecting easy land grabs and glory? Nah. What they got was an endless black hole of despair, literal darkness. The worst part? Dying didn't mean peace. Anyone who got clapped by darkness didn't just disappear, they got turned, absorbed, twisted, and sent back into battle. The more they lost, the stronger the enemy got. God's precious army found itself in a one-sided horror movie where every kill they suffered made the monster grow bigger. This wasn't divine justice, it was a cosmic slaughterhouse. Their grand holy war crumbled faster than a wet cookie. Defeated and dragging their broken egos, They limped into another dimension. That was the moment the dread kicked in. They couldn't win. Darkness wasn't just an opponent. It was the end of the script. But in their emo group therapy session, one guy spoke up. TL. This guy actually had a brain. He noticed something important. Darkness had chased them out, which meant he wasn't babysitting the empty world anymore. And better yet, the people left there had no mana, no magic. They were basically defenseless ants with feelings. Teal pitched a new plan. Skip the war and infect them instead. Enter the Mistborns. These were the weakest zealots, so cooked by devotion, they didn't even have working thoughts anymore. But they burned with holy power. And their job was to spread that madness. They didn't need strength, just a spark. Because if enough brain-dead followers worshipped hard enough, they could make a holy base camp right there in that godless world. And from that base, boom, miracle unlocked. The holy colonization speedrun begins. As they realized that the army of God didn't waste a second after hearing TL's plan. TL shattered his power into 5 chunks, like he was handing out cursed party favors, and the weakest fragment got the lucky job of going in first. That poor thing got tossed into the world without a master, sneaking in under the radar while Darkness was off doing whatever cosmic horrors do on their day off. Everything was going according to plan, until the fragment realized the mortals weren't as powerless as they thought. These little gremlins had mana now, and it was all thanks to some apocalyptic event they named the Cataclysm. Because obviously the drama level wasn't high enough. With mana now in the mix, the first fragment pumped the brakes and called for backup. Once the second fragment showed up, they pulled the old Dragon Ball fusion and powered up. But this wasn't a world spiraling out of control by accident. This had fingerprints all over it. Somebody or something had flipped the script, and now these mortals were leveling up. So the fragments made a call. Focus on the mana users, especially the hunters. Right on cue, Fate handed him a front row seat to some chaos. The airport went from a busy terminal to a horror show real fast. The dungeon gate exploded with monsters. Civilians screamed. Security dipped. It was full-blown panic. People scattered like cockroaches, begging the Hunters Association to do something before they all got shredded. The Apostle didn't blink. He just stood there, watching the chaos, waiting for an S rank to show up and flex. If a beast with that much mana were loose, a top-tier hunter would have to step in. That was his shot to study them in action. But then he noticed something else. Every single hunter on site was juiced up on star powder, a drug made from burning mist-burn faith into pure power. Normally, it's harmless background noise, but under TL's amplify skill, boom, that leftover faith got dialed up to 11. That's when the Apostles snatched their minds like flipping a switch. The hunters, armed, trained, and probably thinking they were heroes, suddenly became meat puppets. He told them to leave, and they did. No resistance. With the actual defenders out of the picture, the real horror kicked in. Goblins flooded the airport. One woman, frozen with fear, hit the floor as the monsters circled her. They didn't hesitate. Their crude blades sank into her over and over, painting the floor red while she reached out in a last, desperate twitch for help. The Apostle stood in silence, watching the woman bleed out as her hand twitched one last time. Someone new entered the chat, and not just anyone. Suho stepped through the airport doors. His eyes scanned the hell unfolding before him. Civilians screaming, beasts rampaging, blood everywhere. A roar tore through the air as a monster lunged at a frozen man. Too slow to run, too scared to scream. But Suho didn't hesitate. In one blink, he was gone. In the next, his knee crashed into the beast's face. The creature flew backward and hit the ground. Just Suho turning to the civilian, dead serious. Get up, get out, survive. The Apostle tracked Suho's every move, eyes narrowing as this walking natural disaster sliced through goblins. One kick sent a goblin flying. One swing and a head rolled. Another strike, another body dropped. Precise, cold, unstoppable. Somewhere in the Apostle's brain, a memory clicked. Lee Min-sung once mentioned a black-masked hunter who wrecked the hyenas. Was this him? The saboteur who moved like vengeance incarnate? Because this wasn't just brute strength, this was surgical destruction. Suho danced through the battlefield with all the grace of a hitman who skipped warm-up. Goblins swarmed, but none could touch him. His punches landed like divine judgment. The Apostle realized something was seriously off. This level of destruction wasn't normal. Not in a place this populated. Not with the Hunter Association around. Something behind the scenes was broken. But Suho wasn't asking questions yet. He was clearing a path for survivors. One corpse at a time. Then it happened. Suho spoke one word. Arise. The shadows around the dead goblins twitched, then slithered. Darkness pulsed as the corpses rose again. eyes glowing. No longer enemies, now soldiers. His soldiers. The apostle's mind short-circuited. This wasn't mana. This wasn't faith. This was something else. Suho hadn't touched Stardust. No Mistborn influence. And yet, his power rivaled Lee Min-sung's, maybe even surpassed it. Now, with a literal army of undead goblins at his back, Suho pointed forward. Save the people. And his new army obeyed. For the first time, the apostle's blank expression cracked. This wasn't just a hunter. This was someone who could control the very darkness they feared. A human wielding the one thing even gods hadn't mastered. If that human really had ties to the darkness, then suddenly everything clicked. The Hyena Guild getting bodied, the Stardust Factory going boom, all of it was part of someone's messy plan getting stomped on. The Apostle instantly dipped into stealth mode, but right then the universe said, "Fuck your secrecy," and threw a giant truck through the sky like it was late to a demolition derby. That thing came flying straight at the Apostle. Before the Apostle could even blink, Suho yeeted himself mid-air and slapped the truck away. The crash was loud enough to make the ground cry and debris rained down. Suho landed like a damn superhero and stood in front of the Apostle. He scanned the area, probably thinking about which dumbass sent that truck. Then the boss monster showed up, big, ugly, and mad as hell, with teeth clenched so tight it looked constipated. Suho's face hardened. This wasn't some low-level XP drop. This thing screamed final boss energy. From the shadows, Baru's voice piped up, saying he felt some Itarim vibes in the monster. That meant this dungeon break wasn't just an oopsie accident. It was part of some bigger hellstorm. For a second, Baru twitched like he felt something weird, or maybe his sixth sense just had a glitch. Meanwhile, the monster had zero interest in talking. It just cocked its giant fist and charged Suho. Suho didn't flinch. He squared up instantly with no hesitation. He dumped every single stat from his level up straight into strength, and then they collided fist first. The explosion from that punch shook the whole damn battlefield and echoed. The Apostle's brain tried to keep up. Suho just saved him, probably thinking he was some lost human baby, which was hilarious considering the Apostle could probably nuke a city. Suho had the aura of darkness, sure, but it was still baby tier compared to real cosmic evil. Still, there was something wild about him, something off script. Then Suho's fist landed again right in the monster's face, and the creature got launched like it forgot gravity existed. The Apostle watched from a distance, calculating whether to stay or ghost. But just as he was ready to clean up Suho himself, another guy entered the scene without knocking. This new dude had fire, literally flames, in his hands and no patience. He lit up the goblin horde with frozen fireballs hanging in the air like time said pause. With a flick of his wrist, the dude snapped his fingers and boom, those floating fireballs dropped like Judgment Day fireworks. Everything caught fire in perfect sync, like he choreographed it just to flex. The goblins started screaming while the flames torched them alive. Suho stood back and watched the whole thing unfold in slow-mo, wondering where the hell this inferno even came from. Whatever it was, it took out the monster horde instantly, and with terrifying precision. That kind of heat and control only meant one thing, that the discounted Ainz has entered the scene. Choi's eyes lit up not with shock but with interest when the boss monster strutted out of the fire. He looked more impressed than mad, like, damn, this one might be worth a second shot. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, summoned a literal bow made of flames, and whipped up a fire arrow that looked like it could vaporize a small country. Then, without blinking, he fired it. The shot nailed the monster dead on, launching that thing through a building like it was a punching bag. The structure exploded on impact, and just like that, the whole battlefield went silent. The crowd nearby started cheering. They recognized the fire-happy maniac instantly. Choi, the human flamethrower, was here, so everyone assumed the crisis was over. But while the people celebrated, Choi kept scanning the scene, eyes sharp. He could have sworn he saw a kid nearby just seconds ago, but now nothing. Suho was tucked away behind some narrow gap, holding his breath. Choi stood there trying to figure out why the previous fighter had dipped so fast. Suho let out a quiet breath, knowing Choi's dramatic entrance was the perfect excuse to vanish. No way he was letting anyone know who he really was. Not now, not when the risks were stacking up. And as he left, his thoughts spiraled deeper. The Itarim always worked from the shadows. Far away in some ominous tower, the Apostle stood like a brooding villain by a window while the world kept spinning obliviously. A portal appeared behind him without so much as a knock, and a voice drifted out, calling him. The apostle didn't react, and just stood still like a robot with too many feelings. Before handing over his body, he had some tea to spill about this world, about hunters, especially the S-rank ones who could casually break physics with their pinkies. They were too powerful and too unpredictable, and one in particular was a problem. The wild card, the fuck-up in the system. The voice didn't want to hear more. It was like, shut up, we'll read your memories. Just hand over the meat suit. And so the apostle accepted his fate, not saying another word. But deep down, he had a weird feeling. Like maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to vanish completely. That emotion meant nothing, though. Not in his world. Everything was for the creator. Always had been. Always would be. Then the portal surged, swallowing him in raw energy, and in one blinding flash, the apostle was gone, replaced by a new being. The third fragment had entered the chat. His body was new, but his brain was loaded with old memories. And one thing stood out. Someone else had the same authority as darkness. That wasn't supposed to happen. The second fragment had been an idiot trying to kill him. If that guy could be turned instead, they could raise the dead and run the world. Suho dragged his tired ass back to his place. He flopped down like a wet noodle, sighing loud enough for the gods to hear it. Meanwhile, Baru stood nearby, silently watching him. Suho's mind wandered back to his chat with Jinho, his uncle practically crying about how Suho was out here playing superhero instead of thinking about his own damn safety. The whole protector thing was noble or whatever, but Suho dying would kind of kill the vibe for his parents too. He lay there thinking about his mom and dad probably stressing out harder than an overworked intern. Then suddenly, because this man has the chill level of a cracked-out squirrel, he jumped to his feet. Ready to risk it all again, Suho announced his next destination like he was some shonen protagonist and declared it was Shadow Dungeon time. Beru clocked the shift. Instantly, the dude's energy went from half-dead to hyper-fixated real fast. Resting would have been smart, but Suho's brain said, nah, grind first, cry later. He still had a daily quest to finish, and the man wasn't about to let some free XP slip through his fingers like an idiot. But the second they entered the dungeon, Suho stopped. Confusion hit him square in the face. The daily quest was gone. Just poof, vanished out of existence before he could spiral into a full meltdown. Essel hesitantly explained the plot twist. Amit went full murder hobo mode overnight and wiped out every single goblin in the place. Amit calmly defended himself like, yeah, I cleaned up your house, bitch. You're welcome. Also added, don't worry, didn't touch the humans, which was the bare minimum. Really, Suho just sighed again, realizing this walking murder machine had unintentionally nuked his entire training routine. Amit saw Suho mentally combusting and decided to throw him a bone. If it's strength you want, I can train you, he said, looking smug as hell. Suho blinked. This was not on his bingo card. Ahmed explained that he wasn't always this strong and was willing to pass on his Rocky Balboa bootcamp tips. Just as Suho processed the offer, a new daily quest popped up with the classic death sentence, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. But wait, Ahmed wasn't done. This dumbass training arc came with a twist. Suho had to do all that while carrying Ahmed on his back, because why not suffer harder? Suho looked like he was about to uninstall life itself. But then Ahmed said, chill, I got you, and started shrinking like a cursed Pokemon. Apparently being shredded by Tarnak 1,000 times gave him body-morphing hacks, so now he was human-sized and fully prepped for piggyback torture. And with that, Suho's suffering officially began. Suho stared at Ahmed. His giant, hulking body was shrinking down. Suho blinked once, twice, then boom. Ahmed was already barking orders like some drill sergeant hopped up on creatine. Suho hit the ground for push-ups like a man possessed, trying to act tough while his brain was screaming, what the hell is this life? He wasn't just doing it for gains either. Deep down, he was eyeing that bond skill. He needed a partner, someone who could survive these death quests with him. Just as Suho got into rhythm, Ahmed climbed onto his back. The pressure hit instantly. Suho gasped hard like a truck just parked on his spine. That's when Ahmed dropped the bomb. Yeah, I can shrink my body, but my weight? Still the same, congrats, bro. You're now bench pressing a literal tank. Isel and Beru stood in the distance, watching like two emotionally unavailable parents witnessing their son make terrible life choices. Suho's arms trembled like they were about to peace out. His brain was chanting 100 push-ups under this weight. Bruh. The pain was brutal, but Ahmed wasn't here to coddle him. This was his version of a love letter: get crushed, suffer, and rebuild. That was the only way this psycho trained people. Meanwhile, somewhere somewhere near Paju, inside a dungeon straight out of Silent Hill, the vibes were rancid. The air was foggy, cursed, and 100% haunted. A mistborn screamed in agony, echoing through the dungeon. This place wasn't just a battlefield. It was a damn mutation lab where humans got twisted into monsters against their will. Standing in the middle of this nightmare was Min Sung, looking like he'd had enough of everybody's bullshit. The wait was over, but his patience was long gone. He glared at the demon in charge, who started preaching about honor and devotion. The demon Murmu, acting like some holy prophet, started praising the Chosen One, claiming he saved them from their filthy lives. Wrong move, buddy. Min Sung didn't like that wording and made it known by slicing the bastard's hand open. Murmu stayed still, but the message hit hard. Min Sung didn't need sermons from bootleg villains. He wanted answers. Where was the child? The demon answered vaguely, blaming the apostle's busy schedule. Min Sung then brought up Lim Tegyu, warning Murmu to keep his end of their deal. But Murmu, being the annoying villain he is, decided to pivot to a sales pitch, reminding Min Sung about a power he hadn't used and spinning some backstory about how the Chosen One saved him after the demon realm got nuked. Apparently, the Stardust drug had been tweaked to wipe out some traitor clan, and Murmu thought that was enough to sell his loyalty. Then came the real bait: follow the Chosen One and get OP powers even better than Lim Tegyu's. But Min Sung was done. He shut that shit down immediately, not interested in god complexes or sketchy upgrades from snake oil demons. Murmu was out here flapping his demon gums like he knew jack about S-rank hunters, but the dude didn't even know how to shut up. He started calling Min Sung a fool for not embracing his edgy cult power-up plan, but Min Sung wasn't having it. He just turned around and dipped. Min Sung wasn't listening to some overgrown cockroach with a superiority complex. Instead, his mind was spinning. He wasn't here to save anyone. He was here to survive. And once that poor bastard of a kid took out Lim Tegyu, the whole operation would fall right into place. Then he'd snitch to the Hunter Association, let them do the cleanup, and boom, past glory reclaimed. This man wanted to press rewind on life and live like it was his golden era again. But what Min Sung didn't know was that he was already being watched. From the top of a tall-ass tower, some mysterious woman had eyes locked on him. The second he exited the dungeon, she was already on comms, snitching to the association chairman. Chairman Jinchul got the call, processed it faster than a Google search, and immediately pieced it together. Paju field-type dungeon, Stardust factory. Yeah, that added up. Fast as hell, he gave the order. Minho was to tail Min Sung and not lose track of him for a second. Jinchul then turned to Choi, and they both laid out the ugly truth. The incident during the airport dungeon break, the staff losing memories, all those freaky hunters acting weird lately, every single one of them had Stardust in their systems. The drug was basically glitching the hunter system. With stakes climbing faster than Suho's daily quest reps, the association made the only smart move left: ban the damn thing. Stardust was now officially contraband. Meanwhile, Yongin brought up the next step. What the hell were they supposed to do with Min Sung? Jinchul was done playing nice. He wasn't just going after Min Sung now. He wanted whoever was puppeteering this whole mess taken out too. This was bigger than one rogue idiot. This was a full-blown operation. Choi didn't hesitate. His guild was in. They'd throw whatever it took to bring it down. But even with all that chaos, Jinchul's mind drifted to something personal. Jinho had just confirmed Suho was back safe and breathing. That news hit him hard. He looked at an old photo of himself and my glorious king, memories flooding in. And if Suho really was a growth-type hunter just like his dad, then the same cursed system that held Jinu back might come for Suho too. Jinchul wasn't about to sit back and watch that repeat. He made his choice clear. Whatever happened, he'd back Suho with everything he had. Meanwhile, back in the shadow dungeon, Suho was still suffering in silence, doing push-ups. Each rep shredded his body. He wasn't just training, he was dying and respawning every second, but my boy didn't give up. Suho hit the final push-up like he was about to ascend straight to the afterlife. His arms finally gave out with a nasty crack, the kind that said, "Congratulations, you're now medically fucked up." Bones shattered, breath struggling, life questionable. Amit stood over him, announcing that this was just the warm-up. The ancient bastard clearly didn't understand the concept of chill. From the sidelines, Essel looked ready to faint. Baru lost his damn mind. He snapped at Amit. Baru was fuming because Suho wasn't made of titanium. He was still a barely functioning baby monarch trying not to die during warm-ups. But Suho wasn't done being a stubborn idiot. With fingers shaking like he just got hit with electricity, he crawled toward the system interface and dragged his busted hand across it. He barely managed to buy a recovery potion, chugged it like his soul depended on it, and boom, Bones snapped back like reverse Jenga. His body healed almost instantly thanks to the potion, but the pain, the grind, and the exhaustion, all still there. Still, Suho didn't back down. He had one goal: beat the ever-living hell out of Lee Min-sung. And what if this was the path he had to take? So be it. With only 3 more tasks left, Suho stood again, eyes burning with the kind of energy that said, "I have nothing to lose but sanity." Amit watched silently, probably impressed that Suho hadn't quit or exploded yet. Beru and Essel looked like they were watching a snuff film, but Suho kept going. He popped Beast Possession and fused with Gray, instantly feeling a power boost and instantly regretting it because Amit climbed back on and sit-ups were next. Now he wasn't just fighting gravity, he was fighting a whole ancient warlord chilling on his back. Even with the buffs, Suho was sweating. Muscles screamed, lungs begged for mercy, but he just kept guzzling potions and pushing through. Amit kept analyzing, and he realized that this wasn't about raw power anymore. This was about mindset. And Suho, dumb as hell but relentless. Eventually, his body finally collapsed again. Sharp pain cut through his back, and even Gray crashed beside him. They lay there dying, breathing like broken vacuums, when the system chimed in. Bless up rewards unlocked. Daily quest complete. Amit nodded satisfied, while Suho just wheezed on the floor, questioning his life choices. But he knew this grind was working. Slowly, painfully, but it was working. And tomorrow, he'd crawl back again. Amit saw Suho's dumbass determination and just nodded like, yeah, this one's crazy enough to survive. Suho had no quit in him, and that's exactly what a walking tank like Amit respected. After surviving his daily death quest, Suho dragged his broken body back home and face-planted into bed. The second his head hit the pillow, he passed out. Beru, ever the overprotective bug dad, gently covered him with a blanket. For once, there was peace. No screaming, no training, just sweet unconsciousness. Beru decided to enjoy a rare moment of freedom and turned on the TV, hoping for something light and brain-numbing. But nope, bad timing. The news smacked him in the face with a serious report. The Hunter Association had just dropped a new rule book targeting field-type dungeons, especially after that airport dungeon went full apocalypse. Turns out these dungeons were more chaotic than usual since they existed in the open world and let guilds farm monsters for magic crystals. That's why private guilds had been hoarding them. The association finally decided to bring the hammer down and start choking out the power-hungry guilds. Meanwhile, over at the Grim Reaper Guild headquarters, Lee Min-sung sat at his desk, glaring at a report like it just insulted his entire bloodline. A rep from the association had shown up and wasn't sugarcoating anything. They told him straight up the guild owned too many field dungeons, and the B-rank one in Paju was now public enemy number 1. The association wasn't playing around, and unless Min-sung wanted his hunter license yeeted into the void, he'd have to join the raid himself, which was hilarious considering the guy hadn't done anything remotely hunter-like in over 6 months. Min-sung's brain instantly short-circuited with rage because he knew exactly who was behind this. But before Min-sung could throw a tantrum, Lim Taegyu strolled in and accepted the association's request. The man's voice was cool and calm and carried the kind of authority that made Min-sung want to throw hands. Taegyu didn't even look at him, he just agreed. The rep nodded, said, "Good job," and got ready to dip while Min-sung stood there clenching his teeth. It all clicked. Taegyu had rushed back from overseas, not out of duty, but to throw a wrench in Min-sung's shady operation. And just to twist the knife deeper, the rep announced that the association would be sending their own hunters for the Paju raid, and the Grim Reaper Guild was expected to play nice and form a party. After hearing this, Min-sung was one emotional support straw away from losing his mind on the spot. Lim Taegyu stared Min-sung down. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. How the hell could Min-sung agree to give up a field-type dungeon that easily? That thing was basically a golden goose, and Min-sung had just handed it over. But Taegyu wasn't stupid. He'd already figured out what the Hunter Association was really up to. They weren't just trying to shut down the dungeon they were sniffing around because they'd caught wind of Min-sung's little secret projects. Taegyu had warned this dumbass before not to mess with the association, but Min-sung had the emotional intelligence of a potato and ignored every word. Worse, he'd started messing with the guild while Taegyu was gone. Taegyu had finally had enough. His eyes turned cold, the kind of look that says, You're one fuck-up away from getting drop-kicked out of existence. He made it clear he wasn't going to be Min Sung's personal janitor anymore. Min Sung froze, probably realizing he'd just lost the one guy keeping him from getting smacked by reality. Then Taegyu's phone buzzed and things got spicier. He checked the message, then looked up and dropped the bomb a recruiter had contacted him. A new S-rank hunter had appeared in Korea. Without missing a beat, Taegyu announced he was heading to the association to check it out. But before leaving, he tossed one last order at Min Sung. Prepare the contract wages. It was a lifeline or a warning, depending on how dumb Min Sung wanted to be. And with that, Taegyu dipped, leaving behind one frustrated mess of a man. Min Sung stood there looking like someone had just unplugged his brain. The fact that another S-rank had popped up made his blood boil. He hated them all, their power, their fame, and the way they strutted around like gods. Meanwhile, this clown was throwing tantrums in the dark, hoping his secret weapon would hurry up and become useful. The only thing keeping him going was the idea of getting his hands on that damn fragment again. And in the middle of his little rage spiral, his thoughts went full villain mode. If Taegyu died, everything would be back in his control, indulging in casual murder fantasy because why not, right? Then his phone lit up, and for once, something went his way. His scowl twisted into a grin when he saw the name of the new S-rank hunter. Over at the Hunter Association, things were heating up fast. The new S-rank had arrived, and the crowd was practically holding their breath. Everyone was gawking at Park Dojin. Then Choi Choi rolled up all calm and collected. He gave Dojin the usual congratulations, but even he couldn't hide the weird feeling crawling up his spine. Something about Dojin felt familiar. Choi asked if they'd met before, but Dojin shut that down with a smooth, "Nah, we haven't, but I know who you are" energy. Classy, cold, and already 10 steps ahead. Choi moved on to business, offering him a spot in the Hunters Guild. But Dojin smiled, declined, and straight up said he already had a guild in mind. Then he pointed toward the entrance. The crowd at the Hunter Association turned their heads like they were watching the final twist of a K-drama. At the entrance stood Lim Taegyu, slightly winded from rushing, but still carrying that "don't mess with me" energy. He looked around the room and asked if he'd made it in time. Fast forward a week, and now we're in Paju Field. Baek Minho showed up ready for business, introduced herself as a White Tiger Guild A rank, and looked like she was here to politely wreck shit. Lee Min Sung welcomed her with the fakest nice guy act on the planet, thanking her for coming. Minho wasn't fooled. She clocked his actor-level fake personality immediately. But even with her plan to expose him, there was a wild card. Park Dojin. The brand new S-rank alien menace had joined the Grim Reaper Guild. His presence made everything unstable. Minho had backup plans, though. If shit hit the fan, she was ready to flip the script. She gave the excavation team their orders like a general sending troops into battle, and just like that, the Paju raid began. But rewind a few days before the drama kicked off, and we find Min Sung staring down Dojin. Dojin had gone through a glow-up so intense, even puberty was taking notes. Min Sung tried to play it cool, saying his growth must be thanks to his alien DNA. But deep down, he was stressed. Dojin calmly explained that his child form was just a disguise. Now that he'd leveled up and collected enough fragments, there was no need to hide. But Min Sung's paranoia couldn't sit still. He asked about Dojin's name and why he became a hunter. Dojin laid it all out. He needed freedom to move, and being a hunter gave him that pass. Min Sung didn't like what he heard. The airport incident had already put him on the association's radar, and if they uncovered the hidden factory at Paju, both his ass and Dojin's would be grass. Dojin, however, was built differently. He'd already planned everything. His real plan was to turn every hunter in the raid into his own personal cult. If they were all under his influence, they'd see nothing at the factory even if it was lit up like a crime scene. Min Sung listened closely, realizing this alien bastard wasn't just bold, but there was still one major issue: Lim Taegyu. Min Sung asked if Dojin could actually take him on. Taegyu wasn't just strong, he was the kind of hunter that made villains piss themselves. Dojin didn't even flinch. He said he'd already promised to kill Taegyu, and now that they'd met, he was more than ready. That was enough to put a twisted smile on Min Sung's face. Whether Dojin lived or got obliterated didn't matter to him. As long as Taegyu got deleted from the equation, Min Sung would be satisfied. At the Hunter Association, Jinchul sat stewing in paranoia. The Paju field raid was about to pop off, and all eyes were locked on Lee Min Sung and the Stardust crew. This raid wasn't just another monster hunting picnic, it was their shot to finally drag Min Sung's dirty laundry out into the open. Thankfully, the raid squad was stacked. Baek Min-ho from White Tiger Guild was on site and packing heat as an A rank, and just in case the monsters or the bullshit got out of hand, Choi Choi and another S rank were already standing by. But one wild card kept ruining Jinchul's mental peace park Dojin. The new alien S rank had slid into the Grim Reaper Guild way too cleanly, right when the raid was about to start, and just so happened to be on Min Sung's side. Jinchul's stress level spiked higher when he remembered Suho. That kid was on the raid list not as a hunter, but chilling in the excavation team. At first glance, maybe it was nothing, but Jinchul had a gut feeling that screamed otherwise. He'd approved Suho's participation himself, but now that things were heating up, doubt was eating away at him. If Suho had something cooking behind the scenes, if this raid was just one piece of a much bigger play, then Jinchul knew he might need to jump in before it all spiraled out of control. Back in Paju Field, the entire place looked like hell had cracked open. Flames tore through the area as monsters breathed fire like they were trying to barbecue the entire raid party. A frontline hunter threw up a shield, trying to hold the line, but the heat was already cooking their insides. Just as everything was about to go to shit, Baek Min-ho entered beast mode. She rocketed in and punched a monster so hard it probably saw its ancestors. Blood and bone flew from the hit, but she wasn't done. She launched into the air and cracked it with an uppercut so savage the monster's skull practically snapped off. She danced on top of the beast and beat the life out of it with punch after punch until it dropped dead. While she wiped the sweat off her face and looked around, she noticed Min Sung standing in the back, doing jack shit as usual. Dude had awakened as an A rank and still acted like he was above getting his hands dirty. He stood there like a background extra while people were out here fighting for their lives. Min-ho mentally dragged him for it. A hunter who didn't fight was just a civilian with a title. But before she could roll her eyes too hard, another beast lunged at her. She barely had time to flinch, but Park Dojin came in like a missile. He crushed the monster with one hit, not even breaking a sweat. Min-ho just stood there stunned. She'd written him off as some poser in casual clothes, playing dress-up as an S rank, but now he was cutting down monsters like he was farming experience points for fun. Every strike was lethal, every movement was clean. By the time he was done, the battlefield looked like the monsters had never stood a chance. As the last monster hit the ground, the raid officially wrapped. Everyone regrouped, catching their breath. Lee Min-sung glanced around and with his usual smug calmness, said the raid ended faster than expected. Monsters dead, field cleared, all clean. But Baek Min-ho wasn't buying it. Something felt wrong. The field was way too empty. For a dungeon this size, the monster count was suspiciously low. Like someone had already done half the work before they even showed up. Min-sung explained it away like he had a pre-written excuse ready. The Grim Reaper Guild routinely culled monsters to keep things from spilling into the outside world. It sounded noble on paper, but Min-ho wasn't fooled. No guild ran daily extermination missions for free unless they had skeletons to bury, and Min-sung's vibes were screaming guilty. Still, he waved everyone forward, leading them to the boss chamber with that same smug-ass grin he always wore when he thought he was 3 steps ahead. He wasn't worried about anything being found, because, as far as he was concerned, the cleanup crew already did their job. The factory was gone. The demons had packed their demonic luggage and dipped deeper into the field. And if anyone lingered too long in that place, they'd leave with foggy memories and trauma, not proof. Deeper inside, those same demons lounged around. They'd wanted a face-to-face with the Apostle, but got ghosted. And now they were stuck sitting on a stash of stardust ingredients gathering dust in the dark. Meanwhile, Suho was wandering through the field. Something was pulling him, leading him right to a massive sealed door. He stopped, narrowed his eyes, and confirmed it with Baru. Yup, demonic energy up ahead. He didn't hesitate. The door creaked open, revealing a dim chamber and 3 demons looking like they just got caught doing something shady. One of them turned to react, but Suho blinked forward and hit the demon so hard its head turned into a projectile. The body was dragged back. Beru, like usual, admired the absolute violence. The kid was cracked. 1 hit and demon heads were flying. His past fights had clearly powered him up, but Suho didn't relax. Something felt off. These demons weren't fighting like living beings, they were more like puppets. That only confirmed what he'd suspected. This field wasn't just a monster nest. It was a goddamn stardust factory. But before he could process it, the demon he obliterated started pulling itself back together, and then those eyes. The demon looked at him and saw it, the black mask. The same one that had been screwing up their master plan. The one the apostle warned them about. The demon's body bulked up, swelling into some roided-out beast form. The air crackled as it transformed. And Suho? He'd just been marked as the perfect sacrificial gift for the apostle. Deep in the dungeon, way out of earshot from the chaos up top, a mining crew was grinding hard. The clinks of their pickaxes smashing against crystal echoed through the tunnel. One of the miners wiped sweat from his forehead, looking like he just regretted every life choice that brought him here. The amount of magic essence crystals packed into that cave was straight up ridiculous. This was supposed to be a guild-run dungeon, but with resources stacked this high, something felt off. No way they were just selling crystals, there had to be some shady side hustle going on. Just then, another miner cut in, steering the convo towards something juicier. Apparently, an E-rank collector joined their squad today, in a B-rank dungeon. The first miner shrugged it off, trying to act wise. He figured the new guy was just a young buck trying to prove himself. But then his brain finally connected the dots. That newbie wasn't stationed just anywhere he got posted at the dungeon's entrance. The safest damn spot in the whole place. Somebody definitely knew the situation was sketchy, and made sure the weakling wouldn't end up as Monster Chow. While all this minor drama was playing out, Baru wasn't chilling. He had his eyes locked on the enemy. The demon standing before them wasn't just flexing magic power for show, it was real, dense, and heavy. Suho could feel it too. His upgraded stats had his senses on max volume, and this guy's pressure was just as nasty as that A-rank freak Randolph from Pyramid Field. That alone confirmed something serious was going on. The Hunter Association wouldn't drag the Grim Reaper Guild into a field-type dungeon without reason. Suho joined the collection team for a closer look, and now he was realizing just how deep the rabbit hole went. If the association had already sniffed out the truth behind Stardust, then everything was moving faster than expected. And if they started poking around Lee Min-sung too much, Suho's whole mission could get screwed. Getting info out of that smug bastard about the Atarim Apostle was already a pain. But Suho didn't flinch. He locked eyes with the demon and made his demand loud and clear. He wanted the apostle's location. The demon didn't answer right away. Dude was lost in thought, clearly putting together the timeline. Just like the apostle was hunting that masked mystery man, Suho was out here hunting the apostle. He told Suho not to bother looking for the apostle anymore, because the apostle would come to him. Only problem? Suho was going to be a vegetable by then. The demon wanted to beat him so badly he'd be left in a coma before being served up as a sacrifice. And he wasn't bluffing. In a flash, dark, writhing tentacles launched towards Suho, wrapping around him. The grip tightened around Suho like the demon was trying to squeeze out his soul. Those tentacles weren't just for show, they were locked in, and the demon was oozing smug energy, blabbering about how no one had ever escaped once he had them. He clearly thought Suho was just another bug to squish, but Suho wasn't panicking. He'd heard this same song and dance before. His mind flashed back to that hellish training with Amut, the beast who looked like gym memberships feared him. That monster had forced Suho into a brutal routine that should have taken weeks, but Suho had cracked it in 5 days. Even Amut, who probably bench-pressed mountains for fun, had to admit the kid wasn't normal anymore. Suho had dumped every single stat point into strength like he was speedrunning muscle gain, and it showed. On top of that, he'd picked up a new skill that boosted his power even more. Amit had straight up called him the strongest human he'd ever seen. That moment stayed in Suho's head as the present snapped back into focus. The demon's tentacles squeezed tighter. With zero effort, Suho shredded through them like tearing paper. The demon's face morphed into shock. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Suho didn't give a single fuck. He lunged forward, fury in full swing, and slashed through 2 demons like he was chopping up overcooked meat. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and the floor looked like a horror show buffet. Not even stopping to breathe, Suho locked eyes on the last demon and demanded answers again. Where was the Atarim Apostle? The demon, now fully unhinged, just screamed in rage, but Suho didn't wait. He grabbed the demon's head with one armored hand and tore it clean off like popping a stubborn lid off a jar. The howl that followed shook the tunnel. Suho wasn't done. He pulled out his dagger and went to work. Slash after slash, he carved the bastard up until there was nothing left to resist. Blood soaked the floor, his gauntlet dripping as he stood over what used to be the final threat. But even then, something felt off. The aura of that demon. It wasn't just dark, it was familiar. Wrong in a way that made Suho's stomach twist. He needed to figure out what the hell that was. With zero ceremony, Suho hurled the severed head toward Beru, who caught it and chomped down. And even in death, the demon's last thoughts lingered on his mission, praising the destruction of the Ridiru family. Traitors to demonkind. Apparently, that was enough to die happy over. Meanwhile, Essel suddenly froze. Something shifted in her body. Something light and strange, like a curse had just been yanked out of her chest. She stood there, stunned, trying to process what just happened. And Beru? She was still chewing, mentally noting that demon meat had the texture of a half-melted tire, but kept eating anyway. Suho wasn't celebrating. His eyes stayed locked on the mission. He turned to Beru, hoping the demon's memories had spilled something useful. If there was even a crumb of info about the Apostle, they needed it now. But Beru came up short. The demon worshipped the Apostle like some holy savior, but that was it. Pure fanboy energy, no real data. Suho sighed, frustration bubbling under the surface. Another dead end. The trail had iced over again. That left him with only one lead, Lee Min-sung, the shady bastard running the Stardust operation. If anyone had answers, it was that smug snake. But before Suho could deal with him, he had to handle something urgent, getting the civilians out of this danger zone before round 2 kicked off. Back with the strike team, Dojin was on edge. He felt the demon's presence vanish clearly. Someone took care of business, but he knew damn well the Hunter Association didn't pull that off. Something else had stepped in. The squad cautiously approached the boss monster's lair at Paju Field. Minho kept scanning the area, but she was finding jack shit. No signs of Stardust production, no weird residue, nothing. It was supposed to be a hotspot, but now it looked clean. She was visibly rattled. Min-sung, though? That bastard looked amused. He watched Minho spiral and smirked. She was looking for something that no longer existed, and he was enjoying every second of it. While she chased ghosts, Min-sung leaned over and whispered to Dojin the plan to brainwash the hunters was off. Dojin, though, wasn't buying that bullshit. He kept his mouth shut, but his face said everything. He wasn't about to let this whole mess just fade away. Meanwhile, Minho started piecing together a backup theory. If nothing was inside the ruins, maybe the evidence was somewhere else above ground, hidden in plain sight. She made a mental note to come back after they dealt with the boss monster. No other choice now. Min-sung gave the order to move forward, but then boom, something shifted. The air changed. He felt it. His smirk vanished. Confusion crept in. He turned to look, and that was his mistake. In that split second, a sharp sting hit the back of his neck. A slim, razor-sharp stone had been jammed into him. Dojin stood behind him. He'd never once hesitated. His true goal had always been crystal clear convert every hunter into a follower. Only the useful ones deserved to survive. Min-sung, he was just a disposable tool, a stepping stone. Dojin had never planned to team up. He was using Min-sung's A-rank body to take down even bigger targets, like S-rank powerhouse Lim Tegyu. The whole alliance was a setup from day one. Min-sung's rage hit the ceiling. The moment S-rank hunters were mentioned again, his pride took a direct punch to the throat. And when it hit him, what Dojin had really planned, he felt sick. That smug bastard actually believed Min-sung would roll over and get brainwashed, that he'd just hand over his body and mind without resistance. Min-sung was ready to explode. Fists clenched, power bubbling. But before he could do anything, reality cracked like glass. Everything vanished. The battlefield, the voices, his allies, it all disintegrated. He was stranded in a silent white void, standing there in confusion. Before he could even panic, something massive slammed into him, not physically, but spiritually. A command, absolute and godlike, tore through his very core. It didn't ask, it took. The will of the Supreme One flooded him with energy. Min-sung's thoughts, his rage, his resistance, they all got snuffed out. His body moved on its own now. His mind, gone. Dojin, standing outside that mind void like the smug apostle he was, smiled. Another one down. Min-sung was his now, just another pawn on the board. Without skipping a beat, Dojin turned to the next target. The conversion train wasn't stopping. With his new puppet trailing behind him, the team marched straight into the boss room. Outside Paju Field, a sleek car pulled up like a luxury death omen. Inside, Choi Choi sat cool as ever, eyes sharp, brain working overtime. He'd planted a summons inside the dungeon as a tripwire. If it vanished, that meant shit had hit the fan. No comms in dungeons? No problem. This was his workaround, and it was genius. He'd basically installed a magical panic button without needing any fancy gear. Choi sat back, watching everything unfold from the outside. Ideally, he wouldn't need to send S-rank hunters in, and definitely not Lim Taegyu. He especially hoped Lee Min-sung wouldn't start throwing tantrums that made the cleanup worse. Next to him, Lim Taegyu was chilling. Choi glanced over, catching the worry in his body language. Yeah, Taegyu was stressed, and Choi, being the smug bastard he is, couldn't resist poking at him. His tone turned light, borderline teasing, just enough to mess with Taegyu's nerves. It worked. Taegyu's glare sharpened, but Choi stayed chill, completely unfazed by the reaction. When Taegyu brought up Park Dojin joining the Grim Reaper Guild, trying to stir something up, Choi didn't flinch. His guild was stacked. He didn't need to feel jealous of some shady apostle cosplay freak. But the news about Min-sung pushing that unknown stimulant hit him hard. As guildmaster, if this spiraled out of control, it would be on him to shut it down. He made it clear to Choi no interference. If this got ugly, Taegyu would handle it. Choi just nodded, saying that he had no intention of hurting others unnecessarily. If Taegyu had the skills to back up that title, nobody would have needed to step in. But inside the boss room, it was a shit show. Fire rained down like the monster was trying to host a barbecue, and the squad scrambled. Mages hurled spells back, the hunter spammed arrows, and the tank stood there holding his shield. It was pure chaos. Dojin, standing back like the lazy genius he is, was watching it all unfold with zero effort. Man was out there acting like an S-rank already, just supervising while the rest burned. Even the seniors were flailing with no grip on the fight. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung had clearly snorted some extra motivation. Dude was going full anime protagonist, swinging in full force. Dojin was connecting the dots in real time. Stardust wasn't doing much for anyone above B rank, but Min-sung, he wasn't just juiced, he was cracked. That wasn't regular Stardust, it was the hardcore stuff, star fragments. Basically performance-enhancing glitter for hunters. It could push a B rank up to A, but Min-sung looked like he was aiming for godhood. He landed a nasty cut on the boss, deep enough to sting, but not deep enough to kill. The monster snapped back, sending Min-sung flying. That crash landing? Brutal. Dojin didn't flinch, just nodded. But raw strength wasn't the full story. There was another cheat code in play, TL's blessing of amplification. Basically, a buff that cranked up whatever made you special. In Min-sung's case, it turned out he was built to boost magic power, and his sword was made to amplify the force of his slashes. Dojin knew Min-sung had the setup. The only question was whether it'd be enough to hit S-rank levels for real, and then it happened. Min-sung walked up to the boss and rammed his sword straight through the thing's guts. The energy explosion was so wild it literally blew a hole through the ceiling. Straight up sent shockwaves through the room. Lim Taegyu and Choi, just standing there, Minho's brain short-circuited trying to figure out how Min-sung went from sweaty B-rank tryhard to walking natural disaster. The power jump wasn't just big, it was suspiciously insane. But here's the thing. After all that flexing, all that Lee Min-sung didn't move. Min-sung stood frozen. Not a twitch, not a breath, nothing, just pure glitch mode. Dojin watched with dead eyes, already putting the pieces together. Amplification wasn't free. It gave you god-level strength for a hot minute, and then yanked the soul tax right out of you. Min-sung had touched S-rank for a split second, but his body wasn't built for that kind of power. His strength fizzled out fast. Minho stood nearby, struggling to process what she just saw. That attack shouldn't have been possible for an A rank. Not even with Stardust, so that meant that something else was juicing this man. Something nastier than what they already knew. Then the silence shattered. A blade pierced through Park Dojin's back with a clean, smooth, surgical. Min-sung didn't just lose it, he fucking snapped. Dojin's breath hitched, blood dripping from his mouth as he tried to comprehend the betrayal. His big brain went from detective mode to dying mode real quick. Min-sung stood behind him with a psychotic grin. Without a word, he yanked the sword out and Dojin hit the ground. The entire team froze, mouths open, brains offline. Reality didn't just break, it disintegrated in front of them. Minho's fury lit up. She stared at Min-sung with pure hatred, struggling to believe what she just witnessed. A hunter stabbing his own teammate wasn't just betrayal, it was straight-up war crime behavior. Her mind raced, wondering if that power-up cooked his brain or if he'd been this crazy all along. Meanwhile, Min-sung stood there, zoned out, battling voices in his head. looking like a man possessed. He realized too late that the Hunter Association had S ranks waiting outside, and if he didn't dip immediately, he'd be a headline in 5 minutes flat. Minho caught on fast. She yelled for her squad to stop the bastard, but Min Sung moved like a lightning bolt with a grudge, sliced through them like they weren't even real people, barking warnings no one could match his speed. The dude was gone in seconds, headed for the exit while the squad scrambled to catch up. Minho didn't waste time. She called for Lee Chelsung to send a signal to the S ranks outside, but the poor guy was still standing there. His hands shook as he finally moved. Park Dojin, somehow still vertical despite getting stabbed through the heart as if nothing had happened. That blade should have ended him, straight through the chest and out the back, but here he was silent, still on his feet. His body had no right to be moving, but Dojin didn't move out of pride or revenge. No, he moved because he'd found something more valuable than life itself. He had figured out that resisting the Mistborn's divine influence wasn't just about magic power, it was mental strength, sheer will. Minho looked at him like he was a walking glitch in reality. The wound said dead, but the man said, not today. Dojin didn't bother explaining, just stood there, unreadable, as if bleeding out was part of his to-do list. Meanwhile, Min Sung's villain arc was in full meltdown. He'd clawed his way up to S rank only to end up sprinting through the streets. Everyone was out to get him now. The alien puppet masters, the Hunter Association, and the Grim Reaper Guild. 0 allies, all enemies. His master plan had turned into a speed run to rock bottom. He tried hiding in a nearby city, but right when freedom was one step away, boom, a dagger planted itself in the dirt inches from his toes, and he stopped. That wasn't a warning shot. That was a you're done moment. And then came the voice. Suho walked out of the shadows with the kind of energy that made it clear he wasn't here to chat. He'd been watching from the sidelines ever since the explosion, and now he wanted answers. Stardust, the alien apostle, all of it. Min Sung immediately knew this wasn't some random hunter. This guy knew. He even started connecting dots rumors about a black masked hunter who took down Brocky and blew up the Stardust supply chain. Could Suho be that menace? Min Sung pushed the thought away. Didn't matter. All that mattered now was getting the hell out before backup arrived. He figured Suho didn't have the power to stop him. Min Sung dashed in with everything he had. A lightning-fast strike meant to end the fight before it could start, but Suho didn't even blink. At the last second, he reached out, caught the blade, and shoved it aside without effort. That's when Min Sung froze. His brain shorted out. The sword didn't move. His full-force attack got stonewalled. He yanked at the sword, but it was locked. Min Sung was not ready for that smoke. Suho didn't wait for him to finish his little internal monologue. Dude just launched a kick straight to Min Sung's chin. Min Sung's head snapped back so fast he probably saw his ancestors. His vision went fuzzy, and his brain was trying to reboot, wondering how Suho, with lower magic stats, was able to deal so much damage. Everything about it was wrong. Suho had less mana and less flashy nonsense, yet he smacked Min Sung around like it was personal. Meanwhile, Beru was chilling in the shadows, watching the chaos unfold with those creepy bug eyes. He wasn't even surprised. Of course, Min Sung was confused. These clown hunters have been ranking each other by how much magic juice they've got since forever. But Beru knew better. Real power wasn't just flashy numbers and magic spam. Suho had been grinding under Amut, and that training hit different. The man's physical strength wasn't just good, it was on demon time. Back in the dungeon, Minho was losing it. Park Dojin, the guy who should have been dead 3 times over, was standing there like he didn't get stabbed through the heart. He didn't explain a thing, just grabbed a stimulant with murder in his eyes. Minho, being the innocent background NPC that she is, had no clue Dojin was about to start round 2. But before Dojin could throw hands again, a voice sliced through the tension. Choi and Lim Tegyu had finally shown up fashionably late, but still better than nothing. Minho nearly cried from relief. 2 S-rank big boys on the field meant someone was finally going to put a leash on this chaos. Choi walked in, scanning the scene. The explosion had clearly gotten their attention, and now he wanted answers. Minho didn't hold back. He spilled everything how Lee Min Sung went full psycho, dumped more mana than he should have had, and attacked Dojin out of nowhere. Choi's face darkened. Min Sung having that much power wasn't just sketchy, it was dangerous. His eyes flicked over to Dojin again, who was still standing there. There wasn't a single scratch on him even after getting skewered minutes ago. That alone was sketchy as hell. When asked, he brushed it off like it was nothing, saying he had a recovery skill. Choi clocked that immediately. Normal hunters don't bounce back from near-death situations like that. This was elite-level healing, and it set Dojin apart from the regular from other hunters. Choi boy didn't waste time. The second Minho explained the urgency. He and Taegyu were locked in. Min Sung had gone rogue, blown up a chunk of the area with mystery-level mana, and they had no idea what else he was cooking. They couldn't let him disappear, not with whatever shady deals and cosmic cheat codes he had up his sleeve. But while they were preparing to chase him down, Dojin was having a mini existential crisis. His connection with Min Sung still hadn't broken. That meant Min Sung, the little rat, had resisted the divine mind control. Now that was a twist. Dojin hadn't expected a human to fight off the faith. The problem was, if Min Sung started running his mouth and people listened, Dojin's cover might be blown. He had no choice. Min Sung had to go. Dojin decided to force the guy into a suicide mission using divinity. It would be costly, but at this point it was necessary. Min Sung was just an A rank after all. Expendable. Replaceable. But when he tapped into Min Sung's eyes, something didn't add up. Min Sung wasn't alone. He was already mid-fight, and it wasn't just any opponent. It was someone who could go toe-to-toe with him. Dojin's internal alarms went off when he spotted the black mask. That guy wasn't part of the plan. The Hunter Association was one thing, but now this wild card had shown up too. The whole operation was spiraling, and Dojin couldn't control any of it. For once, the divine script had gone off book, and Dojin, the faithful puppet, found himself smiling. Even he didn't know why. Back in the battlefield, Min Sung was spiraling too. He knew he couldn't afford to drag this out. One wrong move and it was over. So he pulled the classic, wait, I can explain move mid-fight. Suho hesitated. Min Sung claimed he was betrayed by the Apostle, said nothing had gone to plan. Suho didn't buy it right away. Min Sung had been slinging stardust, so this sudden victim act wasn't lining up. If he was really stabbed in the back, why was he neck deep in all the shady business to begin with? Suho wasn't letting Min Sung weasel his way out with half-truths. He wanted the real reason, no fluff. And Min Sung, oh, this little drama queen had a whole monologue ready. Turns out he sold his soul to the Atarim not for power, not for world domination, but to kill one specific person he hated. That's it. Petty vengeance level 9,000. Suho was stunned. This man really teamed up with space demons just to settle a personal beef. Then Min Sung started trauma dumping about the Great Cataclysm, how the world went kaboom, and how some irrelevant background character from his past climbed the ranks to S-rank status. Basically, Min Sung couldn't handle the glow-up. His pride got cooked so hard he thought murder was the only way to feel like a main character again. Then he flipped it, questioning Suho's own motivations. Wasn't Suho also hunting down the alien? But Suho wasn't out here thirsting for blood. If there was another way, he'd take it. Min Sung hated that answer. The dude's face twisted. He mocked Suho's whole moral compass, laughing at the idea of mercy. But just as Min Sung was about to spill the tea and reveal the identity of Suho's future target, his body suddenly locked up. Park Dojin had stepped in and pulled the emergency brake. He hijacked Min Sung's body. Turns out Dojin finally saw the value in this angry little failure. Min Sung had been more useful than expected, and now his meat suit was about to serve one last dramatic purpose. Min Sung tried to resist, but it was a wrap. Their bodies merged, and an explosion of energy tore through the space. Suho's eyes widened, Baru's bug senses went haywire, and the whole damn area lit up. Min Sung's form cracked open, wings sprouted, energy surged, and everything around them shook. This wasn't your average power-up scene. This was divine possession on steroids. The dust cleared, and from the glowing horror that stood before them, Dojin's voice came through. He congratulated Suho. The Stardust Factory, the chase, all of it had been orchestrated to bring Suho here for this moment. The meeting between Hunter and Puppet Master had finally begun. Suho was trying to piece together the chaos, but his brain was playing ping-pong with the nonsense Dojin just dropped. Min Sung? That dude was gone. Whatever was standing in front of them now was not the same guy. And when Dojin admitted, dead serious, that he was the apostle sent by some knockoff god from another world, Suho knew he found the final boss behind all this bullshit. These were the bastards keeping his dad trapped. Suho charged in without hesitation, fists clenched and ready to throw hands. But of course, some fun police had to show up. Lim Taegyu rolled in with the loudest voice and the most over-the-top entrance possible. The man came in swinging authority and told everyone to sit the hell down. One wrong move, and he'd start poking holes in people. He had his bow up, arrow ready, and eyes darting to Min Sung. Both of them realized this wasn't the right time to start their anime boss fight. Dojin, being the dramatic bitch he is, told Suho to meet him later, at the highest point in the region, of course. But Taegyu wasn't here to let anyone monologue. The dude warned them once, and then immediately started firing. Suho and Dojin dipped instantly, dodging with zero effort. Taegyu didn't care. Man went full machine gun mode and fired off 3 more arrows, rapid fire. Still no hits. Baru asked if it was time to fight back, but Suho had already clocked it. Taegyu wasn't on the enemy team. Guy wasn't tied to Dojin or the Atarim nonsense. In fact, he wasn't even using his full power yet. That meant he was still holding back, but why? Taegyu smirked. He gave them props for dodging his shots. But he had one goal now. Take down whatever the hell Min Sung had turned into. Saving the guy? That dream was over. Min Sung was basically a magical nuke now. Taegyu lined up another shot, focused and ready to finish it. But before he could release, the entire battlefield just glitched. Both Suho and Dojin blinked out of existence. And standing there in their place, a goblin, just vibing. Taegyu looked like his brain had blue screened. Nothing made sense anymore. He scanned the area, tried to find logic in the nonsense, but it was all just awkward silence and cursed vibes. And then it hit him. Min Sung had pulled some twisted trick, and everything was spiraling. With zero idea what the hell just happened, Taegyu did the only smart thing left. He called the Hunter Association immediately. The call connected straight to Jimchul, who immediately sensed the mess had leveled up. Min Sung had dipped, and Taegyu straight up took the L like a responsible adult. He admitted something was seriously wrong with Min Sung. And it wasn't just Min Sung acting out. A random hunter had popped in too. Whole mystery man energy, face hidden under a black mask, just vibing in the middle of chaos. Jong-in overheard and went on high alert. The moment he heard Black Mask, he cut in, asking if that hunter specialized in close combat. Taegyu blinked, caught off guard, because yeah, he was. Taegyu immediately grilled Jong-in, like, how the hell did he know that? Jong-in didn't hesitate. He'd seen the same masked menace during the Riftport Pujadi incident. Dude had wiped out an entire black magic beast infestation solo. Jimchul, hearing all this, got that detective stare. Black Mask, one-man army, could it be my glorious king? But then logic kicked in. Nah, if it was Drippy Woo, the fight would have ended before lunch. Meanwhile, Dojin was off brooding, wondering why the hell Suho helped him earlier. That wasn't part of his plan. He didn't expect backup from the guy who clearly hated his guts. Suho didn't sugarcoat it. He called out Dojin's bitch behavior, ready to ditch Min Sung the second things got risky. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Dojin didn't even deny it. He told Suho that the demons had mentioned Suho before calling him the Shadow Monarch. Now Dojin wanted answers. Was Suho the real deal, or just cosplaying with spooky vibes? Suho told Dojin that if he wanted answers, he'd have to survive long enough to get them. And when Beru warned that Min Sung's power was now off the damn charts, Suho didn't flinch. He just nodded and gave the command. The earth split open and shadows exploded from the ground, and out came the army, a parade of nightmares. Suho didn't bring backup. He brought a full raid boss roster. Dojin just stood there smirking. That aura, that pressure, same energy he'd seen before, the real Shadow Monarch stuff. Out came the familiar monsters from Suho's highlight reel. The blue Kasaka Venom Fang, the giant desert centipede, the High Troll, and Sheikah the Tomb's Warden. And right there in the middle, radiating pure I'm him energy, stood Suho, dead serious and fully locked in. Ezel and Gray rolled up too, ready to throw hands, and now the whole Shadow Dungeon gang was assembled. As the tension on the battlefield hit its peak, a notification pop-up smacked Suho across the brain. The instructions were painfully clear. Take down Lee Min Sung, who was now basically an Atarim meat puppet, and claim his memories. The weight of it hit hard. This wasn't just another fight. This was the point where Suho had to kill someone who used to be human, but there was no time for regrets now. He was in too deep. Meanwhile, inside the Apostle's hijacked brain, some weird emotional malware was booting up. The Apostle, cold, calculated, and alien, was starting to feel things. Min Sung's leftover memories were creeping through the cracks, stirring stuff like curiosity and fascination, and all of it was centered on Suho. The Apostle wasn't just here to win anymore. He wanted to understand. What kind of monster stood alone in the center of his army like that? This wasn't strength for show. This was something else, and the Apostle was hooked. But thinking time was over. Suho's shadow army surged forward. The Apostle responded with sharp surgical moves. His blade sliced through the dark soldiers. But Suho wasn't just standing around. He spotted his opening and blitzed forward, slamming down a strike meant to split skulls and shatter worlds. The Apostle caught it and countered immediately. Their blades clashed, sparks flew, and Suho's tactics became clear. He was using his shadow crew to open up space for his attacks, staying on the front lines like a close combat freak. The Apostle didn't hesitate. He lunged. Suho ducked. The rhythm was brutal. Then Essel jumped in, trying to make it a 2 versus 1 with her spear aimed straight for the Apostle's chest, but it didn't work. The Apostle caught the spear mid-thrust and stopped her dead in her tracks. Now she was just dangling there, looking confused and terrified. Before the Apostle could make her regret every decision in her life, Suho flew in like a missile and drop-kicked him square in the jaw. But dude just shrugged it off and snapped his neck back in place and glared at Suho with that same cold, unbothered stare. And that's when Suho said screw it and went all in. He gave the signal and Tomb Warden Sheikah moved from the shadows. The second the Apostle was distracted, Sheikah struck. Sand burst from his hands, wrapping around the Apostle, restricting his movements. Suho saw his shot and went full send. But the Apostle wasn't just standing there like a target in a tutorial fight. He'd been watching Suho. The second Suho got close, the dude nuked the sand prison holding him, and just like that, the sand was gone. Sheikah yeeted across the battlefield, and Suho almost face-planted trying to brace against the shockwave. The Apostle stood there deadpan, not even a twitch in his face. Then shit got real bloody real fast. The Apostle started swinging that blade like he was speedrunning a massacre. The first victim, High Troll, got sliced in half. Then he spun on Essel and she barely moved before catching hands. While bodies dropped, he kept side-eyeing Suho. The soldiers of darkness used to move like an army with brains, but now under Suho they looked like glitchy NPCs. The Apostle wasn't impressed. Suho had the power, but none of the grip. And ever since Min Sung got body snatched by the Apostle, things had been downhill. Min Sung's power was now pushing S-rank territory, and Suho was trying to keep up with a rusty toolbox and trauma. Apostle walked toward him slow and cold. In his head he kept thinking about some being who stood above everyone else, someone too strong, too alone, and too built different to be understood. He wasn't here to win. He was here to understand darkness, whatever the hell that meant. So when he brought his sword down on Suho, he wasn't playing anymore. Suho blocked with his gauntlets, but they cracked hard. Vulcan's horn shattered, and a pop-up on screen basically screamed, "Your shit's broken, dumbass," before the second hit drove straight through his gut. Essel screamed, but it was useless as Suho hit the dirt, bleeding everywhere, while the Apostle stared at him. And then came the monologue mid-murder, the Apostle talking about how Suho didn't get the power he held. He wanted to strip that power from Suho and turn him into a believer. Suho tried to process the words while coughing up blood. Min Sung had said the same shit earlier, that Suho was all stats, no soul, just raw numbers without any understanding. And now, with death hovering over him and his stomach ventilation upgraded, he finally remembered Baru's voice urging him to use shadow-transformed weapons. Suho had straight up shrugged off Baru's advice earlier. Vulcan's horn had better attack stats, and that was all he needed to hear. Why juggle ruler authority, a swarm of shadow soldiers, and a whole-ass new weapon type when his hands were already full? Baru tried to hype him up, calling him a genius, but Suho wasn't having it. He even pulled the "my dad never used that stuff" card. And to be fair, Baru shut up after that, probably wondering how someone this stubborn still hadn't been smacked into enlightenment. But the silence left Suho alone with his own thoughts, and that was somehow worse than bleeding out on the ground. When exactly had he started selling himself short? Probably way before the system ever called his name. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he'd been in a cycle of settling ever since failure became familiar. Dude hadn't drawn a single thing since awakening, and art used to be his whole personality. Now he was just a walking stat sheet with trauma. Min Sung's words came back to haunt him too. The dude said Suho didn't even know what he wanted, and he was right. Suho had been dodging responsibility, dumped the reunion with his dad on the system, assuming his mom would just appear once he got stronger. But for what? Why did he even want strength if he didn't know what to do with it? That's when something inside him snapped back into place. Beat up and bleeding, Suho finally found some clarity. He stretched out his hand and said the word that flipped the script: arise. The battlefield shifted immediately. Shadows churned and the dead started dragging themselves back up. The Apostle narrowed his eyes. He'd seen shadow summons before, seen them fall and rise and fall again, but this time something was off. These shadow soldiers weren't just rebooting individually anymore. They started merging, limbs twisted, bodies fused. Even the Apostle froze for a second, confusion creeping in as this unholy chimera beast was born from pure abyss juice. boots. Gray stepped up too, dragging himself forward. As the air cracked around them and the energy spiked, something huge was coming. This wasn't just a respawn. This was a whole new level. A transformation was beginning. The story decided to pull a classic One Piece move. Right when shit was about to pop off, boom, we're dragged into backstory mode. Suho's flashback kicks off with streets glowing like the world just got sponsored by Christmas lights. Standing between his parents, our boy wide-eyed and bursting with dreams. He turned to his dad and announced he wanted to be a detective just like him. Jinwoo blinked like someone just asked him for his browser history, caught off guard but listening. Then Suho's ADHD kicked in and he pivoted to his mom, Cha Hai-in, imagining himself becoming a track star like her. He stared up like she was a Nike ad, asking if it'd be cool to chase that route. Mommy Hae-in smiled, hit him with the loving head pat, and dropped a wholesome bomb. She and Jinwoo had promised to never force their dreams on him. Kid could pick whatever future he wanted, as long as it was really his. Of course, Suho, being a certified dream sponge, said he wanted to be strong and cool, like both of them. Hae-in smiled, but threw in a life lesson. Make sure it's your dream, not just some hand-me-down power fantasy. And for a while, that message stuck. But like every protagonist with daddy issues, Suho eventually said, "Fuck it," and went full Jinwoo mode. Dude wasn't chasing a dream. He was speedrunning an identity crisis. In school, his obsession hit peak weird. He kept drawing ants all the time. His art teacher clocked it and told him he couldn't improve if he kept drawing the same thing. But Suho, being the quiet little philosopher, said, nah, each ant was different. Even if they looked the same, he was giving them personality. The teacher finally saw it, but then came the plot twist. One ant looked nothing like an ant. That moment slapped Suho in the face with an existential paintbrush. It wasn't just a drawing mistake, it was his breakthrough. He finally got it. The reason he awakened shadow transformation earlier than Daddy Jinwoo intended wasn't some glitch in the Matrix. It was because the system saw something in him, something original, something not even Jinwoo had. And for the first time, Suho stopped resisting. He wasn't going to half-ass this power anymore. No more trying to fit into someone else's combat boots. He'd master shadow transformation like it was an art form, bending the darkness however he damn well pleased. And just like that, his vibe changed. The shadows around him started tweaking, like they knew their guy had finally figured out he wasn't a knockoff. Baru sensed the shift instantly. The darkness wasn't just reacting anymore, it was syncing with Suho on a whole new level. As Baru saw that he started glitching like a busted video game character, his form flickered, his stability wobbled, and for once, this bug-eyed menace didn't have answers. Essel noticed the change instantly and rushed over, gripping him like he was about to fall apart. She asked what the hell was going on with Suho, but Baru was just as lost. The best he could come up with? Maybe Suho was finally snapping out of the emotional straitjacket he'd been wearing his whole life. Meanwhile, the Apostle, watching from his corner villain seat, narrowed his eyes. Up until now, he thought Suho was just another monarch in training. Strong, yeah, but nothing to lose sleep over. But now Suho was oozing an energy that screamed Final Boss DLC. So the plan was to push him to death's edge and slam a star fragment into him before it was too late. But that plan got bodied instantly. Suho's shadows snapped like they just heard the final whistle, whipping up into a storm and blasting upward. The Apostle had to jump back, his smug grip broken, eyes wide in disbelief. This wasn't normal. According to every rule he knew, hunter powers were a one-and-done deal. Once awakened, that was it. No power-ups, no second chances. But Suho, this dumbass was out here rewriting the laws of power scaling. His wounds sealed up with shadow bandages like some edgy anime medic. And when his fingers turned into black claws, it was official. Second awakening unlocked. The shadows roared in unison. Shadow soldiers emerged like a damn marching band of doom, and Suho stood in the center like a whole new breed of monster. But it wasn't just the power-up. Something in Suho's eyes had changed. That soft, unsure boy was gone. Now he looked like he'd seen the void and decided to live in it. His thoughts were clear. Shadow transformation wasn't just some flashy attack tool. Shadows were meant to change, adapt, twist into anything. That meant limitless power, and Suho was done playing by old rules. The battlefield quaked as his chimera sprinted straight at the Apostle, jaws ready to take a chunk out of him. But the Apostle wasn't phased. With one clean swing, he turned the beast into dust. Poof, gone. But Suho wasn't done throwing bodies. He sent in a high troll with fists the size of refrigerators. It landed a punch that echoed like thunder, and the Apostle didn't even blink. Bro blocked it casually, like someone swatting a mosquito. Then the Apostle, smug as hell, decided to remind Suho of the earlier roast. These shadow mobs were useless, and just to prove he wasn't bluffing, he deleted the high troll with one blow too. Gone. Suho's army was dropping like flies, but this time, he wasn't rattled. He didn't flinch. He just activated Bond skill, Demon Blast, charged up with pure rage and energy, and flew toward the Apostle like he was ready to put this bitch in the ground. This was it. Suho had one shot left in the chamber, and if this failed, he might as well roll credits on himself. He stomped down hard and shot forward like his life depended on it. The dude moved faster than your Wi-Fi giving up during a Zoom call, but the Apostle wasn't even sweating. He sensed Suho's energy. Yeah, it was strong, scary even, but still too basic, too predictable. The Apostle wasn't impressed, so when Suho came charging in all dramatic, the Apostle just casually sliced him up like he was prepping a stir-fry. Slashes rained across Suho's body before he even got close, and blood sprayed. The Apostle grinned, smug as ever. Sure, Suho could still fight, but slowing him down was enough. Enough to remind everyone who was still daddy in this battle. Suho hit the dirt, panting and bloody, but then something weird happened. Behind the Apostle, a new presence dropped in hot. Sheikah, the Tomb Warden, his shadow soldier. Suho's eyes widened as he realized something wild. He could use shadow transformation not just for bodies, but to arm his soldiers with skills. And just like that, Sheikah served up divine retribution with a flying punch that kissed the Apostle's face so hard it echoed across the battlefield. The hit launched the bastard like a human projectile, smashing him through boulders and cratering the earth. The guy went from smug villain to emergency evacuation in 2 seconds flat. Suho followed behind Sheikah. The Apostle tried to rise, dazed and disoriented, his jaw shattered, mouth hanging useless. He just witnessed a soldier, not even the Monarch himself, use a move the original Shadow Monarch never pulled off. Bro couldn't even speak. He was too busy choking on his own broken pride. But the fight wasn't done yet. The Apostle, desperate and humiliated, reached deep into Lee Min-sung's body, trying to suck out whatever mana was left. He still had a sliver of fight in him, but now he knew one more mistake could end him. His brain was still reeling from getting face-checked into the Stone Age when a new wave of dread rolled in. Something was wrong. His link to Min-sung started glitching. The horrifying thought hit him. Lee Min-sung might be waking up. That punch didn't just break bones, it might have broken the Apostle's grip on the poor guy. A low-ranked hunter, the same guy he used like a rental body, was now pushing back. It was embarrassing. It was unacceptable. It was happening. Then came the voice. Clear, loud, and done with the bullshit. Lee Min-sung wasn't whispering, begging, or hiding. He was furious. Not because he was about to die, not because he wouldn't be remembered, but because he was sick of being ignored, treated like background noise. He no longer feared death. He no longer gives a fuck about glory or recognition. What he hated most was being ignored, being treated like he didn't matter. And now, if he couldn't be the hero, he would gladly embrace the role he was given. If this was his final scene, he would end it on his own terms. Min-sung's pushed back. The Apostle's grip on his body as he did his body began to shatter into pieces. He roared with all his remaining strength, announcing his final act, not as a hero, but as a villain, accepting his fate. As the Apostle's presence began to fade, breaking away like dust in the wind, Suho stood before him. His fist, wrapped tightly with mana, began to glow with raw power. Suho's punch didn't just wreck his face. It stripped away his armor, his dignity, and any last hope he had of talking shit in his final moments. Dude couldn't even curse Suho out because his jaw was shattered. And honestly, for someone as full of himself as Min-sung, that was probably worse than dying. As the blood drained from his body, Min-sung had a whole mental movie reel playing. Flashbacks to when he first met the Apostle and got suckered into thinking he was the chosen one. He truly believed he could fix this world. But in reality, the only thing that got fixed was his place in the dirt. His final brain cells were spent reminiscing about Lim Taegu recruiting him. And even in his last seconds, he was salty as hell. Like, imagine being on the verge of death and still being pissed off at a dude you've been plotting against since day one. God really hit him with a cruel joke. But the real comedy was Min-sung's final thought. With all his strength fading, his body giving out, and his soul clocking out of existence, he still had the audacity to think, this brat Suho doesn't get to pity me. Even with death looming, he was out here flexing about how his life was more fulfilling than Suho's. And with that, he punched his one-way ticket to the afterlife. System panels popped up like annoying ads, congratulating Suho on clearing the urgent quest and leveling up. But the kid wasn't in the mood to celebrate. He gently placed Min Sung's lifeless body down and sat beside him, lost in thought. His friends, meanwhile, rushed in, ready to hype him up, tears in their eyes, thinking he was a goner. And then there was Baru, resident fanboy, still running his mouth about how Suho was destined for greatness, and how wrecking the Apostle of Itarim was just another Tuesday for him. But Suho, he wasn't feeling it. He just sat there, staring at Min Sung's corpse, having what could only be described as an anime protagonist moment. This was the first time he had to kill a human. No matter how messed up Min Sung was, he was still human, and that weighed on Suho. He finally spoke, saying he didn't talk to Min Sung much, but at least the guy stayed true to his desires. Beru caught on to the pain in Suho's voice, realizing this wasn't just another victory, it was a turning point. The kid was learning the hard way that some battles don't end with a clean win. Suho, still caught up in his existential crisis, turned to his team and dropped some wisdom. Well, at least his version of wisdom. He admitted that, yeah, Lee Min Sung was a shitty person, but somehow even that bastard managed to teach him something. He opened up saying that ever since he awakened as a player, he had only one goal: to be like his father and find his mother. That was it. No hobbies, no side quests, just straight up tunnel vision. And because of that, he never really developed a personality of his own, which, now that he thought about it, made Min Sung's earlier insult hit way too close to home. Min Sung had called him a worthless extra, someone without an ego, and Suho was starting to realize, damn, maybe that asshole had a point. He remembered his fight with Jinwoo at the end of the tutorial, how his old man completely bodied him without breaking a sweat. Ever since then, all he wanted was to be that strong, to close the gap between them. He looked back on how desperate he was, how frustrated that loss had made him. Then, in the middle of his deep reflection, he suddenly turned to his team and hit them with, "Having high ambitions is good, right?" And both Essil and Baru just stared at him, wondering where the hell this monologue was going. Then he really lost it. With all the confidence in the world, he pointed up dramatically and declared, "If my goal is to become strong, I might as well become the strongest. Stronger than the apostles, stronger than the monarchs, stronger than my glorious king." Essil and Baru looked at each other, then back at Suho. Yeah, he was definitely concussed. No way this dude just said he'd surpass Jinwoo. That's like a side character in a shonen anime saying they'll surpass the main character. Everyone knows it's not happening. Essil, being the best girl she is, decided to keep it real with him. She straight up told him how dumb and unrealistic he sounded, but hey, she'd still cheer him on. Meanwhile, Baru, loyal but not delusional, let Suho know that he had officially set the bar so high it left the stratosphere. Suho, hearing all this disheartening talk, just nodded like, yeah, I expected that response. Because even with his 2 remaining brain cells, he knew deep down that surpassing Jinwoo was a pipe dream. Deciding not to embarrass himself further, he shifted his attention to the system rewards. Panels started popping up, listing his level ups, XP points, and rewards. But one notification caught his eye. Class change available. Suho blinked. Huh? His last 2 brain cells scrambled to process this new development. After staring at the panel like a caveman discovering fire, he finally remembered, oh right, I can change classes at level 40. Looking at his status window, he muttered, so that empty space is finally gonna be filled with something. His eyes lit up with excitement. Whatever this class change was, it was about to take him to the next level. And for the first time in a while, he wasn't just chasing his father's shadow. He was about to carve out something for himself. The scene shifts to the Apostle floating mid-air, striking his best manic villain pose. This dude was looking at Suho while making weird hand symbols, like a kid who just binge-watched Naruto and thought he could summon a Rasengan. Then, for extra dramatic effect, he hit that classic T-pose before running his hands through his hair, mumbling to himself about how careless he had been in their last fight. He had completely underestimated Suho, but now, oh now he wanted him more than ever, and he'd do anything to get him. Lucky for him, merging with the other fragments had awakened one of his original abilities, the scale of equivalent exchange. Basically, he could trade something he had for something he wanted, so long as the values matched. And since sacrificing civilians is literally Villain 101, he didn't even hesitate. He started draining the life force of the nearby believers, turning their souls into mana. This wasn't just painful, it was years off their life expectancy. But what's a little suffering for world domination? With his new pool of stolen energy, the Apostle materialized an even bigger Stardust fragment, this one looking way deadlier than the last. As he launched it towards Suho, he grinned like a lunatic, muttering about how this was exactly the feeling he remembered. Meanwhile, Beru, who was less concerned about getting obliterated and more focused on his latest detective mission, asked Suho for permission to dig into Min Sung's memories. He wanted to know why that dipshit had done what he did and how he was connected to the Apostle. Suho, still staring into the void like he just had an existential crisis, barely reacted. He just told Beru, "Do what you want. I trust you." But before he could dwell on it any longer, the stardust fragment hit him, and half his body almost got blown clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, Essel was just standing there with the biggest confused Pikachu face, and Beru was crying like it was the saddest K-drama finale ever. Suho, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious, trying to process who the hell had just hit him. He had already taken down Min Sung, so who could have pulled that off? Meanwhile, the Apostle was floating above, grinning like he just won the lottery. In his mind, he had secured the bag. That attack was a direct hit. And better yet, the stardust fragment was now inside Suho, weakening him and increasing his chances of taking control. And just like he had predicted, the fragment started taking effect. Suho could feel something trying to force its way into his mind. His body was screaming in pain, and the system was going into full battle mode, trying to stop the invasion. His longevity skill, which made him immune to diseases, poisons, and all harmful substances, was doing its best to purge the curse. But it failed, then failed again and again. Suho clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The system was going through it. On its third attempt, it realized the curse affecting Suho worked the same way as the mistburn infection. So, like a desperate student recycling old assignments, it used past data to try and dispel it, but no dice. Not only did it fail, but the fragment was now actively messing with the system, making it unstable. Still, the system wasn't about to give up. It kept throwing everything it had at the problem, failing, learning, and trying again like a stubborn gamer stuck on a boss fight. Meanwhile, the Apostle, watching Suho struggle, was convinced that the darkness they had been after was finally within their reach, until reality smacked him in the face. The star fragment had been nullified. The system had finally cracked the code, using its longevity effect to remove the curse. With the curse gone, it wasted no time patching Suho up. Essel and Beru, seeing their guy barely clinging to life, rushed to his side. As Suho lay there, barely conscious, he realized just how much he owed to the system. Without that longevity effect, he'd be a dead man. But even though the system did the heavy lifting, he still had a major problem. He had lost a lot of blood. So he needed to stop the bleeding ASAP, but he was so drained that even using his shadows to seal the wounds felt impossible. His body was shutting down fast, and his mind was slipping. That's when a desperate thought hit him. What if the class change panel could help? He reached out, barely able to move, and accepted it, hoping it would somehow patch him up. The moment he did, a shadow dungeon door appeared before him. The system informed him that only he could enter the class change quest, so to keep things running smoothly, his companions were yeeted into the shadow dungeon. The Apostle, still trying to process this absolute mess, stood there questioning if reality itself was just gaslighting him. Before he could react, Suho was transported to the quest change area. When Suho opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness. For a second, he genuinely thought he had died, but the pain made it clear that he wasn't dead. Not yet, though. Just to be sure, he pinched his cheek. Then he touched his stomach, expecting to feel the gaping hole, but it was completely healed. No wound, no pain, just a perfectly fine torso. That confirmed it. He wasn't dead. Now the real question was, where the hell was he? As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, a torch flickered to life, casting light on the corridor he was standing in. The moment he saw it, a chill ran down his spine. He knew this place. It was way too familiar. Back in the shadow dungeon, Alligator Face was about 5 seconds away from drop-kicking Beru out of pure frustration. The bug was spiraling through the air like a lost balloon, whining non-stop about Suho's disappearance. Amut, who had already reached his limit, finally snapped and told him to cut it out, because flying in circles wasn't going to magically bring Suho back. Meanwhile, Braki and Ezel just stood there, looking tense, but not saying much. They were definitely freaking out too, but they just got to exist awkwardly in the background. Beru, of course, ignored Amut entirely and found a new reason to be dramatic. He gasped like a soap opera character and demanded to know how Amut could be so heartless. How was he not losing his mind right now? Didn't he realize they had no clue where Suho was? Apparently, Apparently, Beru thought turning this into a full-blown international crisis was the best way to handle the situation. Then, just to really drive home his dramatic bitch energy, he started crying, actual tears. He even threw in some weepy nonsense about not being able to sleep because he was so worried. Essel finally stepped in, saying she kind of got why Beru was acting like a malfunctioning alarm system. Suho had been in the gate for over 2 weeks. She didn't say it outright, but Amit could tell from her voice that she was also worried. That was when he hit her with a reality check. Was she really expecting him to freak out too? Because one emotionally unstable bug was already more than enough. Essel frowned and turned to Amit, calling him cold-hearted, asking him, wasn't he supposed to be on the same team? So how could he not be worried about Suho? But Amit just shrugged and hit her with a counter-question. Did she even know who Suho was? He pointed out that everyone treated Suho like a helpless child, probably because they kept comparing him to Jinwoo. But Amit had never met Jinwoo, so he had no reference for that comparison. What he did know, though, was that Suho was a stubborn idiot. Bleeding, broken bones, mental exhaustion, none of it mattered to him. That dumbass would keep going no matter what. Amit had seen it firsthand while training him. Finally, he looked up and told Essel that the reason he wasn't worried was simple. No matter what kind of hell Suho was in right now, he was sure that kid would crawl out of it stronger than ever. Essel and Beru weren't expecting that. For once, they shut up, realizing that, yeah, maybe Amut had a point. They had to trust Suho. Back in the dungeon, Suho was officially done being a pathetic punching bag. No more moping. He was charging straight at his adult self, fists swinging. Suho thought to himself that if he was going down, he sure as hell wasn't going to whimper about it. But this time, felt different. He was inches away from landing a hit when his adult self turned him into a fine mist with one punch, and bro got insta-killed. Sent straight back to the respawn altar like he had just lost a PvP match in the most embarrassing way possible. And what did this dumbass do? The exact same thing. As soon as he respawned, he sprinted forward like an unhinged speedrunner, only to run into his kid self this time. But did that stop him? Nope. He leaped at the tiny menace with the same energy, aiming to bring down a whole-ass meteor strike. But the kid Suho erased him with a lazy flick of his finger. And just like that, back to the altar he went. At this point, Suho had died so many times he'd stopped counting. He wasn't even keeping track anymore. Just another day in the life of someone getting farmed by a boss fight. But after countless humiliations, he finally picked up on something. The boss status windows. Turns out, baby Suho, the one yeeting him with the ruler's authority, didn't have any player levels, because that little monster had maxed out his skill instead. This brat could move objects with his mind like he was using telekinesis hacks. Meanwhile, adult Suho, the one who broke his bones just by touching him, had the class Soul Striker, and was a level 99 walking nightmare. Basically, Suho was fighting 2 busted raid bosses, and he was the tutorial enemy in their story. Respawning again, Suho dashed down the corridors, thinking back to all the times he got folded before even making it anywhere new. At this point, fear had become irrelevant. He had died so many times that he became buddy-buddy with death. He recalled the times he thought he was close to clearing the quest, only to get immediately humbled. Over and over again, he got sent back, but instead of breaking down, he adapted. He realized that while death was meaningless here, that wouldn't be the case outside. He needed to survive, no matter how many times he got his ass handed to him, because every attempt made him tougher. After countless retries, Suho had nearly mapped out the entire labyrinth, and only one unexplored section had remained. Standing before it, he had one terrifying thought. If there's no door here, I'm absolutely screwed. His only other option would be to somehow beat one of those overpowered versions of himself, and considering how that was going, yeah, not happening. Even worse, there was no way to complete his advancement quest without doing one of these things. Then, as he stood there overthinking his inevitable doom, it hit him. He has been running into those two faster and faster the closer he got to this part of the maze. Something was there, something they didn't want him to reach, and just as he put the pieces together, that damn kid version of himself, looking smug as ever. Now Suho was sure. Whatever was in that part of the labyrinth, Tiny Terror was here to stop him from finding it. Suho was now convinced he had cracked the code. He charged at his kid self like an overconfident idiot. His grand plan was that if ruler's authority worked like an invisible hand, then surrounding himself with it should let him break through. Smart in theory, dumb in execution. Because this genius forgot one tiny detail, Kid Suho's ruler's authority was maxed out. The moment Suho tried to flex his power, Tiny Suho absolutely manhandled him, like a pro wrestler tossing a toddler. Another invisible hand came flying straight at him, and if it had landed, it would have been straight straight back to the respawn altar. By sheer luck, it missed him by an inch, giving him just enough time to try and bolt past. As a kid, Suho turned to chase him down. Suho's dumb brain finally sparked a genius idea. He ripped off his coat and threw it straight at the little menace's face. Blinded for a second, tiny Suho flailed, giving Suho just enough time to make a break for it. He hit top speed, barreling down the passageway he hadn't explored yet, praying that the pint-sized executioner wouldn't catch up before he got there. Then, at the very end of the corridor, he saw it. A massive door that was almost identical to the ones his adult self and kid self crawled out of. Suho froze for a split second as he realized that this was his ticket out of this nightmare, as there was no way in hell he was beating those two monsters. So whatever was behind this door, that was plan B. And judging by how hard those two were trying to keep him from getting here, Suho liked his chances. But just as he reached for the door, the air in the corridor turned heavy. Silent, crushing pressure filled the space. His heartbeat slowed. And then, like an angry bull, his adult self came charging in 0 footsteps. Just pure destruction. Everything in his path was getting obliterated. Suho didn't even think he doubled his speed, threw himself at the door, and yanked it with everything he had. If either of those two caught up, it was over. Game over. No retrees. And considering he barely made it here after countless deaths, there was no guarantee he'd get another shot. It was do or die. And Suho, he wasn't planning on dying again. Just as Suho thought he was in the clear, his adult self closed the gap in an instant, now standing on the other side of the corridor dangerously close. The moment Suho sensed him, every instinct in his body screamed the same thing. Shit, shit, and more shit. Meanwhile, adult Suho just stood there, exuding that final boss energy, staring him down like he was about to deliver a world-ending cutscene. And then he charged. 1 second, he was at the far end of the corridor. The next, he was about to treat Suho's head like a soccer ball in a championship match. By some miracle, Suho managed to yank the door open in time, dove in, and slammed it shut behind him. His hands stayed locked on the door handle, body trembling, lungs burning. Holy shit. He was supposed to be dead. The sheer panic, a close call, it all hit him at once, and he was panting like he just ran a marathon while being chased by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. But there was no time to dwell on that. The real question now was, could those two follow him in? He didn't even want to consider what would happen if they did. Instead, he forced himself to focus on what lay ahead. He took a deep breath, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. For now, no more getting his ass handed to him. But he wasn't dumb. This wasn't over. He still had to figure out who or what was in this room. Judging by everything he had seen so far, the most likely scenario was that another past version of himself was waiting inside. But which one? Suho's gut told him it could be him from the first half of the tutorial, back when he was still figuring things out. Or maybe the version of him that used multiple weapons like a try-hard RPG build. But if it wasn't either of them, then who the hell was it? Before he could think too much about it, he sensed a presence in the shadows. A figure stepped forward, their face still obscured. But as they got closer, Suho's eyes caught a detail that made his stomach drop. 2 swords. The guy was dual-wielding. Suho side-eyed him, watching as he stepped further into the light. Even if this version of him was weaker than the previous nightmares he had fought, he still carried an overwhelming aura. And then just like that, his entire body, along with his twin blades, started glowing in that signature blue. Suho's face went stone cold, as he thought, of course it's another me. He'd already figured out the pattern, as every boss in this dungeon so far had been a past version of himself. But this time, it wasn't past Suho he was up against. It was currently him. No mistake. Examining the weapons, Suho recognized Rakan's Fang in one hand and Vulcan's horn in the other. Both weapons he knew too damn well. For a second, he wondered if the system glitched or if God himself was trolling him. And when he checked the boss's stats, he couldn't help but start giggling like a villain as Dude finally got a chance to fight someone on equal ground. After all the times he got ragdolled through this dungeon, here was his punching bag. Suho thought to himself, finally. After getting clapped, ragdolled, and turned into an unwilling chew toy by every other boss in this PTSD simulator of a dungeon, Suho had a fight where the numbers were in his favor. His strength stat outclassed this knockoff version by miles, so it's time to turn this overconfident clone into his personal stress ball. He didn't waste a second. Suho charged in at full speed and dropped a kick hard enough to dislocate reality. The boss blocked with his swords, but the sheer force still sent him skidding back. But before he could get too smug, the boss activated body enhancement and started stacking buffs like he had a cheat menu open. Attack power up, defense up, speed up. Suho's smile twitched. Hold the fuck up. He knew that skill, as that was Amit's move. Suho wondered, how was was this boss pulling out skills that weren't even his? Not giving Suho time for another dramatic inner monologue, the boss lunged with wild, clean strikes, trying to dice him into sushi. Suho dodged everyone, but the boss wasn't done playing. He popped Storm Slash, which was Suho's own move. Suho didn't even hesitate. He whipped out a dagger and countered with his own Storm Slash. The collision absolutely nuked the battlefield, sending shockwaves through walls and floor. Suho mentally gave himself a high five for being prepared, but then one of the boss's attacks grazed his cheek. To Jim, it wasn't a big deal until a blinding pang of pain hit his head, along with a flash of memories. Not his memories. He saw himself fighting some colossal monster he'd never encountered. What the hell? He shook it off, rushed back in, only to get clipped again. Another memory, and this time of a girl carrying him somewhere. Suho started panicking internally, wondering if this bastard was inflicting mental attacks with every hit. That wasn't in the patch notes. Before he could recover, the next blow launched him across the room. The boss decided to level up the chaos and drop the magic words, "Arise." Out popped a shadow soldier, a knight rank shadow soldier to be exact. The second Suho saw the system panel confirming it, he almost rage quit on the spot. This dude had been annoying enough on his own, and now there were two of them. The knight charged at Suho like it had beef dating back generations, landing brutal blows and showing zero mercy. Suho blocked, parried, and dodged, but this shadow was grinning like a psycho, clearly enjoying the violence way too much. Suho was holding his own barely, but things were spiraling fast. As Suho was tangled up dealing with Ki, the shadow psycho, the boss decided to get sneaky and tried to flank him from behind. Suho caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, his heart dropping into his stomach. The tag team from hell was about to commence. Suho was standing in that chaotic mess of a battlefield, and all he could think was how this shit is absurd. The boss had just casually summoned a shadow soldier out of literal nothingness with no corpses or shadows lying around. And what really fried his brain was that this walking error was pulling that off at level 30-fucking-2. That's toddler level for Shadow Monarch shenanigans, and here this boss was flexing like he'd skipped all the tutorial quests. But as the battle raged on, it all started to click in Suho's mind. Those weird-ass memories that kept invading his head, they were not random. They belonged to this boss. Suho was sure that this belongs to an alternate world. In that world, this Suho apparently had a different Baru, a different Esil, Gray, and a different Amu. Basically a whole different cast, with his own story. And that other him? He handled his shit, fought his fights, cleared trials that made sense for his situation. Meanwhile, here was Suho, thrown into this cracked-out dungeon where the difficulty curve looked like a middle finger. He couldn't help but curse the system for the 1000th time, grinding his teeth as Ki's sword stabbed right through his palm while he blocked. Suho cursed the system, thinking, why do I always get shafted like this? These trials are never balanced. By this time, he died hundreds of times in this busted place, constantly fighting enemies that had no business existing at his level. Every time he thought he was catching up, the dungeon threw another absurd enemy his way. And now, as if mocking him, the boss tried once again to sneak up from behind, while his shadow psycho was keeping Suho occupied. But after dying and respawning more times than he could count, Suho had learned one thing, and that was that sitting around whining changes nothing. You either move or you rot. With that resolve, he roared and swung a punch at the boss, but it got blocked again. But this time, the boss didn't budge. Instead, the fucker fought back harder, swinging those dual blades with ferocity that should have been illegal. Suho didn't back down either. He charged in head first, not bothering to dodge. He pulled out another dagger and slashed, thinking, I don't care if this system's glitched to hell. I've been using it all wrong anyway. His eyes burned with defiance as he shouted, from now on, I'll be the one using this system and not the other way around. And all this time, they were still beating the ever-living crap out of each other, leaving the room in absolute ruins. Suho took it a step further, channeling his abilities into his feet, wrapping shadows around them until they turned into literal blades. And then he dropped the most emo-ass line ever. I'll no longer walk the path the system made for me. My future changes with my choices. Buddy, chill. With your 2 functional brain cells and a documented history of bad decisions, maybe don't trust yourself. Like, seriously, if left to your own choices, you'd end up grinding level 1 mobs thinking it's a secret quest. Stick to the damn script. But Suho was already mid-flight, and with a kick strong enough to reshape the room's architecture, he cratered the floor and sent the boss skidding back. Not wanting to give him him even time to breathe, Suho closed the gap instantly and sucker punched the boss so hard the guy embedded into the wall like a cartoon character. As he hit the wall, debris rained down, dust filled the air, and for the first time in this stupid dungeon, Suho had the upper hand. He didn't waste it. He went full gorilla mode, fists flying, dropping haymakers and jabs like he was unloading months of trauma. Finally, after what felt like an exorcism by Knuckles, the system chimed in with that boss defeated notification. Suho exhaled for what felt like the first time in years, his lungs burning, his hands shaking. Then the notification flood began informing him that he'd cleared the advancement quest, and the system blessed him with a shiny new title, the one who overcame adversity. He stared at the boss's wrecked corpse, already half expecting it to get up again, but instead, another panel popped up, showing the title description. And this title? Oh, it was broken. Straight up pay-to-win broken. For every 1% of stamina he lost, he gained 1% of all his stats. Suho just blinked at the screen and laughed. Then came the real deal. The system offered him a choice between 3 classes. First up was Shadow's Heir. The system would guide him to inherit the power of shadows. Second class was Soul Striker, a hidden class based on past data, which sounded cool until the system casually mentioned that his stats wouldn't be restored and all of his shadow skills would disappear. And the last one was a big, fat question mark. Apparently, this class was the recommended choice based on his achievements, but it also came with the same catch. Suho, being the whiny little bitch he was, immediately started complaining. 3 choices? After dying hundreds of painful, bullshit-filled deaths? Is this it? He ranted internally, mentally filing a lawsuit against the system. How was this fair? After surviving what was basically a Kaizo-level dungeon from hell, he got a measly class selection, no bonus rewards, no apology letter for emotional damage? This, not good enough. And then, like the greedy little gremlin he was, he threw out the most ridiculous demand. I'll take them all. Bro thought he was in a gacha game pulling for SSRs. The system, obviously not giving a single shit about his whining, began analyzing his choice. Suho held his breath as the screen processed his selection, expecting some overpowered result. But just as the system was about to reveal his brand new class, chapter ends. Manhwa really took notes from anime cliffhangers, huh? Baru, as always, was deep in his drama bag, bawling his eyes out for his young monarch like he was auditioning for a soap opera. With rivers of tears and an Oscar-worthy grief, this ant was in full meltdown mode. Mommy Ezel, already over it, scooped him up like a misbehaving toddler, patting his head just to get him to shut the hell up. But she was just as worried like this bug, if not more, as 3 whole weeks had passed, and their favorite airhead was still missing. Baru, still sniffling, turned to Amit, the resident ancient alligator philosopher, and asked if Suho was gonna be okay. Amit, putting a claw to his chin like he had just discovered the meaning of life, muttered that even he hadn't expected Suho to go radio silent for this long. He thinks that something bad must have gone down. Meanwhile, Brocky was sulking in the background, looking like an abandoned puppy. Just as Baru was gearing up for another tsunami of tears, Brocky suddenly perked up, sensing something familiar. And right on cue, a blinding light burst open behind him. It was the gate Suho had used to enter the shadow dungeon. And then, like he hadn't just vanished for 3 weeks, Suho casually strolled out, completely ignoring their collective anxiety, and asked, "What's up, boy?" The whole squad froze. Brocky whipped around, the rest already staring in sheer disbelief. And then, as if a switch flipped, the dramatic duo launched into their usual theatrics, sobbing, wailing, reaching out for him but too overwhelmed to move. Amit just stood there with a proud look, like a father watching his kid come home from war. Finally, Ezel broke through the emotional chaos, shouted Suho's name, and they all ran to him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jinho was having his own personal crisis. His dumbass nephew had been missing for 3 weeks, and this man was stressed. He summoned Jin Chul, desperate for any news, but even he, with all his connections and power, came up with nothing, not even a rumor. Jinchul had to come in person just to tell Jinho that despite all his efforts, there was still zilch on Suho. Jinho, already on edge, clenched his fists, but before he could spiral, Jinchul tried to change the subject. He mentioned how things at the Hunters Association were tense. Lately, people were starting to believe that Suho was the one who killed Min Sung. Oh, hell no. That had the opposite effect Jinchul was hoping for. Jinho snapped, telling him straight up that Suho wasn't that kind of person. Jinchul, trying to keep the situation from escalating, quickly reassured him that he didn't believe it either, but he suspected that it might have something to do with that mysterious invader Suho had mentioned the Apostle of Itarim. Jinho's expression darkened. He admitted that in the previous world, he hadn't been much help to Jinwoo, and he refused to let Suho walk the same path alone. He'd help in whatever way he could, no matter how small. Jinchul didn't say anything, just looked down, because he felt the exact same way. That's when his phone buzzed. He picked it up, and just like that, the situation went from bad to worse. Another dungeon break. Jinchul exhaled sharply, thinking about how the hunters must have already been dispatched, but this was happening way too often. Dungeon breaks were supposed to be rare, but lately, it felt like the world itself was warning them. How many times had it been now? And more importantly, how many more were coming? At the break site, things were going horribly. B-rank monsters poured out of the gate like they had beef with humanity itself, tearing through the city like it owed them money. The hunters on site were useless against these beasts. They were getting tossed around like rag dolls, some flying through the air, others being smacked into buildings like they were part of a demolition crew. The ones still standing had no idea why a large-scale dungeon break was happening here of all places. Weren't the big shot guilds supposed to handle this? Where the hell was the Hunters Guild? They were supposed to be the first line of defense, and yet the city was turning into a monster playground. Meanwhile, sitting close enough to enjoy the chaos, the Apostle of Itarim was watching like he was front row at a disaster movie. He muttered about how dull this was, but in his mind, it was all part of the plan. To get deep into the heart of the Hunters Association, he needed an accomplishment, something that would make him trend. The more destruction, the more people talked about it. The bigger the catastrophe, the bigger the clout. And when the time was right, he'd swoop in, save the day, and become the hero everyone needed. He had studied humans carefully, and it turns out they were dumb as hell. When disaster struck, no one remembered the first responders. The hunters who actually put their lives on the line were forgotten. The ones who died trying to save people. Their names would barely make it past a news cycle. But the one who arrived at the peak of the crisis, the one the media framed as the savior, that was the person who mattered. And the Apostle had no intention of being just another nameless hunter who got overshadowed. No, he wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be the name in every headline, every trending topic, because the deeper he got into the Hunters Association, the closer he'd get to his real target. The battlefield was a complete disaster, just how the Apostle liked it. But then, like a glitch in his perfect plan, someone actually put up a fight against the monsters. Enter Huang Jai-hyung, a B-rank hunter who, despite his mid-tier ranking, was giving the beasts a decent struggle. The battered hunters cheered like they'd just found a cheat code as finally someone who wasn't useless had showed up. But the Apostle wasn't having it. No way was he letting some random B-rank steal his spotlight. With a flick of his fingers and a casual activation of his powers, he ordered a centipede beast to get rid of the problem. The creature launched itself at Jae-hyung, sending him flying into a building like a rag doll. The poor bastard might have survived the first hit, but the Apostle wasn't taking chances. As he sent 4 more monsters ganged up on him, ensuring he'd never see another sunrise. The hunter's brief hope was instantly shattered, like literally 1 second they had a hero. The next, they were right back to being helpless. And then there was this guy, a D-rank hunter who had just gotten his legs treated and spent his hard-earned cash on a new sword. As reality set in that he was about to be Monster Chow, he started a dramatic monologue about how stupid he was to think he could actually make a difference. But while he was busy narrating his own death, the monsters were already charging at him. Just as he was about to get erased, something blitzed past, stopping the attack in the nick of time. Then, in the blink of an eye, the remaining monsters were wiped off the battlefield. The surviving hunters turned to see a figure in black, their brains lagging as they tried to process who just saved their asses. It was him, the masked man who had been hiring hunters and soloing dungeons. The hunter whose ass Suho just saved thought to himself, wasn't this masked dude was supposed to be a D-rank? Then how did he just one-shot those monsters? Meanwhile, our dumbass protagonist just stood there, completely unfazed, thinking about how this was the perfect chance to test out the new skills he got from his class change. Without hesitation, Suho glanced at the dead monsters and uttered, "Arise." Darkness swallowed the battlefield, creeping over everything like an unstoppable force. The hunters watched in stunned silence as the void-like shadows engulfed the fallen creatures. And then, when the darkness cleared, their own equipment had transformed, now pitch black and radiating an eerie power. Confused as hell, they stared at their new gear, wondering what the fuck just happened. Baru, the the ever-loyal fanboy, immediately asked if Suho had just unlocked the ability to equip others with shadow form. But Suho told him that this wasn't a form change, but rather a new skill that categorized them as items. The hunters, still struggling to comprehend, marveled at how not only had their equipment changed, but their bodies felt lighter too. As they were busy gawking at their new upgrades, a system panel popped up, explaining the effects of their new gear. Meanwhile, Baru's little ant brain was racing, thinking how this was something else, as even Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch, never had an ability like this. Baru wondered if this the power of Suho's new class, the irregular white shadow. Suho, on the other hand, was having his own epiphany. He didn't need to hide his identity anymore. With that realization, he canceled his mask, revealing his face to the stunned hunters. Then, as if he hadn't just shaken reality itself, he casually asked the hunters if they were planning to continue the fight, and if so, would they be willing to lend him a hand. But before they could even process that, a new wave of monsters charged at Suho, hoping to take advantage of the moment. The Apostle, watching everything unfold from a distance, jerked forward onto the terrace, his grin stretching wide. Finally, after weeks of waiting, Suho had revealed himself. The sight of his new abilities made the Apostle's mind race. The Apostle thought to himself that this wasn't something Suho had shown before. But what really caught his attention was how Suho wasn't fighting alone. Instead of soloing like Jinwoo, the OG lone wolf, Suho was rallying the other hunters to fight with him. The Apostle wondered if this is how he planned to prove he was different. A system panel displaying Suho's level popped up. His new level 42 was gleaming next to his brand new class title. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, absolute chaos was breaking out in India. The Asura guild was being torn apart, buildings obliterated, and hunters slaughtered left and right. In the middle of it all, Rio lay in a puddle of his own blood, his body barely holding on as he mentally apologized to Suho for not repaying his favor. And the cause of this destruction was the GOAT himself, Thomas Andre. Rio had managed to spill everything about what had happened in Egypt, and Thomas? Oh, he was beyond pissed. Someone had dared to mess with one of his people, and he wasn't about to let that slide. Without hesitation, he turned to Laura and declared that they were heading to Korea. But as the scene shifted once more, things took an even crazier turn. In an unknown location, the sky cracked open, forming a shadow dungeon, dark, ominous, and humming with terrifying energy. Beneath it, standing in the snow like an absolute queen, was Mommy Cha. The entire area was shrouded in fog, but she didn't even flinch, her eyes locked onto the portal above. Then, emerging from the shadows of the gate, a massive dragon descended. A familiar figure, Kaisel, or at least something like Kaisel, bowed before Mommy Cha. And just like that, the stage for another A helicopter hovers over a ruined city, smoke rising from the wreckage like someone threw the world's worst block party. A giant monster with glowing eyes came out of nowhere, seen getting punched in the gut in 4K. Then he got hit with a crazy left punch. Turns out it was our boy Suho that appears in a blink of an eye, as sprinting so fast the first thing the monster sees is a flash kick. As the kick landed on the monster cheek, the impact was so strong that it sent the Mosander flying away. Right after Suho displayed his aura, he walks away calmly, thinking nothing. Turned around because something caught his eye. Another hunter leaps in, throwing a punch so strong it sends a shockwave through the air. One of the guys noticed after he gained black armor, and his body feels much lighter with this on. He got so confident that he leaped up with his new upgrade from our saucy boy Suho and took a swing at the monster, dealing some pretty good damage. Suho looked on with quiet pride, like a father seeing his son handle things exactly as he should. The fight was going well, so there was no need for him to step in, and he could already tell that the shadow item was pushing the hunter's strength higher with every move. Suho whispered, "Arise," and with that command, the skill he had gained from his recent job change revealed its true power. It allowed him to shape shadows into items, drawing the exact materials he needed from the memories of his soldiers. Piece by piece, he could break their forms apart and rebuild them into whatever weapon or tool he desired, a talent so overwhelmingly powerful it almost felt unfair. As Suho slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him left him stunned. The ground was torn apart, shadows curling, and he couldn't help but be surprised at the overwhelming power that had taken shape around him. Suho raised his hand and finally noticed the armor forming across his body, forged from the Naga monster he had defeated. The pieces came together one by one, a shoulder guard, gauntlets, and a belt, until he stood there fully clad in shadow, every part of him wrapped in the power of what he had claimed. He was completely shadowed out. Suho clenched his fist, realizing the items he created weren't all the same grade. The armor came out rare, but the gauntlet he forced into existence ended up only common. Suho studied his status window, questioning if the grade of what he created depended on the material he used. His stats were strong, but the thought lingered. Maybe higher quality shadows meant higher grade items. Suho's job change gave him a new skill. He could now store shadows inside himself. Anything he created could be absorbed and brought back out at will, like carrying a pocket full of shadow gear ready for battle. Suho realized the contract skill came with strict rules. To activate it, he needed a shadow item of hero grade or higher, one that could grow stronger once given a name. Anything weaker wouldn't cut it. Suho kept thinking about what his new job title really meant, but before he could figure it out, his aura grew so massive that it caught the monster's attention. They roared and charged straight at him, ready to attack. Out of nowhere, someone dropped from above, stomping down on the monster's head and crushing its skull, while Suho stood still for a moment, caught off guard as debris flew past. The man just smiled, calm in the chaos. The monsters instantly turned their focus on him, ready to attack. With a flick of his arm, he blasted all the monster like he was double XP farming. Suho and the others could only watch. After every monster was wiped out, he turned to Suho, smirking, but Suho only felt uncomfortable. As the battle was broadcast on screen, Suho's uncle froze as he shed tears. The moment he realized Suho was safe, he rushed up to the TV, almost shouting with relief. Jinchu finally let out a breath he'd been holding. He then looked down as he heard his phone ring. Choi's voice came through fast, asking if he'd caught the broadcast about the Black Mask Hunter. At the same time, the scene cut to Lim, sprinting full speed toward Suho, sure this was the same guy he'd met during the Minsung incident. Jinchul was ready to call Hunter Park Dojin for a full restraint and extraction on Suho, since they don't have full evidence as the true criminal. But Lim hungry ass didn't care since Suho only hides his face because of the fight, and accuses him in the connections to Stardust and the death of Lee Min-sung. Choi stepped in saying he didn't think Suho was bad, but agreed they should bring him to the Hunters Association. He added that Suho was the nephew of President Yu Jinho, who was tight with the association's head. Choi finished by saying he only backed the Hunters Association because he believed the head was fair and just, and he hoped they'd make the right call. Not far away, the Apostle spoke into his phone and confirmed to Jin Chul that Suho was right in front of him. Suho watched the exchange and quickly recognized who he was dealing with. The man standing there wasn't just anyone, he was Park Dojin, the newest S-rank hunter. Park Dojin kept that same calm smile, which only made Suho wonder why he was staring like that. Park called out to Suho and walked up to him, and Suho was thinking, "Why is this weirdo smiling?" Park explained, "The Grim Reaper Guild's master wants me to bring you into the Hunters Association." Pointing out that Suho had already shown himself in front of a lot of people proof, he really had no clue how big his own moves had become. Laid it out straight that Suho was wanted for the murder of Vice Guildmaster Lee Min-sung, and for charges tied to Stardust, and his aura began to shine. Before Suho could answer, the other hunters jumped in, shouting that Suho had saved them, and there had to be a mistake. Suho told them it's fine, kept it cool, and said he'd go on his own, since he was planning to visit the association anyway. Park nodded and agreed. The hunters behind Suho talked about how generous he'd been, even giving them shadow armor. Suho then called his shadows back, using his skill to store them. He thought to himself how much easier things were now that he could keep all his shadows with him. From Park's view, Suho's whole vibe felt different, so much so that his aura was way stronger than before. He wondered what could have happened to power Suho up this much, even thinking the star fragment might not work on him anymore. The chance of turning Suho into a believer had dropped, so Park figured they'd need to upgrade the star fragment if they wanted it to affect S-rank hunters like him. He even considered if he should stay close to him until the time is right. A sharp alarm cut through the air as his phones lit up. One of the hunters' phones suddenly blared with a disaster warning as a mass breakout at Jisan Correctional, the prison that held awakened criminals. Park looked back as Suho stopped walking. Park Dojin tried to brush it off, saying other hunters were already on the scene. But Suho cut him short, pointing out that if the prisoners had used Stardust, the hunters stationed there wouldn't be nearly enough. He told Suho if he doesn't go to the association, it would be annoying, but Suho didn't give two fucks. Suho unleashes his beast bond as he told Park he didn't care if the association came after him, dashed away letting Park know he'll deal with the Hunters Association later after handling business. Now Park is back to Apostle and thinks this is the perfect chance to see just how much Suho has changed. We fast forward to multiple Hunter corpses. Inside, the prison chaos was already spreading. A freed inmate held up the metal collar saying how funny and cruel humans can be after shoving mana stones into their necks to end them. More prisoners stepped forward and poured out with a storm of rage. They were awakened criminals who felt wronged, claiming the Hunters Association had branded them monsters after the cataclysm. Fueled by anger and newfound freedom, hundreds of B-to-D rank prisoners gathered behind their leader, Kwang Dong-suk. This asshole lit the fires behind every prisoner back and turning the breakout into a full-scale dungeon breach. City sirens blared as the alert for a full-scale breakout echoed off the high-rises. Jisan Correctional was spilling its worst into the streets, and the loudspeakers ordered everyone nearby to bail out fast. While the city scrambled and everyone evacuated from their homes, a door glowed hot red began to burn. A glowing hand enters from the hole made in the door to open it. A group of inmates slipped in, casual as if they owned the place. No panic, no rush, just prisoners using their awakened powers to turn a quiet home into their new hideout. One prisoner fusses over a crisp jacket, dressing up like he's got a job interview instead of a jailbreak. One guy flexes that, since they have the star fragments, nothing can stop them after getting a pure stat boost. They also talk big about a mystery, S-rank, ready to back them up, basically a raid boss in the squad. Prisoner B yells that they discovered a hidden booze vault and lost all focus, while the crew argues about price tags and loot priority. A pair of wide eyes watches from the closet like a horror game jump scare. His trembling hands grip the phone as he reaches out for help. But it was already GG's for the kid because they smelt his weak-ass aura and asked him if he wants a drink. Comment F to pay respects. On a rooftop, Dong-suk stands on the rooftop watching the city burn. His skyline is lit orange and smoke rolls through the streets. Below, prisoners swing pipes and blades at hunters. Civilians get caught in the mess as fights break out everywhere. Dong-suk grins like this is his happy place. His grin fades fast, replaced with a grim look as someone orders him to hurry up. Kang Tai-shik steps out of the smoke behind him. Dong-su reminds him he's still his brother servant, so he should know his place. But Kang lets him know he's doing this for his own benefit, and how his mission is to smuggle Dong-suk out the country. Dong-suk grabs Kang by the collar, trying to flex his strength and demand respect, even though he's ranked lower. Kang stays cold, thinking how fake the act is. To him, Dong-suk is just a coward, too scared to use a star fragment and face the side effects. Kang remembers the real mission. He thinks back to a meeting with Dong-suk's brother who explained the chaos was only a distraction. The plan was simple. While the prisoners create havoc, bring the brother back and the job is done. Dong-suk leans in and demands an answer as he grips him tight, but Kang just breaths out and backs down, remembering the S-rank waiting in the shadows. He knows crossing that level means death, so he agrees to finish the job and take Dong-suk to his brother. From above, a helicopter rests on a skyscraper helipad. Choi walks with Jin Chul through the smoke, explaining this is the first time since the Great Cataclysm that the association chairman himself is stepping into battle. He says the chairman can't stay idle while citizens are in danger. Choi updates him on the prison situation. The control center is wrecked, the prisoner restraints are gone, and several association hunters nearby were ambushed and left in critical condition. Jin Chul listens while checking his gear. Choi pushes his glasses up, pointing out how serious it is. A control center guarded by an A-rank was destroyed, and the attackers are using illegal star fragments. He says only someone powerful could pull that off. Lim Tai-gyu walks up asking if there's really a mastermind behind the chaos. Jin Chul greets him and thanks him for showing up. Lim breaks the news that Sung Suho ignored the association's summons. Jin Chul's eyes widen, caught off guard. Lim explains further. Suho left a message saying he went to Jisan Correctional Facility, the same place tied to the illegal Stardust trade. Lim says if Suho is heading straight to where the fragments are being moved, the reason doesn't need explaining. Lim Tai-gyu thinks back on Suho's actions. He figures Suho showed up in disguise aiming to kill Lee Min-sung and cover his own part in the Stardust trade, even registering as a false awakened to hide his real strength. Lim grips his bow and calls Suho a high-risk villain, saying he'll join the mission to bring him down. Choi questions that judgment, asking if Suho might have gone to Jisan to help instead. Jin Chul points out how strange it is. Disappearing for so long, dodging the association, and hiding his rank doesn't fit with someone just trying to help. Hunter Choi Jong-in steps forward and says they should treat Song Suho as a villain because he's unpredictable. Meanwhile, Apostles thinks to himself that he can't fight the S ranks in his current state and wonders if Suho planned for this reaction. He reflects on how far Suho has gone. Even with the Hunter Association banning Stardust, Suho risked the harsh side effects to get a star fragment. He decides he can keep watch from a distance while Suho makes his move. Meanwhile, we see Suho speed blitzing like Sonic, pushing his speed to the limit using beast possession, sprinting through the forest with his companion Gray hanging on. He scans the area and asks if this is the right place, senses on edge. Inside the prison, chaos screams back at him, civilians and hunters begging for help as prisoners tear through the halls. Suho's senses spike, every scream and death cry in the prison hitting him at once through his bond skill. He smashes through the building in a blur of speed and force, kicking down the barrier between him and the chaos inside. Sweat and rage mix on his face as he charges forward, ready to tear through anyone hurting the civilians. Suho steps into a hallway littered with bodies and blood, the prisoners staring back in shock. One of them laughs, realizing a man and a dog literally dropped from the sky. Suho gives Gray a nod of thanks, telling his buddy the rest is on him now. The prisoners sneer, knives ready, mocking Suho, and assuming he's already half dead before the fight even starts. Suho dashes right past him, blitzing one of the goons that the others were shocked. Suho questions the prisoners, asking why they're hurting people instead of just escaping. He plants a foot on the thug's chest, calm but heavy, the kind of move that shuts a room up. Purple energy leaks off him as he gives the last warning as my boy is ready to fuck shit up. A quiet flashback opens on a sunlit garden and a clear pond, the chaos of the present fading out. Young Suho looks up, surprised, calling out to his grandfather. His grandpa stands bare-chested, scars crossing his body like old battle maps, and Suho can't help but ask where they all came from. Suho's grandpa calls his scars medals, each one a story of stepping in when no one else would, pulling a kid from a fire, stopping a drunk gone violent. Young Suho watches fish break the water and asks why his grandpa risks so much for strangers. The old man says he isn't fearless, but when someone needs help his body moves before his mind can catch up. Back in the prison, Suho's posted up over the knocked out crowd, purple aura dripping. He tells what's left of them they got two choices, tap out quiet or catch hands. The last two inmates freeze, eyes wide. One whispers he didn't even see the kick, the other's like, is this dude secretly high rank? Their buddy behind them tries to play tough, flashing a glowing star fragment like it's a get-out-of-jail card, saying they're still good. He bites down on the star fragment, crunching it like candy as the crystal snaps and flares. Golden energy blasts out of them as the shaking of the floor and tossing bodies like ragdolls. The crew lights up with fiery auras, one guy grinning wild with a glowing cross in his eye, bragging he's strong enough to drop an S rank now. Suho hits them with a reality check, purple eyes glowing as he asks if they really think this is sweet or if they plan to drop quietly. From the shadows, a strange presence creeps in, a ghostly shape that looks like Min Sung watching the chaos like it's entertainment. Suho pauses for a beat, feeling that eerie vibe behind him while the prisoners tense up, ready to fight. Min Sung's ghost taunts Suho, calling out his hesitation and reminding him the convicts took star fragments to fight. He walks closer, spitting insults, saying Suho's still a rookie who couldn't kill anyone even if he tried. Suho moves first, one clean blast through the gut, cutting the trash talk off mid-sentence, and tells Suho to show him. Suho's rage snaps. He stomps down, crushing a prisoner without hesitation. The room goes dead silent before panic kicks in. The convicts' faces twist in shock, realizing this dude isn't bluffing. Fear turns into desperation as they rush him all at once. One inmate lunges first, but Suho flips it, snatching his weapon mid-move and cutting him down in a single slash. Another prisoner, stunned, mutters that he ate a star fragment, so why can't he track Suho's speed? He doesn't get an answer. Suho's fist caves his face in with a brutal right hook. The rest of the mob leaps in fury, thinking numbers will save them. Suho stands calm, his aura crackling as if he's about to swing. But it's a fake-out. Instead of throwing hands, he triggers his shadows. Black spears erupt from the ground at his feet, skewering the charging inmates instantly. Bodies hang frozen in mid-air, impaled by the spears, while Suho stands untouched. Min Sung's ghost slides in behind Suho, hand on his shoulder. saying he's impressed at how fast Suho's grown. The ghost side-eyes the bodies, asking if wiping them out was really the move, calling Suho a hunter who can't tell humans from monsters. He fades with one last jab. Suho's become a monster too. Unbothered, Suho summons Baru. The ant shadow drifts out of the dark with a quiet, young monarch. Suho orders Baru to eat the convicts' memories and find who's pulling the strings and why these prisoners chose slaughter over escape. Baru checks on him, asking if he's all right, but Suho brushes it off with a calm, "I'm good." Baru warns him about exposing himself too openly. Acting like this without hiding his identity could put a target on his back. Suho looks down at the bodies, frustrated. He came here to save people, but the longer it drags on, the angrier he gets. He admits this chaos is holding everyone back. While they should be preparing to face Itarim's apostle, they're stuck dealing with pointless Awakeners fights. At this rate, they'll only keep slowing down Daddy Wu. Suho stands over a fallen body, calm but fierce. He says he's done hiding and will step up to pull every side together himself. He lays it out. Every item, every monster, every bit of strength that can fight Itarim is on his list. His eyes burn purple as he adds that he'll do it by any means necessary. No bluff, just facts. Baru tilts his head, grinning, and asks if Suho really means to bring the whole world under his command. But Suho means allies. Baru can't help but blush, hyped by how bold his monarch sounds. Bodies on the floor. Suho stands over the wreckage like a final boss. He says the city's crawling with villains, and the only way to face them is to match their numbers. Purple light pours off his hand as he lifts it, eyes locked. "I won't hesitate anymore." Suho commands, "Arise." Every fallen convict is about to become part of his shadow squad. A sleek Rolls-Royce cuts a sharp turn down a narrow street. Seconds later, the car erupts in a sudden blast, flames spilling across the road. Seconds later, the car erupts in a sudden blast, flames spilling across the road. From a rooftop, a small group of escaped convicts watches the fire. One of them calls the driver unlucky, while the others stay quiet, taking in the chaos below. One of them leaned on the railing, noting how badly fate had played the driver, while the rest barely blinked. Through the swirling smoke, silhouettes moved inside the inferno. A father shielded his daughter, both strangely calm amid the chaos. The man tightened his grip on the scorched car door, unfazed by the heat. With a single motion, he tore the door free and hurled it upward. The slab of metal cut through the air like a missile, slicing past the rooftop edge and forcing the convicts to jerk back. The message was wordless but clear. Whoever walked out of that fire wasn't a victim. They were a warning. Beside him, Miho stays locked in calm but clearly ready to throw down. White Tiger Guild's Vice Guildmaster doesn't need an intro. She's already proven she can handle anything. The man tugs at his collar, more annoyed about the delay than the danger. And there it is. Yunho's signature shift. Eyes light up, claws slide out, hair kicks back in that half-beast flare we've all seen before. He's not here for small talk. Handle this quick, head home before Mom starts calling. 3 convicts lie sprawled across the ground, already handled. Miho and Baek Yunho stand over the bodies, surveying the scene. 3 convicts lie sprawled across the ground, already handled. Miho and Baek Yunho stand over the bodies, surveying the scene. Miho adds that the Hunter Association is sending 3 S ranks and the chairman by helicopter, about 10 minutes out. Yunho's eyes narrow. There's word that Sung Suho, wanted for spreading stardust, might be here. Putting thoughts aside, he orders Miho to start rescues immediately, his firefighter roots showing through. For Yunho, saving lives always comes first. A flicker catches his eye, something moving where it shouldn't. He asks if there's been any dungeon break in the area. Out of the fading smoke, a shadowed figure steps forward, wrapped in violet energy, clearly not human. A young girl freezes, eyes wide and trembling, barely holding back tears as the chaos rages around her. Her teammate, armor battered and bleeding, turns just enough to shout a final warning for her to run. Convicts close in. He calls her name, Mina, one last time before the fight is ripped from him. He collapses hard, blood spreading beneath him while the girl drops to her knees, horror etched across her face. 2 convicts stroll up with twisted grins, blades flashing. They mock the scene, joking about the fallen man and teasing that the pair must have been lovers. Mina, shaking, whispers her partner's name through choked sobs, unwilling to believe he's gone. Mina, shaking, whispers her partner's name through choked sobs, unwilling to believe he's gone. One of the convicts lunges, blade raised high, promising she'll be reunited with her fallen teammate soon. Before the strike can land, a swirl of dark violet mist floods the street. A single word rolls out of the shadows, arise, and everything changes. Out of nowhere, the fallen hunter, now wrapped in black-purple flames, shoots upright. The sudden burst of shadow energy makes everyone freeze, the girl stumbling back in shock. A blade lunges for her face, stopping a hair's breadth from her eyes. She's too stunned to even scream. The shadow soldier, aka her boyfriend, reborn in dark armor, blocks the strike, its glowing eyes locking on the convicts. One of the attackers stares, wide-eyed. That dead guy just stood back up? Panic edges into his voice. Suho watches from above, aura farming, tells the revived hunter that his willingness to answer the summon proves he wants to protect Mina. Suho grants him power to guard what matters until the end. Suho equips the shadow soldier with a Naga warrior belt. This rare item boosts defense by 20 points, making each incoming hit feel lighter, and adds 4 points of agility so the soldier can move faster in close combat. Next comes the Naga warrior shoulder guard. Another rare piece, it stacks an extra 28 defense, turning the soldier's upper body into near stone against blades and claws. Finally, Suho arms him with the Shadow Naga warrior sword. The sword raises attack power by 55 and adds 5 agility for quicker strikes. Its special skill, Enhanced Penetration, lets every swing ignore 10% of an enemy's defense, cutting through armor like it isn't there. Dark energy surges through the shadow soldier as the gear locks in place. His entire form glows with lethal intent. He launches forward, sword raised, and drives the blade straight through the nearest convict, ending the fight in a single strike. Suho raises his hand, purple energy pulsing through his fingers. He drops a single command, "Arise," and the fallen convicts light up with shadow flames, their bodies twisting back to life. The new shadow squad stands ready. Suho orders them to hunt the rest of the villains hiding in the city. Baru hovers nearby, noting that the army is growing exactly like Suho planned. At this pace, the city's criminals won't last long. Beru reports the shadow army is growing exactly as planned, and Suho answers that, at this pace, they can wipe out the city's villains soon. Suho allows himself a small smile, sunlight cutting across his face. The rescued girl clings to her shadow soldier boyfriend, crying into his dark armor. Mina clings to her shadow boyfriend. Beru asks if Suho's leaving that soldier. Suho says yes, it fades after a day, so he's letting them have their goodbye. Beru adds that Suho feels different when he isn't fighting. A sudden flicker of dark energy catches Suho's attention, pulling his gaze to the side. Something's off. Suho adds that hopefully this time they can track down the mastermind behind all this chaos. The scene cuts to another street where Suho's soldiers are locked in a brutal fight. Purple blades clash as several shadows are sliced apart, their dark forms dispersing into smoke. We finally see who's wrecking them. A calm but deadly Kang Taesik, his eyes glowing red as he cuts down another soldier without breaking a sweat. Nearby, Dong Seok's younger brother watches with wide eyes. He mutters that he's never seen creatures like these black monsters before, clearly unsettled. He turns and yells for Kang, calling him Fixer, ordering him to clean this mess up and finish the fight as more of Suho's shadow soldiers charge in. Kang barely glances back, dismissing the urgency. He says if they'd arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. Then he boasts that after consuming the star fragment, his power is well above A rank. He insists there's no way he could lose to low-tier C or D rank monsters. But mid-sentence, Kang freezes. His sharp eyes catch something strange. Every shadow soldier suddenly drops to one knee, as if paying respect to someone unseen. Dong Seok's brother stiffens too, confused as he notices the kneeling. Before he can react, a quiet but commanding presence approaches from behind. Suho walks into view with Beru floating at his side. Beru gives a sly grin and tells his young master that they've hit the jackpot. Hwang Dong-seok finally turns around, scowl deepening as he recognizes the newcomer. He sneers at Suho, calling him a brat and asking if he really dares to speak to him so casually. Suho closes the gap with calm confidence. He calls out Dong-seok directly, saying he knows he's the one behind the creatures. Suho then asks a straight question. Does Dong-seok know about the Itarim Apostle, the same name Lee Min-sung once mentioned? Dong-seok lifts his hand slightly, acting casual. He tells Suho to relax and keep some space if they're going to talk. With a smirk, he admits he's heard of the Itarim Apostle. Dong-seok points downward, as if signaling something, casually saying, "That, right? That one." Kang Taesik catches the hint immediately. A sly grin spreads across Dong-seok's face. The sound of movement cuts through the air. Kang has already launched forward at Suho, taking the signal. Kang dashes in a blur, trying to ambush Suho while Dong-seok plays the distraction. Kang's eyes widen in shock. Suho isn't where he expected. Suho's already past him. In one clean motion, Suho appears right in front of Dong-suk, grabbing his shoulder before Kang can even react. Suho notes coldly that Dong-suk clearly isn't tied to Itarim, then demands to know how he got a star fragment. Suho's aura flares purple and dark. He leans in, asking why Dong-suk attacked the village. Dong-suk can barely keep his composure, realizing this is no ordinary summoner-type hunter. Desperate, Dong-suk warns that if Suho harms him, his younger brother will make Suho pay. But Suho's grip only tightens. Suho doesn't budge. With raw strength, he slams Dong-suk into the ground, cracking the pavement beneath them and ending the bluff instantly. Without a hint of hesitation, Suho tells him that he doesn't care if his brother is an S-rank awakened. He only wants answers. Panicking, Dong-seok blurts out that his brother was the one who got the star fragment for him and insists he had nothing to do with it. Pressed tighter under Suho's grip, Dong-seok admits there was no plan behind the city attack. He just enjoyed ordering people around and watching them obey. Suho's eyes darken, furious that innocent lives were hurt for something so pointless. Dong-seok starts to bargain, promising he'll convince the other escapees to surrender, but his words trail off as he notices Kang. He calls out, demanding to know what Kang is doing. Kang, realizing Suho is far too dangerous, decides to abandon Dong-seok and escape. A deep, commanding voice cuts through the air. "That won't do." Golden eyes appear above Kang, radiating authority. Kang freezes mid-step, his face twisting in shock as the strange power grips him. Far away, Park sits calmly in a helicopter, deciding he wants to witness Sung Suho's true strength before the S-rank hunters arrive. His thoughts reach Kang like a command: obey the impulse within you. Park's eye glows bright gold as he activates his control. Kang is instantly overwhelmed. Golden light and raw energy engulf him, forcing his body into a battle stance as he draws his blades, now nothing more than a puppet driven to fight Suho. Kang charges in with his blade glowing gold, swinging fast enough to split the air. Suho doesn't even flinch. He tilts his head just enough for the strike to miss, the flash of power sparking past his cheek. The missed strike tears into the ground. Stone tiles explode upward as Kang's momentum drives a golden arc across the courtyard, cracking the pavement and sending shockwaves through the air. But Kang's attack doesn't just miss, it lands on Dong-suk instead. In an instant, the older brother's eyes go wide as the blade slices across him, leaving a deep, brutal cut. Dong-suk collapses, blood pooling around him while the last rays of sunlight hit the wrecked street. F in chat for this loser. Beru drifts to Suho's side. He reports that he senses the Itarim Apostle's aura. Suho realizes Kang's body is being controlled through the star fragment. Suho rolls his neck, a small smirk forming. "That actually saves me some trouble," he says, calm and collected. "I've been meaning to talk to you anyway." The fallen convicts and shadow soldiers surround the courtyard while Kang crouches low, his stealth skills still active. Kang reappears in a blur, eyes glowing with a fierce golden light. His blade swings with deadly speed, slashing through 3 of Suho's shadow soldiers before they can react. But when Kang's attack reaches Suho himself, it stops cold. Sparks flare against an unseen force as Suho stands tall in the center of the courtyard. Suho gets a small cut across his cheek. He realizes the attacker is using an assassin hunter's stealth skill. He listens carefully and catches the faint sound of footsteps. He knows he can only dodge for now and can't counter. Up in a helicopter, Park sits with arms crossed, quietly watching the fight below. Park notes that Kang Tae-sik's strength is around upper, a rank, and wonders if Suho can win against someone at that level. Suho looks toward Park while Park keeps his gaze fixed on Suho, both aware of each other. Suho speaks to the hidden Itarim Apostle, saying he knows it is listening. He explains he has moved carefully so no one would notice him until now. His shadows start to shift and spread across the ground. He says the Apostle must stay hidden because being exposed would be too risky. Suho recalls how the Apostle revealed itself during the Lee Min-sung incident, showing it is preparing for something larger. The shadows rise higher as he points out that a being who stayed hidden for so long is finally showing signs of action. Suho says that the Apostle might also be growing in power, just like he is. Park's golden eye glows in response, a silent sign that he hears every word. Suho stands with shadows swirling around him, declaring that he will no longer hide who he is. He calls for the hidden enemy to show themselves and sends a surge of shadow energy forward. Kang Tae-sik charges through the darkness with a wild scream, blade in hand. Kang's eyes widen as Suho appears right in front of him, cloaked in shadows. Suho closes in, his weapon aimed straight for Kang. Shadows pierce through Kang in multiple strikes, spears and blades hitting his limbs in one motion. Kang is left suspended and pinned by dark spears while Suho stands firm below, shadows rolling around him. A system notification appears. Suho's level rises. He recovers his strength and quietly says, "Let's fight," signaling the real opponent to step forward. Inside the helicopter, Park flinches as a faint trickle of blood runs from his eye, reacting to the defeat of his puppet. Hunter Lim Tai-gyu notices and asks if something is wrong. Park wipes the blood away, gives a casual, "It's nothing," and smirks to himself, intrigued by Suho's display of power. Suho raises his hand and commands the fallen Kang Tae-sik and Dong-suk to rise as shadows. Both men reappear as dark soldiers under his control, their new forms radiating the purple glow of shadow energy. He addresses them without a hint of sympathy. They had bragged about causing the massacre, but Suho points out the countless innocent lives lost because of their actions. As punishment, he binds them to his army, declaring that from now on they will fight for him. Dark mist surges around him as the shadow creation skill completes. From their remains, 2 items take shape. The first is a rare-grade armor piece called the Armor of the Swindler. It adds +30 attack power and +4 stamina, solid defense equipment. The second is even more impressive, a hero-grade ring titled the Ring of the Murderer. It grants +10 agility and the stealth skill at level 1, letting the wearer hide their presence at the cost of 10 mana per second while active. System notifications confirm that Suho has unlocked hero-grade shadow item creation and prompt him to give the item a name. Remembering Kang Tae-sik's brutal past, Suho calmly names the ring Kira, sealing it as a unique weapon that can grow stronger over time. After naming the ring Kira, Suho immediately received a flood of system messages explaining the mechanics behind named shadow items. Once named, they could grow, level up, and share experience directly with him. Unlike ordinary items, they would forever be bound to their first wielder, meaning no one else could use them. The more they grew, the more their stats would transfer to him. Suho looked at the ring on his hand. Kira, Levy 1. It already carried agility, strength, stamina, and even heightened senses. Alongside its stealth effect, the ring made him sharper and faster with every passing second. He flexed his fingers, feeling the power course through him. The realization hit him. If even one item could boost him this much, then collecting more hero-grade or higher items would multiply his growth rate. He wouldn't just be catching up to the apostles, he'd be surpassing them. A faint smile crossed his face as he clenched his fist. With this ability, he could accelerate his progress beyond anything before. He could reach his father much sooner. Fur-covered hand with glowing yellow energy flexes. Suho's summoned shadows are suddenly cut down, shredded before they can react. He immediately feels their loss through the link. Baru asks, "What's happening?" Suho answers that something is defeating his soldiers, and closing in fast. A blazing figure bursts through a distant building, launching into the air before crashing onto the plaza. Shockwaves and debris scatter everywhere. A falling chunk strikes Baru. From the settling dust steps, a towering furry, holding a severed head of a shadow soldier, as if it weighs nothing, explained that he had seen a black pillar rise and came rushing to the scene. He looked at Suho and asked if he was a hunter and what exactly he was. Suho thought to himself that it was strange to hear a monster speak. Bayek corrected him, saying he wasn't a monster. He introduced himself as Bayek Yunho, the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild. Suho realized this was the S-rank hunter known for his rare transformation ability. Bayek leaned in, catching the strong scent of blood, and questioned Suho again. What exactly was he? Suho replied that he was a hunter who came to save people. When Bayek asked for his name, Suho answered that he was Sung Suho, and added that he knew the Hunter Association considered him wanted, but that he was innocent. Bayek laughed loudly, saying Suho was bold to admit that so openly. He reminded Suho that the White Tiger Guild had also suffered losses from Stardust. He raised a clawed hand and set it under Suho's chin, demanding to know how Suho planned to prove his innocence. Suho calmly moved Bayek's hand aside and said they could settle that later. They were short on manpower, and he was glad an S-rank hunter was here. He told Bayek they should hurry to save people. Bayek paused, surprised, and asked if Suho even understood the position he was in. Suho kept his tone steady, telling Bayek that, even so, as a hunter, saving people always comes first. His words, paired with his eyes, struck something inside Baek Yunho. Baek was reminded of his past. Back when he was a firefighter, one of his comrades had once told him for a brief moment that if they hesitated for even a second, someone who could have been saved might die. That comrade stressed that, instead of agonizing over choices, they had to make the call immediately and figure the rest out later. That, he said, was the essence of being part of a rescue team. The memory faded, and Baek's gaze sharpened back on Suho. Something about his name finally clicked. He muttered to himself, realizing the familiarity. Then, grabbing Suho by the collar with ease, he pulled him close and exclaimed, Suho, wasn't that the grandson Captain always bragged about? He confirmed it out loud. Suho was the grandson of Sung Il-hwan. Two armed soldiers stand beside a jeep at the barricade. One asks if they'll even be able to subdue the awakeners who have gone berserk, worrying that bullets won't work. His partner shrugs and says they just have to follow orders, but then adds that the city's atmosphere feels strange tonight. The first soldier agrees, answering yes, while the view widens to show the empty bridge. Something definitely feels off. A massive shockwave rips across the bridge. Baek Yunho, in his semi-beast form, charges forward and shreds a group of convicts with flaming claws. Suho joins the fight, shadow energy wrapping around his fists as he strikes through the enemies, scattering them in all directions. The two stand side by side on some joined forces, LR from Dokkan battle. Yunho glances at Suho and says he's impressed. To be this skilled in direct combat despite being a summoner explains why Captain Sung Il-hwan spoke so highly of him. Suho thinks to himself that it's incredible. The White Tiger Guild's master is the same man who took over his grandfather's rescue squad. Aloud, he tells Yunho that his strength truly shows the difference of an S-rank hunter. Yunho laughs and tells Suho he can just call him uncle, clearly pleased. Among the fallen convicts, Suho comments that he's been making plenty of noise as instructed, but wonders aloud if this will only drive the hidden villains to stay hidden. Baek Yunho looks at Suho and says he's still a rookie rescue squad member. Suho thinks to himself that he's not actually part of the rescue squad. Baek's eyes glow as he explains that catching villains isn't their main job. Their real duty is rescuing people. A burst of flame and force surrounds Baek as he stands tall. Suho faces him from a short distance, feeling the heat of his power. Baek continues, saying that the more they make their presence known, the harder it becomes for villains to act. If they focus on the safety of the people, this approach is best. Suho realizes Baek is right. He's been too focused on hunting villains. Suho reflects that this is the mindset of a true guildmaster. Baek gives a small grin and says, anyway, back to it. As they walk through the quiet street, Baek casually asks Suho if he has a girlfriend. Suho replies that he doesn't. Baek smiles and says that's perfect, mentioning his own daughter is single. He jokes that this might be the perfect chance to form family ties with Captain Sung Il-hwan. Jin-chul looks outside the window as Hez on the phone. Miho lets Jin-chul know that everything is good to go. Jin-chul thanks Miho on the other end for their hard work, explaining they helped evacuate both hunters and ordinary citizens. Jin-chul scanned the streets below and noted that, among the chaos of terrorists and villains, he kept spotting strange black humanoid shapes. He wondered aloud what they were. Miho admitted she wasn't sure either. For the moment, she said, those figures couldn't be identified. Lim Taegyu rose from his seat and moved toward the open side door of the helicopter. Without hesitation, he decided that if those dark shapes were unknown, he would treat them as enemies. Jin-chul called out urgently for him to wait, trying to stop him before he acted on his own. Ignoring the warning, Lim launched himself from the helicopter. Jin-chul could only watch in frustration while Park, sitting calmly nearby, remained unfazed. As Lim plummeted toward the city, his eyes sharpened and a hunter's skill activated. Crimson targeting marks appeared across the rooftops, each one locking onto a shadow soldier below. The cityscape lit with countless red reticles as every shadowy figure came into his sights, leaving none unmarked. Lim drew his bow, his movements precise and steady, the arrow glowing with concentrated energy. He released a sweeping volley. Energy arrows streaked across the skyline in perfect formation, striking every marked shadow soldier in a single, devastating strike. Suho notices a sudden presence and looks toward it. Baek Yunho, standing beside him, calmly explains that the newcomers are allies and there's no need to worry. Baek adds that the Hunter Association has sent S-rank hunters to provide support. Suho feels a wave of relief at the news. Suho thinks to himself that with S-rank hunters here, the villains will no longer be able to run wild through the city. Far away, Lim Taegyu's eye narrows with deadly focus as he locks on to Suho's location. Lim Taegyu silently targets Suho, his bow glowing as he charges a powerful arrow. He mutters that he has found his mark. A sudden memory flashes in Lim's mind of a funeral portrait of Min Sung, the loss still burning in him. Fueled by grief and anger, Lim's arrow ignites with violent energy as he releases the shot toward Suho. Suho senses the attack and quickly moves, preparing to defend himself as the arrow streaks through the air. Baek Yonho catches the blazing projectile with one hand, stopping it cold before it can harm Suho. Lim Taegyu descends rapidly from the sky, landing in front of them. He confronts Baek, demanding to know why the guildmaster is protecting someone the association has labeled a wanted criminal. Baek Yunho calmly telling Lim not to misunderstand and to talk first before making assumptions. Lim dismisses the idea of discussion, coldly stating that Suho refused the Hunter Association's summons, fled, and rejected every chance to explain, branding Suho a villain. Baek pushes back, saying it's wrong to call Suho a villain out of nowhere. He points out the confusion around Lee Min-sung but makes it clear Suho was trying to save people. A flash of blue energy slices the air as Lim fires a warning shot close enough to make Baek pause. Lim steps forward with his bow ready, asking Baek what his relationship is with Suho. Baek's eyes narrow and glow as he realizes Lim isn't here to talk. Baek shifts fully into his beast form, flames rising, and tells Lim it would be better to calm down. Baek and Lim face each other across the field, fire and energy building around both. Their auras collide, splitting the ground between them. Suho watches, tense, thinking that if this keeps up, the two of them will fight and wonders what to do. A sudden ring of flames erupts around all three of them, cutting off the space. Another S-rank hunter arrives through the fire, telling everyone to cool down before it gets worse. Jinchul, Choi, Miho, and Park arriving on the scene. Choi looks around at the tension and asks why hunters are fighting each other when the city is already in crisis. Suho silently notes that several S-rank hunters are already present, and even Association Chairman Woo Jin-chul himself is here. Baek Yunho relaxes a bit, thinking that finally there's someone they can reason with. He steps forward and offers, "Did you know Suho is the grandson of the captain who once helped me? I'll vouch for him." The group remains quiet, their expressions unreadable as they face Baek Yunho. Miho tells her father that just having a connection to Suho's grandfather from the old rescue squad isn't enough to prove Suho's innocence. She warns him that he knows this too. Choi says he agrees with Hunter Lim Taegyu, stating there's no reason not to apprehend someone who fled from the association and betrayed their trust. Lim says that it seems the other hunters share the same opinion. He asks Baek Yunho if he plans to defend a criminal out of personal feelings. Lim orders Baek Yunho to step down. He warns that if Baek refuses, they will have no choice but to subdue him first. Baek Yunho glances back at Suho and says they should at least talk this through before anyone makes a move. Another voice cuts in, calm but firm, saying that Suho deserves to be heard. Suho stiffens at the sudden question, eyes locked on the chairman. He asks if Suho can prove his innocence. Jinchul reflects inwardly, admitting he has always wondered why he regained memories from a past life. He guesses that Daddy Jinwoo also understands that, eventually, he himself will disappear from this world. Jinchul resolves that, for the sake of a world thrown into chaos by the Great Cataclysm and for the battles ahead, he must act. His determination sharpens when he thinks of Suho, who will ultimately have to fight alone. Jinchul faces Suho directly and asks with firm resolve, "Can you prove your innocence?" Jinchul's eyes narrow, signaling how dead-ass he is on Suho's answer, cause head's beating all on him. Suho punk-ass hesitates under the pressure. Choi tight-pants-ass steps forward, addressing Jinchul, and states that this isn't the right place for such a conversation. He explains that Suho has already fled once. Even if it was to save people, he must still take responsibility. Jinchul, watching him, thinks to himself that Hunter Choi might be the biggest obstacle here. Saying Suho deceived the association by faking his registration, was present at all incidents connected to Stardust, and even murdered Lee Min-sung. Lim snaps that, with Hunter Choi already voicing his concerns, it sounds like the decision to punish Suho is basically set. He insists they need to arrest Suho right now. Woo Jin-chul thinks to himself that Choi's argument is technically correct. By the book, Suho should be detained first. But Jin-chul also reminds himself that Suho has always had solid reasons for every action he's taken. He thinks to himself that Choi's argument is technically correct. By the book, Suho should be detained first. But Jinchul also reminds himself that Suho has always had solid reasons for every action he's taken. Choi pushes his glasses up and silently notes that he's known Jinchul for years, but this is the first time he's ever seen him make what Choi considers a serious mistake. Choi wonders why Jinchul would risk a fight with the Grim Reaper Guild just to defend Suho, especially knowing how dangerous Lim is. Suho's shadow energy flares around him as he steps forward, declaring that he'll prove his innocence himself. Suho adds that his method might be a little extreme. Jinchul reaches out and yells for Suho to stop, realizing the situation is about to explode. Lim sees Suho power up and takes it as a challenge. He won't let Suho slip away again. Lim fires a charged arrow straight at Suho, the shot streaking across the field and slamming into Suho's shoulder before anyone else can react. Baek Yunho shouts Suho's name in panic as Suho slides back from the blow. Suddenly, Lim's eyes widen. Shadow energy pierces straight through him. It's Suho's shadow key striking Lim, forcing him to relive memories buried deep within. Lim begins recalling the truth of the past world, the history tied to Suho's father, and what this battle is really about. His body collapses to the ground, while Choi and Miho call out to him in shock. Meanwhile, Suho clutches his shoulder, still feeling the sting of Lim's arrow. Baru's voice cuts in, worried. The ant asks if Suho is really going to restore all of their memories. Suho thinks fast. If hunters from his father's generation could regain their past lives' memories, then they'd finally understand and listen to him. That was the only way. To make it happen, he'd have to act, without hesitation. Suho launches himself toward Choi, shadow energy bursting from his body. His plan is clear. Force Choi to remember just like he did with Lim. But Choi doesn't flinch. The moment Suho closes in, flames roar up around him. A massive fire pillar erupts, cutting off Suho's advance. Baek Yunho calls Suho's name again. But Choi stands firm, eyes blazing. He tells Suho that charging in so recklessly only proves Lim was right all along. Choi's eyes went wide as something suddenly broke through the wall of fire, catching him completely off guard. Suho burst out of that blazing pillar, leading with his fist like he was about to land the coldest combo. In his mind, there was only one thought running on loop: please let this hit reach him. Suho eyes WAS on timing. Before the strike could fully connect, Miho and Part pulled up and blocked Suho's path without hesitation. Their eyes locked onto him as Suho ate the counter hit, taking the full damage. But the shadow key had already pierced through Choi's chest. A dark glow started spreading across his body as the memory mark took hold, looking like some cursed technique activation. Choi froze up completely, visions flooding his mind. Scenes from the original world of hunters and monarchs were rushing back all at once, hitting different. His knees gave out, body folding. Miho called out his name, shocked to see him collapse like that. Suho, bleeding and exhausted, dropped to the ground and said quietly that he'd done all he could. Now all that was left was to wait for whatever came next. Miho's sprinting towards Suho, ready to throw hands. She stopped abruptly when Lim Taiyu's voice cut through the heat of the battlefield, interrupting her revenge arc. Lim stood there with tears suddenly in his eyes, questioning what this memory was. His hands were trembling as he realized this wasn't just a skill. It felt like something he'd already forgotten, hitting him with that deja vu type beat. Choi started processing the whole situation, thinking how absolutely wild it was that he'd forgotten something this major until now. The whole thing seemed mad Sue's. Park glanced back at the scene unfolding. Choi's eyes started welling up as he asked Suho to break down what exactly he'd done to them, needing the full lore drop. Suho slowly pushed himself up, relieved they could finally have a proper conversation without throwing hands. Taking a deep breath, he explained that those were their memories from the previous timeline, before the world got that hard reset like a new save file. Choi repeated the word reset, like his brain was still loading. Suho kept explaining that this world had been completely reset once before. The reason peace managed to last until the Great Cataclysm arc was because of that whole reset situation. Choi adjusted his glasses in that classic anime moment, his big brain connecting the dots. He questioned whether this world reset was linked to Sung Jin Woo, aka Daddy Woo, going straight for the main plot point. Suho couldn't hide being impressed. Choi immediately deduced his father's involvement after recovering his memories, showing he was absolutely cracked at pattern recognition. Man was truly built different. Park finally started catching what Suho was really pulling off. This kid wasn't just leaking minor spoilers, he was about to reveal the entire main questline, deadass. Suho continued his exposition dump, explaining he didn't know his father as a hunter, only that he'd always soloed every burden like those lone wolf protagonists. Even now, his pop stood alone tanking an invasion from foreign entities, while Suho had been grinding against those same invaders as backup support. The whole narrative sounded absolutely unhinged, but somehow Lim found himself believing it. Choi wasn't calling cap either. That's when Jincho pulled the clutchest support move, vouching that Suho was spitting straight facts. He revealed he was also a hunter who'd unlocked his previous timeline memories. Those past life memories as a hunter let him speedrun the association's establishment when the Great Cataclysm event triggered. He suggested they let Suho finish his explanation. Suho stood there, low-key shook. Jinchul really came through with that ride-or-die energy. Suho went full exposition mode, breaking down everything to the hunters who'd just unlocked their memory files. The hunters started piecing together the invasion of the outer god Itarim, the Itarim apostles still operating on Earth, and those awakened stimulants they'd been spreading like some cursed gacha currency stardust. Choi connected the dots, realizing almost every incident until now was part of the bigger picture. Lim caught on too, understanding everything linked back to Itarim. When Lim brought up Lee Min-sung's death, Suho didn't even need to respond. Lim already knew the answer deep down, that death was on Itarim too, facts. Jinchul pressed Suho while he was chugging a healing potion, questioning why he'd kept them in the dark this whole time. Suho explained that if the Itarim apostles discovered his existence, he'd become his father's weakness, a vulnerability they couldn't afford. He needed to stay low-key until he'd leveled up enough to handle the heat. Lim then asked if Suho was a growth-type hunter like the legendary Sung Jinwoo. When Suho confirmed it, all the hunters went dead silent, processing this information. Another Sung Jinwoo was about to enter the meta. The Shadow Monarch build was getting a sequel. Choi approached Suho, grabbing his hands like he was about to drop the most important lore bomb, looking ready to propose or something. He revealed that Hunter Cha Hien was once part of his guild. Suho's brain short-circuited for a second, realizing Choi meant Mommy Cha. He started blushing, finding out his mom was also a hunter man, didn't even know how to process that plot twist. Meanwhile, Lim just put his head down and started walking away, feeling some type of way, while all the hunters were having their kumbaya moment with Suho, and Lim was in his feelings dipping out. Park, the low-key apostle who'd been moving mad suspicious this whole time. Park's inner monologue was running calculations. He acknowledged Suho had played a strong hand. If Park had been more powerful, this could have been a serious problem. For Suho to reveal his identity so openly without even knowing Park's true nature, did he think his growth rate would outpace Park's? This kid would definitely be a crucial piece in the upcoming war. He couldn't be allowed to move completely unchecked. The next fragment needed to arrive ASAP. Baekhyunho finally spoke up, noting that while it was good, Suho's misunderstanding got cleared up with everyone gathered, he was still lost on what was actually happening. Suho acknowledged that without context, the whole situation must be mad confusing for him. Suho then suggested they should just take a look at the others' memories. At that moment, Park's face froze like he'd just encountered a game-breaking bug. Man's whole demeanor shifted because he knew he was absolutely cooked if Suho accessed his data. Meanwhile, Suho just stood there smiling confidently, thinking he was about to help clarify the situation, not knowing his biggest op was right there about to get exposed. Suho announced to everyone that they could share the memories of the previous world timeline. He pulled out the key, explaining that the previous world's memories were stored within it. Baekhyunho questioned whether he really had memories from a previous world. Miho voiced her doubts, acknowledging things had been moving mad different since the Great Cataclysm, but this seemed impossible. She asked her father if this wouldn't be dangerous, but Baekhyunho stepped forward without hesitation, catching Miho off guard. He grabbed Suho's hand, declaring he trusted him completely. With that, he helped Suho activate the key, and darkness began swirling around Baekhyunho like some awakening cutscene. Miho called out for him to stop acting impulsively, while Park just watched the whole scene unfold. After Baekhyunho's memory files finished downloading, his hands started trembling and tears began falling. He expressed how wild it felt to experience such warmth from memories he'd completely forgotten existed. Choi and Lim stayed quiet, processing what they'd just witnessed. Miho stood there, shook by the whole situation. Park's inner monologue was going crazy. This was bad news for him. He never anticipated this world being one that had been reset. The key wouldn't react to him since he wasn't originally from this world. If that happened, everyone would clock him as Seuss immediately. Park was about to make a decisive move that would have changed his whole position and current standing. But when Suho tried to activate Miho's memory using the key, nothing loaded into her mind. Park was completely stunned by this plot twist. Suho expressed confusion, noting that the memories from the past world should be surfacing by now. He told her to wait a moment. Beru pulled up to Suho's side, explaining it was entirely possible that, just like this woman, there were those who couldn't access their memories. Suho was shook by this revelation. Miho caught sight of Beru and called him a weak-looking ant. Beru got heated immediately, couldn't believe the disrespect coming his way. He was ready to throw hands, questioning who she was calling weak and threatening to tear her apart. Suho told him to just finish his explanation. Beru continued his lore dump, explaining the previous world existed 20 years ago, back when mana still flowed through everything. Considering the peaceful world without mana from 20 years back, it made sense there'd be differences between then and now. Basically, this woman hadn't been born in the previous timeline. Miho processed this information, repeating that she didn't exist back then. He tried activating the shadow key on Park, the moment everyone had been waiting for, and nothing happened. Park played it cool, saying he also couldn't recall any memories. Beru stayed quiet while Suho processed that Hunter Part Dujin didn't exist in the previous world either. Park, feeling like he'd just dodged the most insane exposure of all time, turned and walked away smoothly. Miho started tearing up, asking her father if it meant she truly didn't exist in the other world. Bae Hyunho struggled to find the right words to explain it. Jinchul approached Suho, suggesting this was actually something wonderful. Suho was surprised to see Jinchul come to his side. Jinchul continued, explaining this was the peace that Jinwoo had chosen. Countless lives that couldn't even spawn in the previous world were now living happily in this one. Suho looked at the hunters and the world around him, understanding this was his father's choice, but his expression stayed serious. He addressed everyone, warning that if they allowed the outer gods to invade, this world would get completely destroyed. Suho placed his hand on his chest, dead serious with that protagonist energy, and asked if they would lend him their strength. A TV broadcaster was breaking down the current world situation, explaining how the prison break incident at Jungsun Correctional Facility that had the entire nation shook finally got contained. The number of escapees still unidentified dropped to less than 1%, and the situation got suppressed this quickly thanks to the Hunter Association pulling up with that clutch response. Citizens who were there during the incident testified that if that black humanoid entity hadn't spawned in, the casualty count would have been way worse. As everyone tuned into the news, the anchor went deeper into the details, revealing they'd obtained intel that the black figure was actually a hunter skill. It was confirmed to be the ability of an E-rank hunter, Sung Suho. The news explained how Suho arrived at the scene faster than anyone else to help civilians, testifying that he underwent reawakening during that critical moment, and through witnessing others' self-sacrifice, he unlocked the power to protect people through his reawakening. The broadcast continued hyping up how Hunter Sung Suho used his newfound strength for good, saving countless lives and becoming a hero. They wrapped up delivering the story of a hero born in chaotic times. Suho pointed at the TV, incredulous about this reawakening narrative they were pushing, calling it complete nonsense. He was in a room with all the S-rank heavy hitters. Jinchul explained they discussed this angle beforehand and fed it to the media. Reawakenings were rare but not unheard of, so the public would buy it without too many questions. Jinchul then expressed his concern about Suho wanting to stop hiding. Taking a deep breath, Choi questioned whether Suho really intended to publicly declare himself as a growth-type hunter. He warned that a being who broke the meta like that would only bring chaos. People would judge him through their own lens, and an irregular's appearance would only breed resentment. Choi then brought up Suho's three main objectives. Suho stood there stunned, couldn't even formulate a response in that moment. Jinchul continued laying out what Suho had shared. First, he wanted to level up enough to fight alongside his father. Second, he needed to gather hunters capable of fighting the outer gods, uniting this world's forces to oppose them. Third, he had to defeat the Itarim apostles in this world. During this breakdown, Suho had gone deeper in his original explanation, saying once he'd achieved these goals, he'd go support his father who was still solo grinding against the threats. Choi sipped his tea and dropped the real talk, saying if Suho truly intended to rally this world's power against Itarim, passion alone wouldn't cut it. He needed to carefully consider his image, how to influence people's hearts in the direction he wanted, and make strategic decisions. Suho's internal monologue acknowledged Choi was spitting facts. He couldn't even argue against it. Suho asked if this advice meant Choi intended to help him. Baek Yoonho slammed the table with that main character energy, declaring of course they would. Suho was the grandson of Captain Sung Il-hwan and the son of Hunter Sung Jin-woo, humanity's hope. More importantly, Suho's actions had moved his heart. The White Tiger Guild would have his back, no cap. Choi continued, saying even if Hunter Sung Jin-woo was grinding against an entire realm solo, he didn't know how much help he could provide, but he refused to just stand by and watch Earth get destroyed. The Hunters Guild would cooperate as well. Jinchul's inner thoughts revealed that Hunter Baek Yoonho and even himself had been persuaded. Now, the only one left was Lim Taegyu. Lim sat there with that final boss energy, eyes closed and arms crossed like he was about to drop some serious lore. He hit them with the wild accusation, questioning if Suho was really the one who PK'd Lee Min-sung. Baek Yoonho was shook, but Suho kept it 100, confirming he was indeed the one who eliminated him. Lim continued his interrogation combo, demanding to know what exactly was happening to Lee Min-sung during that encounter. Suho explained the man was completely addicted to Stardust and got possessed by Itarim like some corrupted NPC. When Lim questioned why Suho approached him in the first place, Suho revealed he confirmed Min-sung was working with Itarim and needed to farm information from him. Lim pressed about why Min-sung would cooperate with Itarim, but Suho admitted that intel wasn't in his database. Lim Taegyu's internal processing was going crazy. He already knew Suho wasn't guilty of anything Sue's, so why was he even running this dialogue tree? Then Lim looked up as Suho had that light bulb moment, deducing that Hunter Lim wanted the details about Min-sung's final cutscene. Suho dropped the revelation that at the very end, Lee Min-sung was actually smiling. Lim Taegyu's composed mask cracked for a second, caught off guard by this plot point. Suho reflected on that moment, admitting he still couldn't decode that expression, whether it was pure hype, complete emptiness, or just letting everything go. All he registered from that smile was straight bitterness. But what hit different was that the man never lost his core identity, even in his final moments. He hated admitting it, but Min-sung left a good impression. Lim let out a heavy sigh, calling Lee Min-sung the same self-centered player he'd always been. Putting his hand over his face, Lim announced the Grim Reaper Guild would also cooperate. Jinchul was low-key amazed. His thoughts revealed that Suho had secured cooperation from all three great guilds. It was Suho's sincerity that moved everyone's hearts. He reflected that Suho wasn't Jinwoo, yet there was something about him that reminded people of those intense hunter days. On the battlefield where Hunter Jinwoo stood alone, he looked forward to the new wave that Suho would bring. Suho then cleared his throat, saying he'd explain the plan moving forward. He announced what the very first thing they needed to do. Jinchul's eyes went wide after hearing it. Actually, all the hunters in the room were absolutely shook after hearing what Suho proposed. They all thought the same thing. Suho's choice would definitely bring a storm, a straight-up bloodbath in the Hunter Association, because what he just suggested was absolutely unhinged. Back in Suho's shadow dungeon, he was grinding through the most brutal 100 squats imaginable, completing his daily quest as the notification popped up announcing the preparation to become strong had been completed. The system prompted whether he wanted to check the quest completion rewards. Amut returned to normal size and observed how Suho initially struggled with the training, but now could handle the regimen solo, finding it mad. Interesting. He looked down at Suho, who was completely gassed on the ground, breathless. Suho pushed himself up, checking his status screen while adjusting his shoulder. He mentioned how he'd gotten so accustomed to the training that skipping it made his body feel off-meta. He gave Amut props for the solid workout. As Suho was about to chug a healing potion, Isao's internal monologue noted the young monarch felt different since their last encounter, not just physically or in his mannerisms, but his whole aura had shifted. She approached Suho, asking if he's bouncing right now since he had business to handle outside, and even the dogo looked disappointed. He told her things would likely get even more intense from now on since he was about to clear field-type dungeons. She asked about this field-type dungeon clearing mission. Suho's thoughts flashed back to his conversation with the S-Rankers, where they'd discussed with the higher-ups and the Hunter Association yesterday. As a countermeasure against the Stardust factory operations, they needed him to help eliminate field-type dungeons. The other guilds would definitely push back against this decision, so certain conditions had been established. As Suho opened the gate to leave his dungeon domain, he waved goodbye, explaining he needed to get moving to fulfill those conditions. Isel got hyped and excited. Even the dog was feeling the energy. She asked if he'd call them to help, right? Suho agreed, saying if he needed backup, he'd definitely summon them. But her excitement instantly crashed when she realized Suho was really about to solo this mission. He just walked out by himself, leaving them behind. After Suho left, Amut, Aesel, and the dog just stood there in the empty dungeon, completely bewildered that he actually left them on read like that. The scene transitioned to a D-rank field-type dungeon setting. Miho couldn't believe they'd just handed over ownership of all field-type dungeons to one individual like that, knowing how badly this would nerf the guild's income stream. She stood there with Park and another hunter, still pressed about the whole situation. She continued venting about Hunter Sung Suho, then turned to Sung Ki-hoon, pointing out how they didn't even assign A-rank and above hunters to this D-rank field dungeon raid. Instead, they got called in just to fill the roster like NPCs. Ki-hoon mentioned he actually found it low-key interesting. This Sung Suho claimed he could handle all three objectives, subjugation, mining, and gathering completely solo. He asked if she wasn't even a little curious. She looked tight, calling it cap just Suho acting tough. Her inner thoughts revealed she couldn't believe her father was so caught up in this whole previous world memory situation. Ki-hoon smiled to himself, thinking about this growth-type hunter concept, wondering if Guildmaster Choi Jongin's words would prove valid. Park just lurked in the background, not saying a word, just observing. Suddenly, a massive energy shift hit different, and an earthquake rumbled through the mountains. Ki-hoon and Miho were shook, recognizing the seismic activity. Ki-hoon noted Suho hadn't even been there an hour yet, but was already done. Hen across the distance, they spotted Suho pulling up with his shadow soldiers, all equipped with carts. Suho really had his shadow soldiers stacked and loaded with minerals, diamonds, and resources. Looking low-key bashful, Suho thanked everyone for waiting, explaining the boss fight was quick, but mining the magic essence stones took some time. He showed them the Hall of Magic Crystals, and they were absolutely gassed. Suho announced he wanted to clear 3 more locations today, asking if they should head to the next field-type dungeon. Ki-hoon and Miho's inner thoughts were bugging. Even if it was just a D-rank dungeon, this man cleared it solo in just an hour. They couldn't figure out what his deal was. Park stayed silent because everyone knew his situation. Man was not feeling positive about any of this, just standing there pressed while watching Suho. Meanwhile, Suho was just happy he could contribute. The scene shifted to all the S-rankers gathered together. Choi questioned whether giving up ownership of every single field-type dungeon to Suho was really the right play. He pointed out these were infinite resource generators, providing permanent supplies of magic essence stones and monster materials. Baek Yunho placed his hand on Choi's shoulder, calling him the incarnation of money itself. He reminded him that if the world got destroyed by Itarim, dungeons and currency wouldn't matter anyway. Choi then looked to the corner, noting something wild. The one who pushed most aggressively to delegate the field-type dungeons was actually the guildmaster who owned the most of them. They all looked at Lim Taigyu, who seemed to be dealing with some guilt. His whole vibe had shifted after learning the truth about the other world and finally giving Suho a chance. Lim finally spoke up, pointing out that the factory producing stardust was discovered inside a field-type dungeon. If they could eliminate the awakening drug that corrupted Lee Min-sung, it would be worth the sacrifice. Choi brought up the worst-case scenario. What if the outer world invaders brought monsters like the ones from before, referring to the monarchs, the beast monarch, the insect monarch, and others from that era? Remember the insect monarch and how she barely got screen time before Baru put his claws through her chest and ended her run. Jinwoo wasn't playing around back then. Choi continued questioning whether they'd even be able to handle such threats. Baek Yonho recalled that one time he faced the beast monarch in the other world, how completely powerless he felt. The memory hit different. Baek Yonho stood at 6'7", but the beast monarch towered at nearly 8'9", making him feel absolutely insignificant. But Jinchul shut down the doom posting, noting how unusually worried everyone seemed. He presented himself confidently, reminding them they all knew this wasn't something they could avoid just because they wanted to. If it was Suho handling it, he'd get it done. He acknowledged that abolishing guild ownership of field-type dungeons would trigger massive backlash from the guilds. This seemed to be a flashback to a conversation Choi had with Suho about persuasion tactics. Choi points out that hunters like Baek Mihul or Part Dujin, who didn't have memories from the previous timeline, wouldn't even believe the talk about outer world invasions. Convincing them wouldn't be an easy quest. Jinchul then brought up the only viable strategy to convince them, reaching National Hunter class. He name-dropped my kinging my goat, my second big daddy, Thomas Andre of the United States, the absolute beauty of Hunter-S, Lu Jiakang of China, Siddharth Bachchan of India. Jinchul explained these hunters were irregular existences whose personal power stats matched entire nations. Many hunters got drawn to that level of strength. He told Suho that if he could reach National Hunter class, or even surpass it, that achievement alone would be the most convincing argument possible. Suho repeated the words, National Hunter class, processing the requirement. After a brief pause, he declared that within the upcoming month, he'd become a hunter so cracked that he could convince any hunter he encountered. That's what he promised all the S-ranks. Back to the present, Jinchul told the S-ranks around him to focus on the immediate fight ahead as he pointed to the door. The other S-ranks walked through, ready to see what awaited them. On the other side stood guild members from the Azure Cloud Guild, Lava Guild, and Hosung Region Daesung Guild. Meanwhile, Suho was absolutely popping off, charging up his fist, speed blitzing through multiple mobs, with kicking combos like they were tutorial enemies. Man continued flexing his protagonist energy, using Ruler's authority to summon black spears that impaled monsters in the coldest way possible. As he walked out with his shadow soldiers, Ki-hoon asked Miho if what they were witnessing was actually real. Miho responded that she wanted to ask the same question in just 2 days. Suho had cleared and mined field-type dungeons, 2 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. Currently, Suho was straight aura farming, clearing all this content with ease. Ki-hoon's thoughts revealed that solo clearing was impressive enough, but on top of that, with each dungeon clear, Suho's mana visibly increased. They could literally see the aura radiating from Suho. He stayed collected around other people, but his shadow soldiers in the background were cheesing hard, hyped about their master going crazy with the grind. Suho looked down, thinking about how his stats measured by magic power rank showed his MP climbing. His mana rank increases made even his shadow authority easier to use. Baru crawled onto Suho's shoulder, offering to help compare the mana between Suho and that S-rank hunter with the long eyelashes. Suho told Baru it was unnecessary. Baru seemed confused, but Suho explained he already knew just by feeling it. Suho's confidence was peaking. He sensed he was somewhat matching Park's energy level, though he didn't know Park's secret identity. The aura oozing from Suho was so intense, and his nonchalant attitude about it had Park getting pressed just from proximity. Park could feel Suho leveling up his game, and it was getting him tight. As Suho returned home and walked in, something immediately felt off. The air in his house was completely different. He heard someone saying, what a shame, if his family had arrived first, they would have put them in the same miserable state. Suho found someone sitting in his house, having broken multiple things. The intruder smiled, finally greeting Sung Suho by name. The person grinning turned out to be Hwang Dong-su, the S-rank villain. The intruder's words cut through the tension, explaining, if Suho's family had arrived first, he would have put them in the same situation as himself. He introduced himself as Dong-su while smiling, stepping on the family portrait, and looking at Suho with an unhinged grin. Suho immediately got pissed, seeing his family photo disrespected. As Dong-su stood up, Suho recognized him as the crashed-out S-rank awakened that no one in the Korean streets. He remembered Jinchul's briefing about this man. Jinchul had explained that Dong-su was the younger brother of Hwang Dong-suk, the mastermind behind the Jungsun prison incident. Rumors suggested Dong-su orchestrated the whole prison break to free his brother. If true, he might target Suho, who'd been hailed as the hero from that incident. He warned Suho that Hwang Dong-su was one of the strongest among Korea's S-ranks, and advised Suho to run if they ever crossed paths. Dong-su's eyes started glowing, grinning because he knew he was about to throw down with Suho. But Suho kept his composure, acknowledging Dong-su and asking if he came for his brother's revenge. He pointed out he wasn't the one who killed Dong-suk, that was Kang Tae-shik. Dong-su's inner thoughts revealed surprise that Suho knew about Kang Tae-shik's existence, not just his own. He responded that it didn't matter, he wasn't here for his brother's revenge. He came because Suho messed up his plan and that annoyed him. Suho suggested they move somewhere else. Dong-su wasn't having it, his aura starting to manifest as he questioned why he should follow Suho's suggestion. Suho wasn't playing around. He punched the nearest wall to his left, smashing through it. Immediately, alarms started blaring and sirens began beeping throughout his house. Suho had deliberately created an alert for everyone to know something was going down. Suho explained to Dong-su that his uncle lived nearby. In less than 5 minutes, security firms and hunters would swarm the location. He asked if Dong-su still wanted to stay. The look in Dong-su's eyes showed he low-key respected the move. He couldn't even be mad about falling into Suho's trap. He just grinned, calling Suho a brat. They relocated to an abandoned building where nobody could find them. They squared up, Suho and Dong-su, in the center of the abandoned structure, giving off the same energy as when Jinwoo faced Dong-su in the previous timeline. Dong-su started stretching his shoulders, noting Suho wasn't intimidated in front of him. He questioned if it was true Suho had reawakened and whether he'd even been given an S-rank rating. Suho stood there nonchalantly, saying they wouldn't know until it got remeasured. He then asked Dong-su directly how he got the star fragment. Dong-su responded mockingly, asking if Suho needed awakening drugs since those were hard to come by these days. He questioned why he'd even tell him. Suho's inner thoughts wondered if Dong-su didn't get it from Itarim after all. Dong-su removed his shades, grinning as he called out weaklings who relied on drugs. He mentioned how Suho got lucky reawakening to S rank and seemed excited about it. He equipped his enhanced brass knuckles designed for combat. He explained that since Suho didn't know, he'd educate him. Not all S ranks were equal. With that declaration, Dong-su flared his aura intensely, the energy radiating off him like he was powering up using Kaioken. Suho's thoughts acknowledged Dong-su looked far stronger than Lee Min-sung from their previous fight. This would be his first time fighting a genuine S-rank hunter. But Suho didn't crack a smile, thinking he wanted to test something. Without wasting time, Suho launched forward toward Dong-su, ready to land a solid punch. Dong-su simply lifted his foot in a split second, creating a pillar from the ground that knocked Suho upward, countering his attack. The impact sent powerful shockwaves through the area. Suho felt the force in his gut as he clenched his teeth. Dong-su wasn't slowing down. He mocked Suho, questioning why a summoner type was trying to fight him hand-to-hand. He told him to bring out the black humanoid thing or whatever it was. Dong-su charged up his fist and punched through both Suho and the boulder in one strike. The impact sent Suho flying toward the wall. Suho quickly recovered but looked up to realize the assault wasn't over. Dong-su wasn't letting up on his combo. Looking up, Suho saw Dong-su's grin as his massive foot came crashing down, creating a huge crater on impact. Suho dodged backwards quickly, then tried to counter with his signature leg sweep aimed at Dong-su's face. But Dong-su tanked the hit to his face without flinching. The hit only left a slight bruise on Dong-su's face. He clenched his teeth, looking back at Suho and admitting the attack was pretty irritating, but it wasn't over yet. Dong-su unleashed a barrage of punches, hitting Suho with combinations from left and right, pushing him back and keeping him on defense. Dong-su kept talking shit while doing punchy punch, questioning if Suho really thought he could win with raw power. He claimed that even if Suho used every ability he had, beating him would be impossible. While defending, Suho's thoughts acknowledged he could definitely feel the gap in power, but his eyes narrowed as he remembered his reawakening journey. He realized he didn't feel the same overwhelming pressure as when he fought his baby version, or the martial artist version of himself, basically concluding Dong-su wasn't on that level, not even compared to the toddler version. While Suho stayed on defense, Dong-su suddenly stopped attacking, catching Suho's attention. Then Dong-su followed up with another punch, calling out Suho for getting distracted. The punch sent Suho flying out of the building with massive force. Something caught Dong-su's eye in that split second. Looking down, he noticed a sword impaled in his forearm, wondering when Suho had pulled out a weapon. As the dust settled, Baru approached Suho, asking if he was all right. Suho admitted that fighting an enhancement-type S-rank without using abilities was still tough, revealing he'd been holding back this entire time. Walking out of the dust, Suho explained he'd wanted to invest all his stat points into strength, but had another use for them. His energy began flaring ominously as he announced he'd go all out from here on. Suho leaped from the ground like Superman and landed in front of Dong-su with black armor materializing around his body. A closer look revealed Suho had equipped multiple shadow items: the Minotaur's helm, Kira armor, Cockatrice pendant, Crimson mane armor, and Lizardman boots. He'd gone full shadow armor mode, using everything in his inventory. His stats displayed level 58 with base strength 144 and vitality 80. With the equipment buffs, his strength jumped to 68, vitality to 94, agility to 101, intelligence 97, intelligence 97, intelligence 97. Suho glared at Dong-su, declaring he'd now fight with everything he had. The real fight was about to begin, Dong-su replied mockingly, saying Suho was mistaken if he thought piling up gear would help beat him. But internally, he wondered where all those items suddenly came from. Then reality hit Dong-su like a truck as his eyes widened in fear. Something sinister triggered his deepest nightmare. He looked closer at Suho, recognizing that black haze surrounding him. The shock in his eyes was evident as memories came flooding back. He remembered Song Jinwoo from the previous timeline. In that memory, Jinwoo had looked at him saying he'd consumed himself with greed, so he'd call him Greed. Jinwoo had turned back to Dong-su's shadow form, asking if he liked the name, Hwang Dong-su. The realization hit him hard. Dong-su felt the ominous feeling of having once been a shadow soldier. He remembered being part of Jinwoo's shadow army, half human, half shadow, or something equally dark. He couldn't fully comprehend what he'd been, but the memory left him completely shocked and thrown off balance. Suho stood fully equipped in his darkness armor, cloaked in the armaments he'd put on. Purple and dark aura radiated from him, even his eyes glowing purple. But after letting the feeling sink in for a moment, he decided to turn off the item appearance feature, basically keeping the equipment active but invisible, like an MMORPG where you get the stat benefits without showing the heavy armor. On the other side, Dong-su was shivering. Suho looked confused, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. Dong-su put his hands on his head and crouched down, shaking uncontrollably. He was going through his worst nightmares and trauma, recollecting what happened in the previous world during his encounter with Song Jinwoo. Everything came flooding back from their first face-off, to Jinwoo completely destroying him, stomping him into the ground and making him his shadow soldier. The realization hit Dong-su hard. He thought this had to be an illusion, but the moment he saw the black haze around Suho, memories came flooding in. He realized these weren't someone else's memories, they were definitely his. Those purple eyes, he knew the name of the man who'd looked at him with such condescending eyes. Dong-su gritted his teeth, questioning why he forgot until now. Song Jinwoo, that piece of shit. At that moment, Dong-su began removing his clothes enraged because he couldn't handle that generational lose. Beru came to Suho's side. Suho asked why Hwang Dong-su knew Jinwoo's name. Beru explained that greed was recalling memories from the previous world. When Suho asked what he meant by greed, Beru went into more detail. He explained that Hwang Dong-su wasn't on good terms with Song Jinwoo in the previous world. In the end, he was slain by their liege and became a shadow soldier known as Greed. He must be recalling his past life's memories. Suho questioned whether someone could recover those memories without the shadow key. Beru pointed out that since Wu Jinchul remembered the previous world on his own, it seemed possible. Meanwhile, Dong-su kept muttering about Song Jinwoo and Song Suho, getting increasingly pissed just thinking about both of them at the same time. Dong-su remembered the family photo in Suho's house showing Song Suho, Song Jinwoo, and the mother. He wondered why Jinwoo, that absolute monster, wasn't active as a hunter in this world. Maybe there was a reason he couldn't move or act here. Regardless, Dong-su was done thinking and talking. He burst through the ground and speed blitzed straight into Suho, landing a direct left hook. Suho blocked with both hands while standing his ground. But Dong-su wasn't finished. Looking like one of those chimera ants from Hunter x Hunter, he unleashed a barrage of punches in pure rage. His thoughts raced. This black humanoid ability was like the Necromancer skills Jinwoo used on him. Even if this kid had similar powers, he was still just a rookie. This was the perfect chance for revenge. As he kept swinging, Suho used his shadow gauntlets to block every attack. Dong-su's memories of being a shadow soldier surfaced. Though hazy, he remembered the humiliation of serving under Jinwoo, that forced submission. For all those disgraceful moments, Jinwoo's son would pay. The look in Greed's eyes showed he wasn't playing. He was dead serious about eliminating Jinwoo's bloodline to prove he was no longer a slave, but free. While blocking, Suho equipped dual weapons and asked what was with that scared look, glaring back at Dong-su. Dong-su was shook. Suddenly, cuts appeared on Dong-su's arms. As Suho switched from dual blades to a lance, spinning it behind him, he delivered multiple strikes in a blitz, basically turning Dong-su into a pincushion with various weapons. Suho kept the combo going, making Dong-su bleed and putting him on defense. Dong-su couldn't understand how this guy suddenly got stronger. But Suho wasn't done. He reached into his skill set, utilizing the stat-boosting effects of his shadow items, countless weapons he'd collected while grinding field dungeons. Using shadow storage instead of regular inventory, Suho could summon any weapon: bow, gauntlets, sword, shield man, had the whole arsenal. Suho kept leveling up his technique mid-fight. Drawing another sword, he continued attacking Dong-su, making him bleed more. Then he went even harder, equipping a scythe and dealing massive damage. As Dong-su bled, he wondered if Jinwoo ever had this ability to freely pull weapons at will. Baru watched from the sidelines, noting the young lord was getting stronger even during battle, not just in levels but in technique and instinct. He thought if Jinwoo could witness Suho's progression right now. As Suho continued unleashing combos with multiple weapons, Baru realized the day Suho would meet Jinwoo might come sooner than expected at this rate. In that moment, Suho delivered the final strike, flipping Dong-su in the air while cutting him up with dual blades and multiple weapons simultaneously in one devastating blitz. As Dong-su was basically on the brink of defeat, bruised and bleeding everywhere, this man opened his eyes one last time. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow looking like the Shadow Monarch himself. Looking closer, he realized it was Suho, but standing behind him was the silhouette of Jinwoo, like it was Jinwoo's second coming. Seeing that shadow aura around Suho with the shadow spears floating around him, straight aura farming with weapons surrounding him just like Jinwoo used to do, Dong-su had enough. In that moment, before the final KO, he slammed his leg down, creating a crater, and yelled out, still not giving up. He put all his remaining strength into raising his upper body in both hands, eyes still full of rage, and slammed the ground with everything he had. The entire building collapsed from the massive impact. As he created a crater, he fell, thinking he didn't expect Suho to be this strong. He needed to retreat and regroup. Basically, Dong-su was running away from the fight. He tried telling himself this wasn't running, it was simply preparing for the kill. But facts, everyone knew what it really was. His thoughts raced about ambushing Suho when his guard was down in everyday life, or kidnapping someone close to him for leverage. No matter how strong someone was, that wouldn't help. But Suho wasn't giving him that chance. At that very moment, Dong-su's face went pale, losing all color as he felt Suho's presence behind him. Suho was in the air, ready to deliver a diving kick. The impact when it landed was massive. As the dust settled, there was Suho with his purple aura, and Dong-su kneeling like he'd been put in his place. Suho had stabbed Dong-su with a dagger. Leaving the dagger in Dong-su, the defeated hunter raised his hand, asking if Suho would make him a slave too. He threatened to resist desperately and kill Suho, kill Sung Jinwoo too, declaring this while completely beaten and bloody. But Suho just looked down at him, a greedy man with greedy dreams. He told Dong-su that someone who couldn't even beat him could never reach his father. Try if you dare, though he doubted Dong-su could even think that far. Dong-su screamed Sung Suho's name, and in that very moment, Suho delivered the final blow, ending Dong-su's life.
The instant Dong-su's lifeless body struck the ground, several system notifications appeared before Suho, signaling his level had increased. Moments later, another message flashed, informing him that his skill, increased strength, had leveled up as well. Suho stood silently beside Dong-su's corpse, his eyes calm but edged with cold detachment. As he gazed down at the body, he reflected that Hung Dong-su must have managed to recall his past life even without the use of a shadow key. That realization led him to conclude that Dong-su's hatred toward his father, Sun Jinwoo, had been unimaginably deep, so deep that it had transcended death itself. Turning to his loyal ant companion, Suho asked Buiru what he thought of the idea of turning Dong-su into a shadow soldier. Without hesitation, Buiru bowed slightly and expressed that it would be an honor to serve his monarch in any way possible. Hearing those words, Suho fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the true nature of becoming a shadow soldier, a state that was, in many ways, a punishment. Even after death, the soul was compelled to continue fighting, bound by eternal loyalty. The soldiers retained their memories, emotions, and awareness, but their destiny became servitude. By contrast, shadow equipment was different. While soldiers possessed will and consciousness, equipment held only the power and karma of the body. No soul, no awareness, merely lingering strength. As that thought lingered in his mind, Suho stepped closer to Dong-su's body. He extended his right hand, dark mana swirling around it, and uttered the familiar command for resurrection. Yet immediately, a red system message appeared, informing him that the shadow extraction had failed and that he had 2 more attempts remaining. Looking at the corpse, Suho calmly noted that Dong-su seemed to be resisting even in death. He tried again, raising his hand once more and repeating the command. But again, the same message appeared. Failure. Only one attempt remained. Watching this, Wiru's patience finally broke. In fury, he shouted at the body, calling Dong-su a greedy scoundrel and berating him for daring to defy the young monarch even after death. Unmoved, Suho knelt beside the corpse, gently placing his hand over Dong-su's chest. He whispered that this must be Dong-su's final act of defiance and told him to resist all he wished. No matter how deep Dong-su's hatred or rage had been, Suho had no intention of understanding a man like him. At that moment, he did not need empathy, he needed strength, and if that meant using even the power of a villain to protect the world, then so be it. His voice grew resolute as he spoke the command one final time. Arise. This time the system responded with success. Shadow extraction had been completed. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a speeding car racing through the night. It screeched to a halt in front of the half-destroyed building where Suho's battle had taken place. Two familiar figures, Cho Jung-un and Woo Jin-chul, leapt out and rushed toward the wreckage at full speed. Jung-un exclaimed that this was the very building where the explosion had occurred, while Jin-chul noted grimly that it was dangerously close to Suho's home. He urged his companion to hurry, fearing that Suho might already be facing the intruder. As they ran, Jin-chul's mind raced with concern. He remembered how they had lost contact immediately after the security alarm had gone off at Suho's residence, and how they had seen the massive hole blasted into the wall earlier. That evidence alone made it clear. Someone had broken in. The two men burst into the building, but before they could advance any further, a calm and familiar voice stopped them. It was Suho. Standing there completely unharmed, he asked them in a composed tone what they were doing there. The two hunters froze in shock before calling out his name in relief. Suho took a brief glance around and remarked that it seemed the Hunters Association had been notified as well. Still trying to catch his breath, Jin Shaw immediately demanded to know what had happened, whether Suho was safe, and who the intruder had been. Without hesitation, Suho replied that it was Hwang Dong-su. That statement confirmed everything. Jang instantly realized that the intruder had indeed been the S-rank villain they had feared. Suho nodded and added that it had been close, but the situation was now over. The two men exchanged uneasy glances, trying to process what they had just heard. Jin Shaw then quietly asked if that meant Hwang Dong-su was dead. Suho simply smiled and told them that he had won. Then, lifting his arm, he revealed a new dark gauntlet, his newest shadow item, born from Hwang Dong-su's corpse. A system window appeared before him, displaying the details. Shadow item, Greed, level 1. Creation grade, Heroic. Type, Gauntlet. Stat manifestation, plus 10% attack, plus 280 strength, plus 14 health, plus 11 agility, plus 10 intelligence, plus 7 sense, plus 10 effect. Active skill, Smash, mana cost 400. Delivers a powerful blow that deals massive damage to solid structures, with plus 200% damage to solid objects. With this, Suho had gained a new weapon, one born from the hatred of a man who had once despised his father. Time passed after Suho's fierce battle. The scene shifted to a large crowd gathered outside a towering building, the Korean Hunters Association headquarters. Reporters stood shoulder to shoulder, cameras flashing as they waited eagerly for the next big announcement. Inside, within the Hunter Association's Mana Measurement Center, the official facility where every awakened person's rank was determined, a hunter stepped out of the testing room, disappointment written all over his face. He muttered that after all the excitement, he had turned out to be just a D rank. His friend patted his shoulder and tried to console him, saying that even a D rank could still find work, perhaps as a miner, and that not every awakened person needed to risk their life fighting monsters. A few seats away, another man sat quietly with a notebook in hand, watching everyone closely. His name was Kim Poncio, 37 years old, an unemployed awakener. He had been keeping track of every test result that day and noted to himself that there had been 4 D ranks and 2 E ranks so far. He thought it was about time for a strong one to appear. A grin formed on his face as he imagined that even if it wasn't an S rank, an A rank, or even a B rank would be enough to turn his luck around. At that moment, an association employee stepped out of the chamber and called for the next person to prepare for measurement. Kim glanced at the man beside him and realized that his own turn would come after. Clenching his fists, he silently prayed that the next candidate would be weak, an E rank at best. Then the employee's voice rang out again, calling the next name. "Mr. Sung Soo Ho, please come in." The man beside him rose to his feet, tall, calm, and confident. It was Sung Soo Ho himself. Moments later, Kim Poncio's turn came, and when his results appeared, an E rank, his shoulders slumped in despair. Meanwhile, outside the building, chaos broke out among the reporters. Flashing lights, microphones, and shouting filled the air as the news spread like wildfire. Another S-rank hunter had emerged in South Korea, and he was a reawakener. Apparently, he was none other than the hero from the Jecheon prison incident, a revelation that instantly became the biggest scoop of the day. As Suho stepped out of the building, dozens of questions bombarded him from every direction. The crowd of reporters surrounded the newly acknowledged S-rank hunter, their voices rising in excitement. One of them pushed forward and asked how it felt to become an S-rank hunter. Suho responded with nothing more than a calm, composed smile and a soft laugh, saying nothing yet conveying confidence in every gesture. Inside the building, Woo Jin-chul observed the scene through the window, pride evident on his face. He murmured to himself that Suho had finally become an S-rank hunter, just as promised. Elsewhere, in a private meeting, several top-ranked hunters, Cho Jong-in, Baek Yun-ho, and Liu Chigang, were gathered together. Cho Jong-in commented that the outcome had been expected. With Suho's unprecedented growth rate, he might soon reach the level of a national weapon faster than anyone had ever imagined. But his tone quickly turned more serious as he noted that with the foundation now established, it was time to move into the next phase, eliminating all remaining field-type dungeons across Korea, uniting every guild still active, and eventually bringing hunters from around the world together. He quietly sighed, admitting that the sheer scale of this mission, undertaken in honor of Hunter Sung Jin-woo's legacy, felt almost unimaginable. Baek Yun-ho then voiced another concern, saying that while they and Suho were focused on these large-scale operations, the group known as the Apostles of Ilrim would not remain idle. Woo Jin-chul expanded on this, explaining that the illegal substance known as star powder, or star fragments, continued to evolve and spread despite the ban. It almost seemed, he said, as if someone within the association was leaking information to the Apostles, allowing them to act from the shadows right under their noses. If that were true, then the Hunter Association faced a far greater internal threat than they had realized. Ginchul warned that from that point forward, they would have to narrow down the circle of people they could truly trust, as their enemy was proving far more cunning and elusive than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, Park Dojin stood alone at a distance, watching Suho. His expression was dark and unreadable, filled with quiet intensity. Then, without warning, his figure vanished into thin air. The scene shifted to the interior of a dungeon. A dark portal shimmered open, revealing a massive underground space. Inside stood Park Dojan, surrounded by dozens of humans under his control, their bodies moving with mechanical precision as they slaughtered a monster. When the battle ended, Park Dojan's cold voice cut through the silence as he ordered them to stop. At his command, everyone froze instantly. He then told them to gather, and as one, they knelt before him, bowing their heads in absolute obedience. He stood in silence, deep in thought, his mind filled with cold calculation. He reflected that after Lee Min-sung's fall, even A-rank hunters could no longer resist the influence of the star fragments. The problem, however, was that the fragments still weren't refined enough to convert an S-rank hunter into a believer. Since Suho's ascension to S-rank, he had been expanding his influence, recruiting guilds, uniting hunters, and even proposing a territory conquest game against him, a game where the side with stronger awakeners would prevail. Park Dojin wondered whether it was even possible to defeat Suho directly. With that monstrous growth rate, even deploying all his current believers might not be enough. He muttered to himself that once the fourth fragment arrived, things would change. A dark smile crept across his lips as he thought about the power of the fourth fragment, the embodiment of darkness itself, already on its way to Sungyu. He vowed that he would claim that power, no matter what it took. Not only the fourth fragment, he intended to make the fifth his as well. His eyes glowed with a dangerous determination when suddenly, a voice echoed behind him, addressing him by name. Turning, he saw a woman stepping into the hall. Her tone dripped with feigned surprise as she remarked that it truly was him, claiming she had never expected to encounter him inside a dungeon. The moment those words reached him, Park Dojan's expression darkened and anger flickered in his eyes. The woman, appearing nervous, went on to say that she had been separated from her party and felt lucky to have come across him, asking if she could join him for a while. But before she could even finish her sentence, Park Dojan raised his hand, unleashing a sharp, invisible strike that pierced clean through her head. Her body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He declared coldly that the dungeon belonged to the Reaper Guild and that not just anyone could enter, demanding to know who she was. But from the gaping wound in her head, a golden light began to seep out. Small, insect-like creatures emerged from the hole, their bodies faintly glowing as they started repairing her shattered skull. Still lying on the ground, the woman spoke in a calm, chilling tone, remarking that his instincts were impressive. As she slowly rose to her feet, her head healed rapidly, and her true form began to reveal itself. She commented mockingly that it was rather rude to attack someone without even saying hello, asking whether he had grown up somewhere without basic manners. Then, with a hint of mockery, she referred to him by name, Hunter Park Dojun, before adding another title, calling him the Apostle of the Iram. Park Dojun's jaw tightened, and he growled once more, demanding again to know who she was. The woman tilted her head. The upper half of her face above the nose had vanished, leaving only an eerie void where her eyes should have been. A sinister smile curved her lips as she finally introduced herself as Arsha. Her body shimmered, her appearance shifting as she added that she was merely a resident of this world, one who had come to make him a proposal. The scene unfolded within the dim confines of a dungeon, where a mysterious woman appeared before Park Dojun, the Apostle of Iterim. Her mere presence carried a peculiar, unsettling pressure that filled the air. Calm, yet unnerving, she stood silently under Dojun's sharp gaze. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly demanded to know who she was. The woman only smiled faintly and introduced herself as Marcia, claiming to be a resident of that world who had come to make him a proposal. Dojun studied her in silence, suspicion clouding his expression, before asking in a sharper tone how she had discovered his identity. Marcia, her name later revealed as Arsha, replied smoothly that it had all been a coincidence. She explained that she had been investigating a stimulant called Stardust and had gone to meet its distributor, Lee Mon. During that search, she had come across information about someone known as the Apostle of Iterim. She added, with a faint smirk, that her subordinates specialized in gathering information. As she spoke, the air around her began to stir. Dozens of insects appeared from nowhere, fluttering and circling around Park Dojun in an eerie yet silent display of her power. Without hesitation, Dojun drew his weapon and slashed through one of the insects, killing it instantly. In the next instant, 3 of his followers appeared, attacking Arsha with lethal precision, their blades piercing her head, stomach, and neck. Yet, even as the weapons remained lodged in her flesh, Arsha did not fall. Instead, black insects poured from her wounds like living veins, swarming and writhing as her body began to heal itself. Within seconds, her injuries vanished completely. Even with a sword still embedded in her skull, she lifted her head and stated calmly that attacking her was pointless, that the body before him was merely a clone. She remarked that Dojun was likely afraid she would expose his identity, but reassured him that she was there to help. Once fully regenerated, she extended her left hand toward him, revealing a faintly glowing crystal that materialized in her palm. It was a star fragment, though far more refined than any Dojun had seen before. She told him it was a gift, proof that she could be useful. She explained that she had enhanced the star fragments currently circulating in the market, and that with this new version, one could even brainwash an S-rank awakened individual. Dojun examined the fragment closely. Inside, a mist-like soul flame burned, brighter, stronger, yet strikingly stable. He found himself thinking that the soul fire's balance was remarkable, both powerful and controlled. He realized that Arsha had somehow managed to stabilize an incredibly complex spell. Leaning in slightly, Arsha spoke in a near whisper, telling him that she would supply him with these enhanced star fragments from that moment onward. In return, she proposed that they join forces to eliminate Sung Suho and the Monarch of Shadows. Dojun frowned, asking why she would help him when Sung Suho was an invader of their world. Arsha tilted her head in amusement, suggesting that he was too rigid in his thinking. She questioned whether being from that world necessarily meant she had to take its side. Her words only deepened Dojun's suspicion. He pressed her further, warning her not to evade the question. He pointed out that if she had truly intended to help, she could have done so while Lee Mon was still alive. Arsha chuckled softly and teased that girls didn't like men who questioned every little thing. Turning away, she began to walk off, her voice echoing through the dungeon as she declared that it was up to her to decide whose side she would take. She remarked that it should be obvious she would choose whichever side benefited her. Finally, she revealed that she was a descendant of a monarch, just like Sung Suho, but that she had realized coexistence with him was impossible. He was, after all, the descendant of the Monarch of Shadows. Dojun stiffened at her revelation and asked cautiously if that meant she possessed strange powers like the other man. Arsha glanced back over her shoulder with a smirk, saying that if he meant shadow authority, then she did not, but that she had another kind of power entirely. Before Dojun could react, a massive monster corpse nearby suddenly stirred. It was one of his followers had already killed, yet it began to move again. The hulking creature rose to its feet with a guttural roar, making Dojun's eyes widen in disbelief as he wondered if they had not killed all of them. The beast lunged forward, but before it could attack, a swarm of Arsha's black insects darted toward it, wrapping around its neck. Within seconds, the insects sliced clean through, and the monster's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Turning back, Arsha spoke with quiet pride, saying that as a descendant of the plague, she could do that as well. Then, with a calm smile, she added that the saying went, The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that if they joined forces, both could benefit. With that, the uneasy alliance between Arsha and Park Dojin began. Arsha later stepped out of a glowing dungeon portal, her calm footsteps echoing as two people waited for her. A small, cheerful girl ran up with a bright smile, calling out that Arsha had returned and asking how things went, whether the negotiation with the Apostle of Iterim had gone well. Arsha nodded with a gentle smile and replied that he had agreed to help. The girl beamed with excitement, saying she knew Arsha could do it and that she was amazing. Arsha patted her head softly, thanking her. Yet behind that calm smile, Arsha's thoughts wandered elsewhere. She reflected on Park Dojin, the Apostle of Iterim. All she had done was answer his questions about the world, and he had agreed faster than she expected. It made sense, she thought. The Monarch of Shadows was clearly an obstacle to his faction's plans. Glancing at a glowing system window, her expression turned focused as she muttered that the system must have its reasons for giving such orders. A quest notification appeared before her eyes, stating, "Path to becoming a monarch. The Monarch of Shadows is an obstacle on your path. Form an alliance with the Apostle of Iterim, enemy of the Monarch of Shadows. Reward, path to becoming a monarch. 5 unlocked." Arsha smirked slightly, thinking that there was not much time left for the descendants to become monarchs. The scene then shifted to an apartment where a recruiter from the Fame Guild was trying to persuade a hunter to join an A-rank raid. The recruiter pushed the offer with practiced urgency, insisting that it was the best deal available and perfect for their guild. Across from him sat Lee Yunak, a freelance S-rank hunter who looked worn and weary. He refused immediately and firmly, stating that he never took part in A-rank or higher raids. No matter the pay or pressure, he was unwilling to risk it. The recruiter's tone grew louder and more desperate. They argued that it was a waste for an S-rank to sit idle and urged him to join their guild, assuring him that he would do great. But Lee Yunak only grew more unsettled. Pressing a hand to his head to steady himself, he repeated that he would not take the risk and asked them to leave. When the recruiters pressed again, reminding him that he was one of the few S-ranks in Korea and asking whether an A-rank dungeon should really be unmanageable, Lee Yunak finally broke down. He confessed the truth. Every night, he suffered the same nightmare. He dreamt of being swarmed and devoured by magical beasts. His arms, legs, and torso gnawed away mercilessly. The trauma, he admitted, was so severe that the fear now outweighed his strength. He pleaded with them never to return again. The recruiters exchanged uneasy glances and finally retreated, whispering among themselves as they left. Outside, they argued quietly about what they had just witnessed, uncertain whether they should truly leave him be. One of the recruiters pointed out the haunted look in the hunter's eyes and questioned what good an S-rank title was if its holder could not even fight. At that moment, Park Dojin appeared on the stairwell, causing the recruiters to freeze as they instantly recognized him. A woman whispered in disbelief, identifying the man as Park Dojin. As Dojin approached the open door of Lai Yunak's office, he came to a stop directly before the hunter. "Lai." Yunak looked up, his expression shifting into one of surprise and irritation. He scowled and addressed Dojin by name, reminding him that he was from the Reaper Guild and demanding to know how Dojin could appear without prior notice. Dojin, however, continued walking toward him without hesitation. He stated flatly that he had come because he had heard of an S-rank who trembled at the sight of magic beasts. Angered by the insult, Lee Yunak assumed Dojin had come to pick a fight. He immediately unleashed an electric skill and warned him to stop, threatening that if Dojin came any closer, he would be struck down by lightning. Despite the warning, Dojin closed the distance in an instant. With a swift movement, he used a star fragment, one that had been enhanced by Arsha, on Lai Yunak. The moment the fragment made contact, Lai Yunak fell completely under Dojin's control. When Dojin withdrew his hand, the hunter's resistance crumbled at once, leaving him utterly subdued. Watching the now controlled hunter, Dojin's thoughts grew sharp and calculating. He thought of Sung Soo-ho, the descendant of the Monarch of Shadows, and of the other emerging descendants who stood in opposition to the darkness. Their sudden appearance was reshaping the battlefield in unforeseen ways. While the world's attention had been fixed on defending against external invasions, internal fractures had quietly begun to form. Dojin resolved to exploit those hidden cracks and turn the world's fragile, shifting balance to his own advantage.